That's somebody else.
Okay, we're live.
There you go.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to a special edition of a show where all four of us get together and talk about the election, 2024 election night in America, Trump versus Harris. This is going to be crazy, but we got a lot to talk about. Amit, Chris, Matt Money, Doug. Some of you guys might be meeting him for the first time. He is an avid viewer of Matt's channel, my channel. He was here all the time, and he's going to be with us. I guess we'll get started with this before we get into it. Have you guys even thought about the election today, or has other things kind of...
Yeah, I've been nervous all day. I don't know why.
All day.
Yeah. I think what it was, so
I would have been if this hadn't happened today.
Hey, there it is. How do you feel, Chris? No, I'm just kidding.
It's a fucking cult, bro. All of you Kool-Aid drinking motherfuckers, bro. I feel like what's that place, Aurora, Texas, where they had the fucking cult, the cult, and then all of them were drinking the Kool-Aid together, and then eventually, like, they all had like a suicide pact. I'm waiting for that stream. It's gonna be like when Palantir hits like 20, and it's be like, oh, guys, remember we could have sold at 45, but we didn't. I'm waiting for that fucking day.
I know that feeling, Chris.
You mean when we get elevated?
Celsius. Yeah. I know that feeling.
Yeah.
When we get elevated to a place where the streets are gold and everybody's skipping around.
Bro, I'm gonna be drinking your fucking sadness tears, bro. I'm waiting for that day. Y'all are you're drinking my sadness tears right now. I'm gonna be drinking. I'm gonna love it, bro. I'm thirsty for those tears. That's what I'm waiting for.
Speaking of drinking, are we drinking tonight?
Red Bull.
Are we drinking
Red
tonight?
Bull?
Are we drinking?
Chris might be working. Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay. I was thinking of opening up the bourbon, but if
Open it up, bro. I mean,
yeah.
I'm gonna tell my wife to get a margarita ready because she actually got some tequila too. Yeah.
Okay.
all right. So we got a lot to get into, a lot to cover. Chris, was the election on your mind today, or not much?
Yes and no. I do have some bets on Kalshi, which I've been tracking, and it's like, okay, to try to figure out. So you guys, Doug, you guys are all on my Patreon, so So I put up this article about the 10-year Treasury, right? So the 10-year Treasury has been reacting pretty closely to the election and how it's bifurcating. So if you look at like the 10-year Treasury, almost exactly in October 6th, with Kamala Harris trending downward and Trump trending upward, 10-year Treasury started to climb. So if you look at a lot of the policies that Trump had, and has been saying out there, they're very inflationary. So I think if the market is thinking that Trump is going to win, then what you're going to see is the 10-year Treasury react in that way. And so I've been trying to figure out, like, is that thesis correct? Because, it's like a pattern thing. The more it comes up and it gets developed, then it makes sense. So today I saw something very interesting, and I don't know what the 10-year is right now, but the 10-year actually collapsed today from a high. So I'm thinking that is an indication, at least to some degree, that someone in the markets, or at least on the bond markets, thinks that Kamala is going to win. But it was a pretty big reversal today. Like,
well, I mean, DJT was up 15%, then it was down. Bitcoin was at 70, then it was down. Tesla stayed up today. I think the market was a little confused on what they were thinking about.
Yeah.
And I guess
I don't think we can ask the market to tell us what's going to happen. They're trying to react to information just like we are, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, look, end phase was down and now it's up, and now it's getting killed. It's getting crushed in after hours.
I think people, some people were probably thinking long Kamala. Some people were probably long Trump. So you probably have people early in the morning doing wish-wash, and who knows, right? Early in the morning, somebody might have been offloading because they think Kamala's going to win. Somebody might have been loading because they think Kamala's going to lose late in the afternoon. So I'm very curious. Amit, we already have some states that have been announced. I don't know.
Yeah, so we have a couple states that are announced right here. We've got Indiana, Kentucky, and Georgia. Indiana and Kentucky have definitely gone to Trump so far. This is normal, though. This is like not... I mean, nothing ordinary.
This is not everyone voting. It's just preliminary, basically.
Yeah, it's just it's so obvious. That's why they're being called. And then Vermont went to Harris. And then you got Georgia.
No. It's not that. It's literally like a live dynamic map, right?
Oh,
so what they're doing is whoever's in the lead,
but because it's dark, that means Donnie, they already called it for Donnie.
Oh, yeah. No, Matt's right.
Well, oh yeah, okay, so that one, maybe that's the case. But if you look at Georgia,
that's not even where he's leading. Right? He didn't win.
He's leading. Yeah, he's leading.
Yeah, that's what I was reacting to. I'm seeing this stuff live. I purposefully haven't been watching the news the last hour or so.
Yeah.
So Georgia, Trump has in certain precincts 54% of the vote, which is why it's turning pseudo red.
So,
Florida as well.
one of the things about Georgia is that if you look at the way that Georgia is in the Atlanta area, like Fulton County, Cobb County, DeKalb, you're going to see probably a lot more overrepresentation of Trump, but then outside you're going to see a lot of Republicans. So we have to be very county specific and not just like look at like one data point, you know. So
yeah, CNN's not giving Indiana to Trump yet.
listen,
giving him
if any of you are considering not getting married, that's right. That's right. The wife.
What is this? What is that? What is
the
that?
wife gave me a margarita. I love it.
Hey,
Hey,
there it
you
is.
Nice job, Miss Chris.
Yeah. So I do want to say, so Indiana and Kentucky, they've been counting votes for quite some time. You can see they already have 14 and 7% respectively. But we just saw Virginia close. We just saw South Carolina close. Georgia and Florida just closed as well. So that's where you're going to start seeing some things. So we have the next wave of things happening in about an hour. So we have Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, Pennsylvania. West Virginia actually West Virginia closes in half an hour. Same with Ohio, and then you have
let's get a little bit of coverage on Florida real quick.
So,
from CNN.
So Amit, before you do that, this is the site that you should probably just go to Google, type in election results, look at this map, and you can be very specific to see like which counties and which areas. So this way you can kind of like move in and out. Yeah.
Shout out to Google. This is actually nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Oh,
right?
That's good. That's nice.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some Florida coverage, then we'll go from there.
But here, this is why one of the reasons Florida has become reliably red is because of the Republican success there. I would also argue it's because of weak Democratic candidates, but we'll save that conversation for another day because this is what we're worried about tonight.
Indeed. David Chilling.
What you're worried about? Okay.
From north of Florida in Georgia, the battleground that we're watching right now. David, how is the vote splitting among key groups of Georgia voters?
Yeah, now that the polls have closed, Jake, we can look at some of those key demographics. So let's take a look at the African-American vote in Georgia. It's making up 30% of the electorate, according to these early exit polls. Harris obviously winning it big, 86% to 12%. But I want to note here, that 86% number, 4 years ago, Joe Biden had 88%, a tick higher of support of the African-American vote. And Trump's 12%, he is a tick higher than he was 4 years ago when that was 11%. But it's roughly the same with the black vote, what we saw here. Look at younger voters under the age of 30. Harris is winning them. They make up 18% of the electorate. Harris is winning them 60% to 39%. She is doing better with young voters in Georgia than Joe Biden was doing against Trump 4 years ago. Trump got 43% of the youth vote in Georgia 4 years ago. He's down to 39% now. So that'll be something to watch. And then non-college white voters. This is obviously Trump's base. 32%, roughly a third of the Georgia electorate are white, non-college educated voters. Trump's winning 81% of them. That is a bit better than he was doing 4 years ago, though 4 years
Whitfield
ago,
County, baby.
5% of the electorate. So as a share of the overall electorate, it's come down. Harris is winning 18% of them, a tick under where Biden was.
That's like Whitfield County up in North Georgia,
of
man.
These exit polls in Georgia, independent vote.
Yeah, North Georgia and middle of Georgia is all like cherry red Republican. Like there are still towns in Georgia.
I heard Cherokee County is turning blue though. Like, I mean, that was my stomping ground as a kid.
Look, Cherokee, Cobb County, DeKalb County are all blue now. Like they're super blue.
Dude,
if you go
really?
back 10, yeah, Cobb especially, which is surprising because Cobb is one of the more wealthier areas of near Atlanta.
When I lived there, it was Newt Gingrich's district.
Yeah. That's where I have. I mean, they redistricted a couple of times, but that was a solid red Republican area, which is now actually more of a purple thing. And the thing is, Republicans have actually lost House seats in that area. They've lost. They've actually, because of that area, they lost the Senate too. So Democrats Now in Georgia, they have 2 Democratic senators. You go back 20 years, that never would have happened. They always had literally 2 Republican senators during the Trump
Yeah,
era.
but 30 years ago, it was 2 Democratic senators. I mean, it was Sam Nunn and what was the guy's name? Vietnam War.
30 years ago?
Yeah, Vietnam War. What was
Yeah.
his name? He only had 1 arm left. He was a Vietnam.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. I feel bad.
Yeah.
Yo, look at the Senate, bro. We're 29-39. We you need 66 to have a majority, right? Or 60?
Yeah, but remember,
Well,
these
to
are the
beat
ones that are
the-
not running. Yeah, they're not
Oh.
running because there's no election for
So there's
the
only
Senate. for
32
those.
that are running, basically.
Correct. And this is
Yeah,
where
yeah.
this is where the Republicans are likely to flip the Senate, because the Senate majority right now is technically the Democrats. But what's going to happen is, because look at the number of Democrats that are running. If they end up losing out to losing out to Republicans, they'll flip the Senate. And I think that's one of the major like contesting points that no one really like is against it on the betting markets. I think the entire time, one of the main things I've always seen is a high level of GOP winning the Senate. Like that hasn't even been contested like up and down at all. You know?
Yeah. Because it's like, if they just split it, if they just go 50-50, the GOP is going to take half.
I'm impressed, man. We're almost at 40% already reporting for Florida, which is absolutely insane. 51-47 Trump Harris, which I thought is pretty. It's moving really quick over in
Florida's
Florida.
been red for like 3 cycles, right? Like,
Yeah.
Florida's a red one.
Since Jeb Bush, really.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on markets as well. Robinhood's overnight market will open in 50 minutes, and we'll get an indication a little bit.
Well, also Florida, the last person who ran for governor, they found him in a motel with like crack cocaine and methamphetamines and a gay lover. And he was like,
When did this happen?
The last election, he was running for governor. He was running against Ron DeSantis. I don't know if you guys remember him. I forgot his name, but yeah, he's from Tallahassee. It was really bad. Yeah, the Democrats don't have a lot of great like people coming out of, like, if you look at Florida would used to be a lot more purple, and it's a lot more red right now. You know, the thing that we have to really understand is that Texas in our lifetimes, not even a lifetime, maybe this next decade, is probably going to end up going purple.
Yes, it will. It's getting more purple by the day. I remember when I first moved down here 10 years ago, it was I would still say a little bit red, but with everybody migrating away from California, especially during the pandemic, it's definitely, and you probably know better than I do, Doug. I mean, I'm a newborn Texan.
Same here.
Oh, okay. I thought you were here for a lot longer than I am.
No, about 10 years. About 10 years.
Okay. But Virginia just started reporting results as well. So I'm curious to see how that starts to trickle in. It's only 1% at the moment, but I just wanted to let everybody know that should be. And then North Carolina and South Carolina have yet to, but they should be. And then about 15 minutes, we have West Virginia and Ohio closing. So it should be fun.
So let's go around the room. What is your guys' gut feeling on who's going to win?
Kamala, baby.
Kamala's going to win.
Okay, Doug. So I've heard Chris's take. What is your take on Kamala winning?
The entire election just flipped on a insult comics bad joke. And
you think Puerto Rico is the reason? You really think Puerto Rico is the reason she wins?
Yeah. It was the joke. It wasn't the joke itself, but it was the confirmation to everybody who was kind of like, well, Kamala doesn't really excite me, to get their kind of emotional response and get their anger up and get riled up to go vote against Trump. That's all it was. They're not personally insulted by it, but it was just perfectly used. Because look, if this election was 2 weeks ago, it wouldn't have been close.
I don't think Puerto Rico is the reason Trump's going to lose if he loses.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, it's not Puerto Rico itself. Like I said, it was just how angry it made a certain extra sector to get out there and go vote.
Really, you really think that's enough to get?
I really think
Hispanic people
because he's mean. No, it's not the Hispanics. I mean, look, it's the suburban white women for sure.
Oh, you think they're going to be offended on the behalf of Hispanic people?
Yes, 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 and fulfill their performative duty of,
Do we have any
nurturing
urban women in the chat who are voting for
bro,
Harris?
white women, white guilt is a real fucking thing, dude. I'm sorry. Please don't think of this as a like a derogatory thing, but white liberal women, they have so much pent up guilt. You ever seen these, like, I forgot what show it was, but basically they used to go and do like their bias training about how they're biased towards certain things. And it's nuts, man. They're like, we want a black person to tell us how we've messed up. And then I also saw like some of these women, they were like kissing like the feet of like black people as penance for them. Like, it's like, bitch, you never oppressed nobody, and you all of a sudden now you're trying to like do this performative bullshit so that you feel less guilt about being white. Like, bro, white people, it's okay to be white. Like, stop. People really need to stop with this. I can't believe I have to say this as a person, like an Indian person, dude.
Yeah,
I hate when I see white people.
Chris, you're the whitest person I know, Chris.
I probably am, man. It's horrible. It's horrible. Whenever I see that kind of cuckery, it really makes me lose respect.
See,
like,
that's what I mean. Only white people say that.
Y'all used to fucking control half the planet, and now all of a sudden, y'all turn into these fucking weak ass, pussy ass people, and it pisses me off because it's like, I want to hate you, but I can't because you're so fucking pathetic, and that makes me feel even worse. So,
by the way, guys, tonight on this stream, you're going to get some unfiltered fun. It's not going to be super formal. If you want that, you can go to Fox or CNN, but we're going to give you a little dose of fun while we're calling the election too. So
I do want to state, so you guys talked about something that's definitely true, right? The majority of women, regardless of race, it's generally in the high 50 percentile that vote towards the left, Democratic. And then obviously majority of men, so majority of men, high 50 percentile, vote towards conservative. So really, in majority of the time, it's really just about who goes out to vote. Is it men versus women? And if more men, generally speaking, vote than women, it's going to show up as a conservative victory, right? So I think the past few elections, it's actually been more women have gone out to vote than men. And I'm just curious, and that they said that on a few channels earlier today. Are men actually going to show up? Because if they do, then Dominic actually has a pretty decent chance of pulling it off. But as we've seen, more and more women, generally speaking, are the ones that actually show up to do their civic duty. So I'm curious what ends up happening with that.
The men are definitely going to Kalshi. The men are definitely going to poly.
100%.
What's your perspective on this? Do you guys think these betting markets mean anything in this cycle, or it's all a game?
I think it's a game.
I mean, Robinhood introduced their betting market, and in 5 days they had 200 million contracts traded. Like, to me, this just feels like pure gambling, pure game.
Did you see the new email from Robinhood just now? Did you see this?
No.
I'm trying to share it in the background. They just raised the limits. You can hold 50,000 total contracts now. They raised it for today.
This is
just now.
But see, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to make money off this, which good for them. But this is a game. I don't know if this actually tells who's winning this election. And go ahead, Chris.
I was Chris had a great or Chris and I had a great exchange about this in a chat earlier, and it was in polls and in elections, one person gets one vote. In a betting market, one person can have 1 million votes,
50,000 votes. Yeah.
And if you look on Robinhood, the number of contracts is heavily weighted in Kamala's favor by several million. Yeah. So I don't see how Trump is still. I don't know how that math works, but Trump is still favored. But even though Kamala has more contracts,
I think over the next 4 years, if Kalshi explodes and Polymarket explodes and Robinhood's election market gets bigger, we might have billions of contracts instead of just hundreds or tens of millions get traded over the next 4 years. And maybe we have a better sample size, but this time I'm not sure. I'm not fully sure. Matt, who do you think's winning the election?
Man, I don't know. I see a lot of mixed results, man. What I will say is the response that I get from a lot of, because I've been getting a little bit more heated, I guess, on X with respect to my political views. And generally speaking, I try to stay apolitical. But for some reason this time around, I've gotten a little bit more out of my shell, I guess. And Maybe I don't care as much as what people think as they used to. But what I'll say is the aggressiveness of the people on the left is pretty interesting, right? I've actually seen people in my own life this time around. What I will say, what's the right word? I don't want to say shun, but like completely like cut me out of their life, which I think is pretty interesting. I'm not even that aggressive, right, when it comes to politics, which I think is very funny. But I'll make a joke here or there, and I've actually had several friends cut me out of their life this time around, which I think is pretty interesting in that respect. And then the same thing with Twitter. So I don't know. I was getting to that piece. So there's a piece where both sides are angry. You have conservative folks that are showing up saying, this isn't the party that I've always wanted to be in. It's divisive, and it's not necessarily fighting for what I want in the world. So you have conservatives moving over to the Democratic Party. We've seen a lot of folks, Elon, Joe Rogan, many others, come out in support of Trump. So the question that I have is, and that still kind of rolls around in my mind, is I don't know if the Republican Party or the conservatives are about paying people for endorsements. Like I know the Democratic side is. Like the Democratic side paid Beyonce $10 million to come and do her little 2-minute, 3-minute speech and give a fake concert, right? That people showed up for, right? And maybe that's my bias, right? But even still, I hear about these actors and I hear about these musicians being paid to show up to speak. And I know for a fact that everyone has a fee, right? Everyone has a fee, but I guarantee that Elon isn't sending an invoice to the Republican Party every time he shows up in Pennsylvania for the past 2 weeks, like he has. So I guess my curiosity is how much of it is actually blind propaganda versus the reality of everything. My hope is that Trump wins. You know, I listened to Elon's podcast with Joe Rogan last night, and I was actually he said it pretty well. I think if Trump doesn't win, this will probably be the last opportunity for a Republican to win the presidency ever because of the illegal immigration that we continue to see in this country. And so my hope is Trump wins, but I'm fearful that that Harris will win.
I disagree with that part of Elon. That's Elon fear mongering on that is not a good idea. The reason why I say that is because, and I'm sure like people here in the chat, you'll agree and disagree, whatever. But the people that are coming into this country, you give them a generation of bad policies, they will vote against those bad policies. Okay. No one is fundamentally like, oh yeah, you know, the color of my skin is X, so I have to vote for this specific party. If things get bad enough, they will flip. They will change the party to whoever is acting in their best interest. All right. So right now,
it happened since 1965.
Say that again. What hasn't happened since 1965?
It hasn't happened since 1965.
Is that what happened? Is that what happened in California when Reagan let all everybody, come?
Yeah, but how many?
That was in the 80s. No, I'm talking about LBJ, right. Great Society, War on Poverty. Those
but how many times
have not worked?
But how many times has each of the House, the Senate, and the Republic and the presidency? How many times does it flip back and forth, back and forth? So that argument that if you let all these immigrants in, they're all going to turn one thing into this one direction. I have met plenty of Hispanics that are way more conservative than a ton of other people. So you can't just blanket statement say, oh, just because we let in a whole bunch of Hispanic people, all of a sudden that just means that you're going to form a Democratic base. I mean, look at TJ. TJ, what are you? What's your background?
Good looking?
Besides good looking. Hey, TJ, what are you? What's your background?
TJ, you got.
What's up, guys? How are you guys?
You got to turn off the on your back.
Yeah, TJ, what are you? What's your background?
TJ, you got.
What's up, guys? How are you guys?
It's like an amateur.
You have your YouTube on.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay, are you good?
TJ goes down to streaming twice a week now, and
Yeah, we got you. Yeah, so Chris said, what is your background, nationality-wise?
I can't hear.
He's American. He's American, but like, what is your racial ancestry?
Audio.
I mean, it's Hispanic. I'll save it for everyone. It's Hispanic, okay? But
Well,
the
dude, a
point
lot
is,
of Hispanic people are conservative because
You can hear
they.
me? Nothing?
No, we get to in the chat, TJ. We can hear.
I'm not Asian.
A lot of
listen.
them came.
Wait,
a lot
what?
of a lot of people who legally immigrated are upset at illegal immigration, right? Which is where they tend to get conservative, or they
There's
left
plenty-
communism, like from Cuba.
There's plenty of illegals who turned illegal and
No, I
turned
agree, I
into
agree.
turned into like the biggest right wingers too. I'm telling you, the minute you get your citizenship, for some reason, you automatically start voting to close the door behind you. I've seen it myself. I've seen certain people that come in illegally. They're here for a while. They get legal status because of X, Y, and Z, and then they're like, "Yeah, we need to close the door behind us." Like, let me show you guys something really. Actually, I'll save this funny thing till later. Yeah,
TJ, you hear us now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
yeah.
Yes. We
Okay.
were basically Chris. What is your background, TJ?
This $100 mic, no bueno no more.
Okay, no, your mic is good. What is your nationality, your background besides American?
My my ancestors are from Spain, and most of them are from Spain. And I've got on my mom's side, I've got one grandma from Mexico.
Okay, so Chris's argument is, why do you think Hispanic people tend to be more conservative when they get to the United States?
I didn't say
From
that.
their-
I said that when people automatically assume that, oh, all this immigration that's coming in, that is going to create a uniparty system. I'm saying that that's wrong, because just because they came in doesn't mean that there's one party that's like the immigration party and the other party is the anti-immigration party. I think once you get in, you're crafted by the policies that come for that thing. Like, as an example, I'm sure that a lot of people that think that the people who are pro-immigration are all Democrats, and the people who are anti are Republican. That's the general narrative. But if you look at it and you see the actual people, like you go to Texas, you will find red Hispanics that literally one generation ago were illegals. Okay. And now they're all of a sudden, they're like, we're going to vote Republican no matter what. So that's what
Right.
I'm saying, that there's no such thing as it's going to be a uniparty system just because we, allow for immigration. That's all.
Let's take a quick look at Florida here. We're at 64% reporting, and honestly, I'm surprised. Right? I don't know how any of this shit works. Right? I'm just looking at the map. 64% reporting, and you have a majority of still. And I was just looking at the independent counties, and it's looking like obviously West Palm Beach, Miami, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Tampa, all blue as expected. Right? Major cities, generally speaking, go that way. But you have a lot of the outskirt rural areas that have yet to report, and Trump is still in the lead. So I'm just a little bit surprised. I thought it would be a little bit closer without the rural counties reporting in.
Who the fuck voting for Chase Oliver?
Who is Chase Oliver?
Who the
He's
fuck?
libertarian.
Why are people voting for these random like?
What if you go over to Colorado later this evening and it just says carp? I'd fucking lose it, bro. I know Chris would lose
That
it.
would be kind of crazy if it was Carp. But it's like Trump or Harris, dude. Like, I don't get this whole my protest vote. I'm gonna vote for a different party. It's like, I like that they're never gonna win. So like, what's the point of it? Unless you feel good writing in Kanye West or something. I never got that. Why people tend to do that.
You can. So a lot of it has to do. Well, it's probably older now because media has changed, right? But you had the Commission on Elections, right? And they would control who was able to get into a national televised debate. So if you could get, I think it was 10% nationally, you could qualify for the next debate. So if you wanted to be a legit libertarian candidate, if you really want a third party candidate, they have to get votes in an election so that they can be eligible for the next election.
Just so everyone knows, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia just closed.
So we should get results in like 20
The
minutes.
polls.
Right.
It could
Ohio
also
might take
be
a while.
It could also be people that want to vote for the senators, House, and propositions that are on the ballot, but they don't want to necessarily choose a president, and they just want to say, whatever, I'll just pick the thing. It could be that too.
Well, that's so stupid.
Yeah.
If you're going to vote Republican, Democrat for House or Senate, how do you not vote for the executive branch?
Because you don't care. Like, you might not like Trump or Kamala, and you're like, fuck this. I'd rather not vote for either of them. But I do care about my own senator. I do care about my House representative. Like, my House representative is an idiot. This guy's name is Hank Johnson. This dude, you know what he said? He said that if we send more soldiers to Guam to build more housing, the island is going to tip over. All right. I'm serious. You think that's a joke? I'm telling you, y'all think that's a joke. It's real. I'm going to post it. I'm going to play it for you guys. That is my current House representative. And you know what the sad part is? He's been the House rep like this for fucking like 20 years. Can you believe
that's
that
ridiculous. Shit? That's ridiculous. TJ, who do you think is going to win the election?
Donald Trump.
Why?
Is that okay to be politically incorrect?
Yeah, it's a political stream. If you do it, cool. Say whatever you want to say.
I just think
TJ, you got fuck you money now, man. You can say whatever you want.
Dude, you about hit 10 million, bro. You can say whatever fuck you want.
I'm married to a very politically correct woman, so I'm trying to be careful.
Gotcha.
Okay. So
she's not watching the stream, right? As long as she's not watching.
Look, if you see TJ's portfolio drop by half, it's not because any of the stocks went down.
You went shopping at Louis Vuitton that day. That's what happened. That's what happened.
So I think there comes a point in time where people get tired. You get exhausted when you can't even fucking agree on what a boy is and what a girl is anymore. What your kids are taught in school, what they're exposed to in school. All of these parents that are dealing with these fucking non-binary, mentally challenged kids, and I pray for them and all that stuff. Those are voting citizens in this country for the most part. And I think at some point they're just going to vote all of that. They're done with it, bro. Like, I talk to so many people on a daily basis, and they're like, dude, I'm just sick and tired of this shit being crammed down my kid's throat, and I no longer have any control over any of it. Like, when I was a kid, you had to sign a little thing that said you could even have the sex talk in school. Like, you had to get that little piece of paper, and I'm showing my age. I'm 49 years old. So I grew up in a real small town in Fremont, Texas. And I had to get a piece of paper, take it to my mom and dad, and get them to sign it to see whether or not I could learn words like ejaculate and shit. I didn't know what ejaculate was until I was in the 10th fucking grade, yo.
I still don't know what the word ejaculate means.
Well, it's because you don't do it.
You've still never done it.
That's why you invested in that robotics company.
Grinder all up in here.
I'm saying I grew up, and when I wake up in the morning, go to school, we did the whole Pledge of Allegiance. We were able to pray with the football team. Our Father who art in heaven, please don't get my neck broken today because I'm a running back. I'm pretty small. I'm a receiver, etc. And it was okay to do all those things. But somewhere along the way, when I was like 17, 18 years old, things started changing. I graduated high school in 1993. And it was around that time that it wasn't that cool anymore to huddle up and do the Our Father before and after the football games. So I already started seeing things changing as I was off to college at UT Austin. And then it's just now, like my son, you know, he's already done high school. He's still finishing up college right now. He's 24 years old. But it's such a different world, bro. Like, Jeremiah was exposed to so much shit that I was not exposed to. I went to a school where I had a pickup truck with a loaded 12-gauge shotgun in the back, hanging in the back windshield or whatever the hell it's called. A door open, keys in the ignition, and I never thought that somebody would go in there and grab my fucking gun and go ballistic on people during football practice or anything. That's just not the world that I lived in. Now imagine how irresponsible you would look if you did the shit that I did as a kid from the country. You know what I mean? And I just think that at some point, people are going to have enough. And I think this is going to be the start of the election of saying, hey, we need to play this game in between the fucking lines. Let's just go back to the basics. If you're born with a fucking dick, you're a dude. That's just the way that it is. Anything else, you're confused, I'm sorry. I'll pray for you. But you want to identify with however you want to identify with, that's your deal, but you're not going to push that shit on us anymore. So I think that's why Trump's going to win, because I think common sense is going to fucking prevail, because this country is really lacking in common sense right now. Like, nobody said you're going to go to jail if you need to have an abortion or you choose to have an abortion. So all these false narratives get pushed down people's throats. on the right side of the thing. Nobody's coming after your fucking gun. Stop talking about shit that ain't gonna happen. Like, let's get down to the fucking basics. Let's get down to the basics, dude. People need to have money for food, for shelter, for housing, the basics. We all think that we all should be getting educations. We all should have access to some form of healthcare. Let's all come together, let's unite and figure it the fuck out. I hope that Trump can be the guy to get that done. And if he can't, we'll get somebody fucking in there who can unite and not divide. Fuck the two-party system. I'm sick and tired of it. We need the American fucking party system. If you can't get down with that, we'll get on your fucking boat and get the fuck out of there. TJ for president, motherfucker. No.
Amit, were you hoping for monetization of the stream? If you were, TJ just kind of blew that whole
yeah,
thing
we just got demonetized like all the red pill communities. We're done.
I'm pretty sure your channel just got demonetized based on how many F-bombs I just heard.
Here comes the divorce papers to the door, okay, guys?
If you go to your background in YouTube, it's just gonna see the strikes just starting strike, and then you're just gonna be done.
No, well, this
Time
is
to
an
start a
election.
Rumble
This is
channel.
an election stream, so I think we're gonna get some heated emotions, which is okay. But guys, Bitcoin's mooning, and so is freaking Tesla right now. So I think TJ's little rant just got the country to vote Trump because.
Well, hey, look, Bitcoin can at least say we know tomorrow a lot of the uncertainty will be over, right?
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of stocks can say that. Tomorrow, the uncertainty kind of goes away. So we
Dude,
weathered
Tesla's
it.
5% after hours, bro. This is obviously the market pricing in Trump right here. There's nothing about it. DJT's mooning as well. Hold on, where's DJT? I think it says Florida. So DJT's up 29%. Holy shit. I think Florida and the spread of, as Matt was saying, the lead he has in Florida right now is pretty damn impressive. And that might be an indication for the market for what might happen in the election right now.
yeah, I think that's getting people fired up.
Dude,
We
it's a
have about
9% lead in Florida.
We have about a 6% of all the total votes of the country in right now, and Donnie is winning by a pretty good. But granted, we haven't hit California yet, right? And I mean, I think that's going to be a big one.
But we've
Hey,
hit New
Amit,
York,
real
so-
quick, dude, you're the biggest Palantard I know. Can Palantir create a system to where we know, like I voted a week or two ago, and we should be able to do something on the blockchain or some fucking foundry or whatever the fuck it's called, Apollo. I don't know. Y'all got all kinds of shit over there at Palantir. Can y'all fucking do something that creates an open scoring system? Because I feel like we're also going to watch the Super Bowl, and we think somebody scored a touchdown. Nobody will watch the Super Bowl if this shit was scored like this. Come on, dude. It's 2024. Surely they have the technology to do it. So my big thing with the election is, I feel like it's an illusion to make you feel like you're participating when in actuality, this shit has already been decided. And this is like a formality. Like, have you ever been to a UFC fight and they do like the weigh-ins, but the weigh-in actually happened like already way before, and it's just like a formality when they do the weigh-in? I feel like this shit already was decided, but nobody told us.
Bro,
I mean, can you share my screen real quick?
Yeah, real quick on that. I've been asking the Fed to use Palantir. Like, I think it's inflation data. It's all backwards, and I do think whether it's Palantir or some company that can come up with the tech, we need to make this more tech oriented.
All right, you're seeing a spike.
You're right in one. Oh, okay. You're right in one.
Yeah.
So this is pricing in a Trump
FJ.
victory right now, guys. Like,
yeah. So
for sure.
What you'll see is if yields start to climb, the market is thinking, at least the bond market is thinking that it's leaning towards Trump. And if you see a decline like this wave down, that usually means that it's probably Kamala. The reason why is because Trump's policies, quote unquote, on face value seem more inflationary. So this pattern is holding true right now because you're seeing the same thing happen on the betting markets with a higher amount of people voting for Trump. And you're seeing both the betting markets and now even the treasury markets reflecting that. So, if we see like Kamala come in and she gets some really big states and really big things, you might see this yield drop, in which case now it kind of confirms. But you know what this also means from a trading perspective? It means that tomorrow, if Trump or Kamala win, you could theoretically buy into TLT or short TLT, however you want to do it, and actually do well, So, yep.
Yeah, dude.
Kamala futures just died. I'm now.
Wow. That means buying Kamala right now is the best risk reward for your money. I mean, it's
So
because
Chris,
my
do you want to
my
settle
price
out
was
of court
40.
for
I'm
225
toast.
right now, bro? You can save $25 if you concede defeat right now.
I'm gonna win. It's okay. Don't
Okay,
worry,
so-
I'm collecting. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Is this just the market being kind of like dumb? Because like, yeah, Trump won a bunch of states, but we don't even have New Jersey, New York, California. Like Kamala's about to get a ton of votes, you'd imagine, if those go blue. So is the market really reacting to Kentucky and Indiana? I mean, it's kind of
I mean,
They
weird.
might be
it
reacting
helps.
to that Republican seat being picked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I think it's more because the states that are currently reporting tend to lean heavily towards Republicans, but it's also a confirmation that maybe this isn't the landslide Kamala Harris victory either. You know what I mean? So that's what I would say. But the one that we really need to be careful, watch out for, is right there, North Carolina. On every map, North Carolina has been seen to be more Republican win, and looks like right now it's still pretty heavily Kamala Harris. But it could just mean that the counties that are reporting right now are more like favoring or at least like lean towards Kamala more right now. So
Yeah, at the moment we're only seeing 2% of the results from North Carolina at the moment. I'll keep an eye.
So let me ask this question.
A lot of New Yorkers and Californians have moved to North Carolina for the Research Triangle in the last.
And same with
8
Georgia
years.
too. Georgia, we have a huge influx of tech workers, because if you look at the median income in Georgia, especially Atlanta now is a giant tech hub because we have something called Georgia Institute, Georgia Tech, and Georgia Tech is like quote unquote the MIT of the South, and so a lot of big tech hubs have been moving here, and you know how it is. The tech workers tend to lean more on the liberal side. So, what, Doug? You work in tech?
Georgia Tech.
You went to Georgia Tech? Oh,
Yep.
interesting. I'm pretty sure you told me that somewhere along the lines. Yeah. All
So
right.
Trump just mooned on Kalshi. So here's a question I have for you guys. In 2016, if you voted for Trump,
wow.
I think it was deemed that you were kind of like a horrible person, deplorable, racist, yada yada. Do you guys have that same sentiment that you're seeing either in mainstream media or in your personal relationships, where like if you go to a family, like TJ, if you go out with your wife and her friends, do you feel comfortable saying you like Trump, or do you still feel that level of, oh, they're going to think I'm racist if you say that?
So I live in an area that is predominantly Democratic, and we're like so close to Mexico over here. There is a sector or I don't know, I'd say if I had to guess percentage wise, maybe 20-25% of the folks are Republican. But for the most part, they're all Democratic. Most of my wife's family are staunch Democrats, and it's not even so much because of the current policies. It's because affirmative action was such a big deal for my father-in-law. Like he more than likely would not be where he's at today in the business world if it hadn't been for affirmative action back in the 60s or whenever he was going to law school and whatnot. So because of those reasons, you can't change their mind. And I've tried having these conversations, and there's a lot of people in the same mindset. Like I grew up again during a time where if you were lower on the socioeconomic totem pole, you were Democrat, like no questions asked. Republican was like the party of the rich folks, you know, like the rich white folks, if you will, where I grew up, and people were, they just knew that that's just the way that it was. So if you were, you know, making your $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year, you voted Democrat because the government was going to be able to provide programs for you that could keep your head above water, if you will, especially if you had a large family. Because y'all were talking earlier about like a lot of folks coming from Mexico. Well, there's a lot of Roman Catholics in Mexico, and they don't do contraception, so they tend to have a larger amount of kiddos in the household. So the Democratic Party or affirmative action and all of these other, you know, like the welfare systems, all that stuff, they tend to vote in that direction because they need those handouts. Like I grew up, and I'm a Whig cheese baby. Like, dude, don't ever sleep on Wick cheese, bro. I don't. If you've never had Wick cheese, it makes the best fucking nacho cheese sauce. Like, I kid you the fuck not. Dude, like, this cheese, bro. Like, I mean, you know, it'd be kind of insulting for me to go over there and try to get the Wick cheese, but dude, if there was a way that I could go grab it and people not look at me like I'm the world's biggest asshole. You want nacho cheese sauce? Wick cheese is where it's at.
But do you still feel the same sentiment that you can't say you like Trump easily within your friend circle?
I definitely can't do it with my wife's family. It's offensive to them, bro. It is offensive to them, and it's just like, to me, I talked about Kamala the other day. I feel like Kamala's third string quarterback. And it's like, you know, like, let's say it's the Cowboys, Dak got hurt, Cooper Rush got hurt. Now we got fucking Trey Lance or whatever the dude's name is that we got from San Francisco. And he's the guy, he's got the star in the helmet. That's our guy now. She's our gal now. And nobody really liked her or wanted her, but that's what they got to rock with. And they're going to support her the best they can. And I think it's just, there's such a distaste for Donald Trump because, bro, he's not that likable. Like, I mean, I remember working in the oil field and we couldn't believe that Donald Trump had won or lost. This was in 2020. And I was like, well, I kind of think I can, because he kind of like blew off COVID when it was first happening. And then there's people losing loved ones and stuff. And he wasn't very empathetic or sympathetic to any of it. Like, oh, the shit's going to go away. Y'all remember those whole speeches? Like, he didn't really take that shit that seriously. And then shit really started getting out of hand. Hey, let me commission all of these companies to shut down their shit, and we need, what was it, ventilators, respirators, some shit. Like, there was a shortage of something, and to intubate people or whatever. And so it's like, I don't give a shit what you're making this now, executive orders and all this shit. But dude, it was a little too late. People had attended too many funerals. That's why Trump lost in 2020, in my opinion. Whether or not the election's rigged or any of that stuff, I mean, bro, if you're not feeling bad for me, and I just lost my mom, my dad, my cousin, the dog, whatever the case may be, well, fuck you, I ain't voting for you. So he hasn't made himself very likable, in my opinion. And dude, and I was a huge fan. I mean, how many of y'all watched The Apprentice, you know, before he became president? How many of y'all, like, I watched him when he came on Oprah and she would ask him about, if you want to become president, etc. And dude, he came on The View and the girls were all on his nutsack, bro. This was like in 2015, 2016, or maybe 2014 when he went on The View. But then I think the public turned on him because I feel like he's just mean at times for no fucking legit reason. But, you know, I said it on your podcast. Oh, yeah, we're on your channel. Or no, it's Finance Junkies. I don't know what it was. But I said, to me, the main reason that I chose to vote for Donald Trump was because I think that being alive is like the most important thing. And of the two candidates, I think that he's the guy that definitely can keep us out of war, because he's done it for 4 years already.
Right.
And he's going to be taken seriously at those negotiating tables. I think that he can have, you know, Putin's respect, and however you pronounce the guy from China's respect, the fat dude from one of the Koreas. Like, I think they'll take Trump a lot more seriously than they will.
Little Rocket Man.
I'm not so sure they're going to take him seriously. They just probably are nervous because you don't know what this guy will do. Like, the one thing, like, if you ever fought someone who's crazy, I would rather fight someone who's stronger than me, but at least, you know, he's just normal. Like, I could, whatever, I'll take my licks. But if the dude's like biting himself and is like starting to like foam at the mouth, I'm like, nah, bro, I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you. You know.
Doug, do you feel that saying you support Trump is taboo in your areas?
It was. Maybe I'm just older now, and I have the financial wherewithal to be able to say what I really think now. And, you know, previously I didn't.
But like at your job,
yeah,
can you say
oh,
no. But can you say you support Harris at your job?
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay, that was the heart of my question.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
It would be expected that you would support Harris. And okay, that's in the building I work in. If you go out and you work in the field, in the refinery, out in the pipeline, like out there, and you wear your coveralls and you wear your FRCs to work, it's the absolutely other way around. Like, you better not tell anybody that you're supporting Kamala. But when you work in the corporate office building, when you work at where the engineers and the managers and the finance people do, and they have the fancy food court lunchrooms and everything filled with free Celsius, yeah, you better not talk about supporting Trump.
Free Celsius. I'm working for the wrong company.
All right, we got North Carolina. Harris is leading so far by about 30%. Again, only 2% of the vote is in. Virginia, kind of the same. She's up by 15%. And then Ohio, which I think Ohio has decided the last couple elections as well. She's up by 5%.
That used to be a big swing state too, or it used to be a blue state.
Yeah, now it turned red.
Can you guys help me out? What are the 5 or 6 big swing states? There's Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. What else is it? Who else is it?
Okay, so there's
The blue wall.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and
Nevada.
Nevada.
Yeah.
And
So-
did all of them vote for Biden the last go around, or
I thought it was pretty split, wasn't it?
Georgia voted for Biden, which surprised a lot of people.
Well, that was no controversy
Pennsylvania,
around Georgia.
Pennsylvania definitely won. Was won by Biden, but remember he's from Scranton, so that was that. I think he also lost Arizona, if I'm not wrong. I mean, Biden also won Arizona because Arizona is traditionally a Republican state. But the thing is, because Trump said not so nice things about McCain, and McCain was very popular there, he lost Arizona.
I remember that.
Yep.
So
And he didn't walk any of that back either. He did no repair in the last,
Trump doesn't
his
apologize
last
for
4 years on
anything.
that.
He does not apologize for anything.
So 10 minutes from now, that's when the big stuff comes out, right? So we have pretty much the whole Eastern Seaboard shuts down. So we have Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Maryland, D.C., Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Michigan, and Illinois. And so that's pretty much all of it. And Maine, I guess I didn't say.
So really,
this
like,
is when we're going to see some real movements.
yeah, in 35 minutes, we're gonna really see like votes getting called. And if Trump maintains this edge, I mean, Bitcoin, DJT, and Tesla are mooning right now, like actually mooning. So
I would, if you're counting on election action, I'd sell. It's just going to get closer.
I mean,
it's going to get pretty well.
Once the Eastern Seaboard
is done,
and New England comes in, that's going to be a bunch of electoral votes.
Unless he flips New York,
that would be epic,
dude. If he flips New York, like it'd be the craziest thing in the world.
Okay, so this is a question I wanted to ask you guys. Okay, Amit's had all the questions up to now. I have a question, and Amit's the youngest guy, so well, maybe not. I'm not sure how old Matt is, but you guys are relatively young.
Yeah.
There is a seemingly disdain amongst, say, the under 35 crowd, or maybe the under 40 crowd, for the Electoral College. What happens if this time Trump wins the popular and Kamala takes the Electoral College? Because that math is absolutely in play today.
It's a good question.
And what will Twitter do?
Chris, you want to take this one first? Well, what happens if Kamala wins the electoral but not the popular?
I mean, everyone will just back off from saying that we need to just do like a national vote. I mean, look, our election system, whether it's for the states, for the House, for the presidency, it's all balanced out. We constantly have this movement from right to left to, red to blue all the time. I think that shows that we have a balanced system, and there's no reason to change that. The younger generation, because their party may not get into the White House, or they may not get into their House seat or whatever, they feel like, oh, they're being wrong somehow. But it's not the case. A lot of the reasoning behind it was a little bit flawed. Like if you go back to like the articles of not the articles confer, I forgot what the thing was. But basically it was decided the way that it is because you had the southern states that were low population, and then the northern states which had a lot of the population. So you didn't want to have the states and the cities with the most people end up controlling the country everywhere else. So the compromise was made that, hey, you know what, some parts of the electoral system would be based on, population. Another one would just be based on a fixed amount of representation. So for better or for worse, it's seen us through 300 years of greatness. Why change it?
one thing I think people forget about is the food doesn't come from the cities. If you look at what happened to Russia and particularly Ukraine, and you want to know why Ukraine hates Russia so much, it's because Russia had the power and they forced control, state control, central control down onto the farmers in Ukraine, telling them how to do blah, 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 blah. So it was the tyranny of the popular vote from the cities in Russia telling the farmers how to do their jobs, and everybody starved.
One thing, I mean, if you could put this one comment up, Chris is exactly right. There's one last part to it that we really have to discuss. This all the good stuff, and then he said you need fundamental change, and the system prevents it. Well, the thing is, you know, if you look at any modern day dictatorship, they've all come under the power of a uniparty system where once they get in charge, the minority has zero to no ability to make any other changes, right? And once you get into power, you can dismantle every other rights. You also need to have a controlled way that you give minority of the people. I'm not saying minorities by skin color. They're saying minority of the voters to get a little bit ahead. So a lot of people will say like the current system causes a lot of gridlock when it comes to legislation. Well, the gridlock is good. That means that everything has to be negotiated and it has to have a compromise before it goes through. Otherwise, one bad policy could come in and now all of a sudden everything is always going to be that one policy. And to get rid of that policy is going to be difficult. Now, the problem is if one person gets in power or that one party gets in power, they can dismantle everything else. So minority rights and protections have to be a core tenet of the political process, you know. So that's why you have a good system like the Electoral College. So
that's another reason I wouldn't get rid of the Electoral College and just have a popular vote, even though I know people in my generation would do that, because like people in Montana are still human beings, right? And they matter and they deserve to be represented, and that's what the founding fathers thought of as well. So I think if we ever made it a popular vote and more people just moved to California, it's like it's more democratic, you could argue, but it does not have a system of checks and balances, as Chris is saying.
Fortunately, we do not live in a democracy.
Do you guys think that this is going to be as close? Can you share the screen real quick, Amit? This is before Amit's time. Do y'all remember this? Gore versus Bush, for those of y'all.
Okay. So I want to ask you guys about this because you guys lived through this.
Is this shit gonna be a recount and all that stuff? Like, I mean, this was a shit show that I think.
What the hell was it like when they went to the Supreme Court? Like, what was that like just living in America when that was going on?
I remember my best friend and I, we were roommates and we shared an apartment. We were roommates, and then we also shared an office. So when I say we were best friends, I mean we were best friends, and we were both like, I can't go to work today. I don't know who the president is. You know, prior to 2000 and there was a certain regularity among politics. I mean, even Bill Clinton winning the election in 92 and in 96, not having 50% of the vote was still like, you still knew what the rules were and they still applied. In 2000, it was like, oh, the rules, they're completely unpredictable and we're making them up as we go along.
So there was a month of waiting for the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I couldn't imagine. But we were already in a bear market because of the .com crash. So it's not like the markets were. That was November 2000.
Yeah, the crash didn't really start hurting until, oddly enough, it coincided with September 11th.
Yeah.
Because that was like all the airlines got shut down too. Like, you know, transportation ceased for a couple of weeks. And if you think, you know, COVID logistics was tough.
Yeah. Okay, let's get some updates on some states being called and
so we're about 8.5% of the total vote being counted. Florida is at about 81% counted, and Trump is up by 1 million votes right now. At what point do you think that they call that race? It's insane.
Not till they get sampling from the cities, from the big counties.
Okay, let's get some coverage.
Florida has a huge population.
But it looks like they're getting a lot from the cities. It looks like the Panhandle is the one that's really behind. But you're probably right. I mean, they're not going to get all the votes immediately.
I'm just upset that like somehow we've normalized not counting all the votes on election day. How did we let that happen? You know, Michigan's saying they're not going to have all the votes counted till Wednesday. What's wrong?
Let's get some comments from Fox, then we'll keep going.
Deciding state in this race, 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early
That's
to call
a big
winner
margin too in Florida. That
30.
was like,
It's a big boy.
New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris.
I didn't have enough reason to hate Jersey already.
In the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse?
Dude, you got to look at the map. You got to look at the
Rick
map.
Was up 7% today?
With 8% reporting, Texas is currently blue.
Hold on. We do have some breaking news, folks. Kathy Wood has sold... Bringing Kathy back into the
Palantir.
No, well, she sold 211,000 shares of Palantir, but she also sold 210,000 shares of SoFi.
Ooh.
We haven't seen her sell SoFi in a minute. So I think she's low-key liquidating Palantir, dude. She's selling a lot of Palantir. She's selling a decent amount. Kamala's tanking on Robinhood right now. Let me pull that up as well.
So someone in the comment section, like, why is Texas blue? You have to remember the cities, like Austin is very, very like blue.
Houston.
So the thing is, if you look at the cities and if they're the ones that are reporting, it's going to skew significantly. So I would wait until you get a lot more people to vote in, because the rural voters, they're the ones in Texas. They still make up a good portion of the thing. So not just Texas, but a lot of states. So I wouldn't base it too early and be like, oh my God, just call it right away. So yeah.
Yeah, she's tanking on pretty much all the betting markets right now, it seems. But again, you got California coming in, you got New York coming in, so still a long way.
The interesting thing in Texas is going to be the Senate, not really the president. Will Ted Cruz finally be, too much of an a-hole for people to vote for him? And
I hope not. I need him, bro.
Somebody who's a nice guy.
I need him. He's supporting next decade, baby. I need him. Ted Cruz forever, bro. I got a lot.
Ted Cruz is in the Ted Cruz is in the wrong job. He should be. this is going to sound crazy. He should be a Supreme Court justice. He should be in a job where he can say whatever he wants. He can argue whatever he wants on whatever tiny little legal point is important to him because he's brilliant. Like he went to law school with Obama. It was like, column A and column B at the time, right? I mean, that had to be interesting to live in if you were just observing those two go at it. So I think Supreme Court would be an interesting place for him, but Senate.
So
he's not enough of a people person.
Do you think she wins Pennsylvania?
I think so.
If she does, it's over. That's game.
I have a friend in Pennsylvania who's telling me that it's going red, and so I'm believing him, but I don't know.
Amit, do you have a poll going on your channel? I'm curious to see. On my channel, I have a lot less viewers, of course, but I am at 88 votes. 66% are going Trump Vance.
All right, I'll ask, who did you vote for in the chat? And you guys can answer. My audience will probably skew Trump as well, but yeah, I did a poll on Twitter 2 weeks ago. I got 10,000 votes, and it was 80 to 20.
Bro, your audience is people who have money.
Well, that's
gonna skew Trump.
That's something like the polls are kind of pointless for us, but yeah, it's funny what happens when you get money, bro.
I'm secretly a MAGA cult leader,
Except for his dad.
It's like, you ever seen
What do you
him
mean
on live
secretly?
stream?
He's openly a carp cult leader.
Listen. Look, I'm gonna point this out. Every time I've seen these people come out with the tiki torches, I have never seen Amit on a live stream. So I'm not saying that Amit is one of those people. I'm just saying I've never seen those two groups streaming at the same time. So just saying, imagine right now.
They're matching
Amit,
khaki pants.
That's right. That's right.
It is crazy. The older you get, the more you care about keeping your money, and protecting it. And I'm not saying the Republicans are perfect.
Money.
Look,
That's because you have money.
Look, this is what happened this year. Okay. I switched my vote this year. I switched parties. Okay. My wife was leaning on not doing that. She was going to vote the way we voted last time.
Which is Democratic, I imagine.
Which is, you draw your own conclusion. Okay.
Okay. We got it.
I've explained, for people who know me, people who don't, we are small business owners. We own a laundromat. I work in oil and gas. We have some small holdings, right? And I explained to her that the Trump tax cuts would likely expire. And then I showed her the tax bracket that we were in. I just showed her how it worked and said, okay, so you see this, and then look at the tax cuts that are going to expire, because there's zero chance that Kamala Harris lets those live as long as they're branded Trump tax cuts.
100%.
So those are off the table. So take whatever we're paying in taxes and add 10% to it. And then she said, oh, now I see.
I'll never forget when that hit my paycheck. When that hit my paycheck, bro, I was just like, hell yeah, baby. Johnny 2016. That shit was woof. Yeah,
Did she? So she didn't.
It was noticeable. No,
she didn't end up switching though. Doug, your wife.
She actually told me today she didn't vote. Maybe she did, and she didn't tell me, because we did get those postcards in the mail that said you can secretly vote for whoever you want to. You don't have to vote how your husband does, and you don't have to tell him you voted for someone else.
But what's really interesting is so that was the biggest issue on your mind, is these taxes. That's what you voted for, essentially.
Well, that and the anti-woke stuff.
And the anti-woke stuff. Okay. Got it. I wonder how many people actually care about taxes, the economy, business going into this election. How many people really care about that? Because we care about it in the finance community, but a lot of people care about abortion.
When Chris Patel has to sell all those calls he has on the cruise lines, he's going to care about the tax.
No.
I hope your Kamala.
For me, it's foreign policy. For me, it's foreign policy. I'm anti-Kamala for that one specific reason. I think Donald Trump, for all the negative things that you could say about him not getting into war for 4 years is a big thing for me. Being that I was a former veteran, I mean, we're not former veteran. I'm a veteran.
Yeah, former.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service too, by the way. Veterans Day on Monday for everybody too.
I'd say one of the things that it's a little bit hard for me to say this, but when I first went in, I really thought like, oh yeah, we're gonna make a difference. Everything that I'm doing is not gonna be in vain or a sacrifice. All the sacrifices that you're making, like you're actually doing something to make the world a better place. And the more and more like I've gotten older, I realized all the shit that we did was pointless. I mean, Iraqis hate us now. The Shias via Iran pretty much control Iraq now. Afghanistan is back in the hands of the Taliban, and I'm like really, what the hell what was all of this for? And when you start to get older, you realize like, did I just go fight a war because Dick Cheney wanted to get rich? And I would never have believed that in 2008, 2009, even up to 2012, 2015. I didn't believe it. I was like, there's no way people wouldn't do that. And some of the things like that Trump spoke about really resonated with me with that whole thing with Mark Milley. Remember, he's like, oh, it's cheaper, sir, to just leave the equipment over there. Bro, you're telling me we're leaving freaking like expensive ass military hardware in Afghanistan with the Taliban, who are going to oppress their people with that equipment. You're going to leave it there because it's quote unquote cheaper? No, it's not cheaper. Just put some gas in it, bring it back, or freaking destroy it. And the purpose of that is because this way we have to buy new shit now. So who gets all the new shit, new contracts? Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, Raytheon. So we got to buy all this shit again? No, Palantir software. There's a whole different thing. But I'm saying all these people, all this hardware that we just left over there. Like, like the Afghanistan's army is like loaded to the brims with advanced American equipment right now. Like, it's crazy, So
I have a question because this was a big piece over the past week about the Liz Cheney comments that he made. I'm curious to hear what everyone had to think about that, because most people were like, he said he was going to shoot Liz Cheney in the face and this, that, and the other. And I'm curious to hear what the room has to say about that.
I'll start this. That was propaganda, bro. That was pure propaganda on the media side. Propaganda. And it's fucking sickening to see that.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well.
It's sick. It's sick. Every single liberal that I know, every person, we say this shit. Even like me and my friends will say this. Like, you know what? Put some guns in the hands of these politicians and tell them to go fucking fight a war. See how they feel about it. Maybe they'll think twice.
But that's literally what he said.
That since Vietnam.
Yes, and that's literally what he said. He's like, basically he said, hey, what if she had to go fight in these wars? And this is where, as I get older, I'm like, dude, I cannot fucking trust the media, because the way they painted it, like I was listening to CNN the other day, and I was just trying to get their perspective, and they quite literally, explicitly were saying he said that she should get shot, and I'm like,
it's the very fine people thing all over again and again and again and again, right?
Yeah, and it makes you realize you need alternative forms of media, which goes to my next question. TJ, let's start with you on this. Trump's done every podcast. Harris has done CNN and 60 Minutes. Do you think she had the right strategy media-wise, or Trump had the better strategy?
I think that Trump had the better strategy, because those podcasts are the new mainstream, right? In my opinion. If you look at like whenever like Fox News or even CNBC and stuff goes live, do they get peanuts compared to some popular channels on YouTube from just everyday Joes? And I think that's why you don't want to look at like harken it back to the financial, because this is a financial network at the end of the day. Vlad's playing the game, right? Going on different podcasts and stuff because he sees that trend, and somebody like Anthony Noto is not playing that game, and
by the way, I have no idea why Noto is not playing that game. It's very confusing.
He's just whatever. Did the right people aren't in his ear, or he should at least have people in SoFi playing that game, because that's the game, dude. That's the new game. So anyway, I think that there's two reasons. One, it's not even about strategy. It's about the candidate, bro. I don't think that she's that quick on her feet. I think that everything that she does is scripted. I think she's a puppet. She wasn't supposed to be here. Let's keep that in mind. Sleepy Joe was supposed to be able to go to the finish line, wasn't able to. So they threw her ass in, and they're like, hey, we'll help you out and we'll protect you, control the narrative as best we can, put earpieces and shit, allegedly, you know what I mean, to help her out. Whereas Trump's real witty, real quick, and I think he thrives on that kind of stuff, dude. Like I think he's playing to his strengths doing that and showing that he's willing to do all the dirty work, roll up his sleeves, so to speak, be a man of the people. And I just don't think that Kamala knows how to do that. So why are you going to put her in a situation to where she's not going to fare very well when she's the third string quarterback role that got thrown in due to injury. And now it's like you're asking her to go in the fucking Super Bowl.
But isn't that wild?
Once or twice in the NFL, and this could be the time that it happens for the presidency, which is, arguably the most important job in the world.
Isn't that wild that Joe Rogan said, "Hey, come do the podcast"?
But she wanted to have all of these things in place to help her out.
But that's confusing. How can you want to be president, but you can't sit for 3 hours with one of the nicest guys on the planet?
Yeah.
That was pretty shocking to me that she rejected to sit for 3 hours. And I think it goes to your point. Maybe she doesn't know how to talk for 3 hours.
No.
I think she couldn't win. She couldn't get through a primary. She couldn't go through the things it took to get through a primary before. She didn't have to do it this time. She didn't go through the fire and the flames that a primary candidate has to do. Right.
I think one thing is, the team, like the Harris team, probably said the smartest thing to do would be avoid it, because unlike some of the other quote unquote podcasts, Joe Rogan wouldn't have held back. He would have actually asked some freaking right questions. And at that time, she couldn't just back away, because then everyone would have been like, oh my God, she's really an idiot. So that's the thing. I think on her feet, she's horrible. With Trump, you put him in there are people who do a really good job in the pocket, and then there's people that do a good job, like, once they get some time. Maybe Kamala is of the latter, right? Where when you put her in the pocket and have to make a decision on something to say, she collapses. And so the idea was probably, let's not put her out there, because if she collapses, especially publicly, Joe Rogan is not going to hold back. He's going to dig in deeper. And then literally she's going to look really bad. So instead, they just said, let's avoid it. So if they couldn't craft the narrative, they couldn't craft the questions, they just avoided it.
That's honestly one of the biggest things that, I could handle if they didn't run Biden because they thought he was, not necessarily fit and he wanted to retire and end his presidency on a high note, if you want to call it that. And they actually had a primary where they had people actually vote as to who they wanted, and she won that. But the thing that I had the biggest problem with is they basically had a coup. They collaborated with Obama, with Nancy Pelosi, whoever else is leading the Democratic Party as the shadow government over there. And when you talk about the enemies within, like with what Donald Trump talks about the enemies within, that's what he's talking about. Like, they basically said, nope, we're just going to let this go through so that way we can just organize who exactly we want as the candidate. And that's exactly what they did. So to me, if we lose, that bothers me a little bit, just because it wasn't somebody that was actually elected. It was somebody that was selected. And that by people like, oh, well, I've gotten in multiple discussions about this on X where people are like, yeah, but the superdelegates selected her. And I'm like, there's a difference between superdelegates selecting her and actually going through the Iowa caucus, all these caucuses across the entire nation where you have the opportunity to select. And the thing that makes me most excited, they give us crap about how Donald didn't have to actually debate anybody in the Republican debates. He didn't show up. But guess who still went and won all those single primaries? And it was Donald Trump. So I'm okay putting my name next to Donald Trump because he's actually won a primary. And if, say, God forbid, something were to have happened to him over the past 2 months, 3 months, I would have been okay if we went back out and said, the top three folks that won the primary, let's have an emergency primary again and figure out who it is. Because obviously a lot of people voted for Trump in those primaries. They would have potentially voted for somebody else. So I would have been okay, with that opportunity to do a secondary primary or whatever, rather than do exactly what they did, a coup. It's basically a coup. And that bothers me as somebody that truly loves the American democracy that we've had. And people are like, but it's not a law, but it's not a law. But it's been something that's been established and traditionalized in some way, shape, or form. It might not have been called a caucus. It might not have been called, the National Convention. But in some way, shape, or form, since the early 1800s, that's the way it's been done.
Chris, real quick. I got to share this real quick, dude. This video just came out of Harris taking a phone call. Take a look at what happens during this video. Look at the phone. Pay attention to the phone.
Give me a second.
You did. Thank you.
And it's on a camera.
I mean, it
Dude.
could have just touched her cheek, dude.
I mean,
That's so
maybe.
stupid.
That ain't how that
That's
works,
so
Chris.
stupid.
I mean,
No. That's so
All right.
stupid. No, I'm not gonna go back. One thing we need to do, because this is gonna be a long night,
It's
is take
totally on
some-
brand for her, though.
take
It is
some
on brand.
funny, take some breaks to do some funny
So
stuff.
one
To really
thing-
show
one
you guys
thing I'd
something
like to
really
share,
fun.
if I could,
Yeah.
guys, because I don't know who's going to win the presidency.
Hold on, TJ. Chris was just finishing up. What were you
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. Let me just show something funny as a break. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Okay, so this is what the elections
should
would
be
look
good.
like if they were in India. Okay, so first we're gonna no, hold on. There's a Kamala Harris. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, with Obama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. If this was India, this would be Elon Musk and Trump eating and Melania eating in the banana.
What is
leaf
that? Cabbage?
thing.
What are they eating out of? I don't
No,
know.
it's in India. What they do is they
A
press
bowl?
banana leaves as
Okay.
bowls, and so they use that, right? Then you got Auntie Kamala stirring up some I don't know, some curry stuff.
Dude, when's the last time Kamala's been to India, bro?
I don't know. I don't think she's ever been there.
Probably
Trump with his Indian outfit, you know. Let's
Dude,
see.
they love
Kamala.
Trump in India, bro.
Show
They
me
fucking
Tim
love it.
Walls.
Yeah,
I don't know if
Kamala
anyone
looks
got him
pretty
there.
hot over there in that field, though.
That's Kamala with a sari. I've never seen Kamala with a sari either.
Ever,
Like,
bro.
Come on,
ever.
bro. Where's
I've never
sari?
seen her talk about India and Indian heritage ever.
Yeah.
Ever talk about it. And maybe it's not her fault. Maybe she doesn't embrace that part of her culture. But then,
Yeah.
So what exactly is her background? Because that Candace Owen lady is always roasting her about her background. What
she's-
is it?
she had a black.
She's Indian. She's black. On a
She had
Saturday,
she had a
she's
black
rock-
father and she had a black father and an Indian mother. So she is both. She just doesn't. She's a chameleon in embracing which side she wants to embrace. And more often than not, she embraces the
She's
black.
got a black mom. Is that what you said? Or
No,
what
black
is it?
father. Black father.
And then the mom is what?
Indian. From my understanding. That's from my understanding.
So for our Indian brethren on the channel, how did you guys feel about having like a serious presidential candidate? And I say serious because Kamala was not in the race at the time.
Right.
But Vivek Ramaswamy made a lot of waves.
I like Vivek. I like that.
I like Vivek, but let me tell you something. I'm not sure about this, but maybe like the older Indian generation are more like, oh my God, if it's an Indian person, I'm gonna vote for them. We're a lot more objective. Like I could care less if it's an Indian person.
I don't give a
I'm
fuck
not
if he's
gonna
Indian,
Yeah, I'm not voting for you just because like you share my skin tone. And I know most people in my age group and generation, just because they're Indian means nothing to us. If your policies are good, we'll vote for you. If they're not good, we won't vote for you. We literally do not identify ourselves based on our race when it comes to politics. We are beyond that. And not to mention, like, if you think about it, Indians in general, we're actually very divided. Like in India, like Gujaratis, like Punjabis, like the people in the South, all of us are very, very different. So there's no like uniparty system for us either. So I would say Indian people, we don't have this thing where just because I'm Indian, I'm voting for another Indian. Like, nah, we're not like that.
Okay, so Florida just voted against recreational marijuana legalization, and Trump is up 87-13 in Georgia on Kalshi, showing that maybe Georgia is going to go to him. We got a new guest backstage. Let's bring him onto the show as well. Been a while since he's been on. He's actually in a swing state. Mr. Davis. What's up, Davis?
Oh,
Hey guys, how's it been?
It's been good, man. How are you?
Good. Just got off work. I got bullied by my coworkers and some patients for my political views, but it's all right.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So you are in the great state of
Nevada. You have to say it right. It's not Nevada. I hate when you say that.
I say Nevada. I do say Nevada. You're right.
I'll be there next weekend.
Nice.
So tell us a little bit about what you think the current state of Nevada is in terms of left or right, in terms of the conversations you've had, and do you still feel scared to talk about politics in the state as a Trump supporter?
I don't know. We are as purple gets here. I know that I had a couple friends. I was able to convince them to switch red this cycle. And I know that a lot of people are still still caught up. I think honestly, the major issue in this state, from what I've been hearing, especially at work, is just abortion. Like, that's really what it comes down to. And I feel like it comes down to that in almost every swing state. But in terms of being afraid to speak it, I don't know. You just got to read the room. Like at work today, I didn't even say who I was voting for, but my preceptor comes up to me, was like, I just don't want that orange man. I'm so tired of seeing him on the news, right? And I just looked at her. I was like, oh, you don't like him? She's like, oh, I can't believe you're actually supporting him. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I had a patient today. She's like, did you vote? I said, yes. And she's like, I hope you voted the same color as your scrubs. I'm like, and it's just like, I just can't escape it, even if I don't say anything. So I think it's still a heated topic to say that you're a Trump supporter here.
Why am I not surprised that Nevadans are worried about abortion, especially because it's that one city where probably the most abortions happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true.
It's like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, probably because you had an abortion in Vegas, you know?
Wait, is abortion legal currently in Vegas?
Yeah, it's actually on the ballot too.
Wait, like as in a statewide ban is on the ballot for
I don't remember what the question was exactly, but I think it was something like, should we allow abortions in Nevada? I could look it up, but that was basically the premise of the question.
Do you think that could swing to Harris just based on that issue alone?
I don't know. I think we're actually flipping red. Our hatred for Californians is so strong. And also, we kicked out our governor during their election. So we used to have a Democratic governor, and then we got Sisolak. But we did lose the Senate. So
bro, everyone hates Californians, man.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
so wild.
But a lot of Californians are going to Nevada for the taxes too, right?
Yeah, we have no state income tax here.
Oh boy! All right, so
it's actually pretty funny. There's a couple statements you'll see some people hold up banners like "Don't California my Texas," and everyone's like, "What does that even mean?" It's just like, think about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is so hard to think about?
Keep Austin weird, y'all, but the rest of the state stays normal.
Yes.
All right, let's get an update, Davis. You can stay with us the whole night or leave whenever you want to, but feel free to stay and contribute as long as you want. All right, here's some updates on races that we got going on.
Party. Let's start with the Sunshine State of Florida. There, incumbent Senator Rick Scott, the Republican, will defeat Democratic former Congresswoman Debbie Merkersell-Powell. Scott winning a second term in the Sunshine State. Meantime, in Tennessee, the first all-female Senate race in the volunteer state's history, incumbent Republican Marsha Blackburn will win her second term, defeating Gloria Johnson, a state lawmaker. Meantime, in Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks, he will defeat Democrat Valerie McRae, a clinical psychologist. This is for the open seat left by retiring Senator Mike Braun, who's now running for governor. Let's show you some Democratic polls beginning in the Northeast with the state of Massachusetts. There you have incumbent Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren seeking her third term in office. The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate.
Why does Massachusetts keep voting for this woman?
I hate her so much.
Why does this keep happening?
She's Native American.
Oh my goodness, dude.
The Northeast, another projection to bring you for Democrats in the state of Connecticut. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will win his third full term in office as he defeats Matthew Corey, a bar owner / teamster who's run for statewide office now 5 times. The 5th time, not the charm for him. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut. Meantime, a projection to bring you from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his 4th term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican member of the state House. And now in Vermont, the longest serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the 1 pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2. Now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming into CNN, beginning with the state of Texas. This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still
No!
early. But right
Next
now,
decade,
Democratic
no!
Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about a 31,000 vote lead over Republican incumbent Ted Cruz, who's seeking his third term in office. Of course, Democrats love to see this, but it is still early, and this could present one of the few opportunities for Democrats to pick up a Republican seat. We just got an update now. His lead up to 14,000 votes with 18% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here, incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, seeking his fourth term in office. He's currently leading against the CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, former CEO, I should say, Dave McCormick. Casey right now with a 223,000 vote lead. Still very early, though, 6% of the vote in. And it just updated a 222,000 vote lead now for Casey with 6% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. An update for you. One of the closest races we are expecting tonight coming from Michigan. There, Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 60,000 votes ahead of former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. This is for the open seat left by retiring Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow, 3% of the vote in the Wolverine state of Michigan. So, looking at the balance of power for the U.S. Senate, these are the raw numbers. Democrats hold 32 seats, Republicans 42 with that one important pickup in West Virginia, but 26 seats remain up for grabs. It's an open contest right now in the U.S. Senate. You need 51 seats to control that chamber, Jake. All right.
Markets are looking like they think Trump's going to win, folks. That is what it's looking like right now. Chris, you're muted.
Let's look at that 10-year real quick. Ooh, 10-year spiked.
Yeah.
Look at that. Markets are thinking, ooh, there we go. It's
So, Chris, how bad is it for the 10-year to spike like to 4.5, 4.6? Is that big of a deal to you?
It's not that big of a deal, like especially like right now, but I don't know. Let the night go on. We'll see. If it starts to go into the double digits, then it's something to worry about. But right now, 7 like intraday is not, yeah. But once again, this for everyone here on the stream, you're gonna get some good. I wouldn't say call it advice, but you're gonna get some good analysis. If we do find out that Trump is gonna win, you definitely don't want to be in bonds. And if you find out that Kamala is gonna win, you definitely want to you definitely want to be in bonds like treasuries, long-term treasuries, because they'll come down a lot. So that's the trade that I'm probably going to take on tomorrow once I know it's a little bit more clear. Because I mean, that's not going to be declared right away, so we'll see.
It looks like Donnie's pulling away a good bit here in Georgia, 52% reporting, and he's up 55% to 44%. And this was run some quick numbers. So 17.3 million so far for Trump, 14.7 for Kamala. So 32 million votes currently counted. That's about 19% of the total vote for the U.S. So curious to see how it continues to develop.
He's winning Ohio too, according to CNN.
Is he? Yeah, he is. But it's very small margin, but he is. You know, he's winning North Carolina. It's like by 30 votes. He's winning West Virginia again by like 100,000. Missouri, he'll probably end up winning. He's up by 10%.
Virginia's normally blue, yeah?
Yeah. Well, it used to be purple. Now it leans more blue. It has a lot more of the federal workforce that live in Virginia. Virginia and Maryland are primarily where the federal workforces are. And if you think about it, Trump is very like, well, technically because of Elon Musk about cutting spending. If you cut spending, that means that those areas are going to take the biggest hits, So probably
they do have Republican governor, though.
I was about
Yeah,
to
they
ask,
do have
like, how did that
Republican
flip?
governor,
Do you guys know what happened to their governor?
Yeah, because the other guy was an idiot, right? No, I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Hey, Mitch, share the screen real quickly. I don't know who's winning, but I'm winning with this election right now. So that's the only number that matters. That's my electoral college right there. You're 270 votes. This one right here is winning.
So yeah, you're up on your Bitcoin.
Yeah, so these I did this crazy. Well, I mean, y'all say crazy, but I actually do a lot of research that I talk about on my channel because I ain't a fucking librarian. But dude, I went heavy on Riot because just the writing was on the walls for me, and I saw that they were trying to pivot potentially to HPC AI and whatnot. So that's like the hot thing for the miners. And so I did 1,000 cash secured puts at 850 expiring on Friday and picked up 26,500 for like an 8-day trade. And this one's going to wake up at probably like 70-75% tomorrow.
If Trump wins.
Yeah, but even if it doesn't, I mean, it's at 10 and I've got it at 850, still going to collect that data regardless of which one of these clowns wins.
Yeah, that's
so I'll probably still be at like 40-50% profit. And then if it tanks, I'll manage it accordingly. And I was willing to take that risk because I don't think that Kamala or Trump is going to stop this company from mining Bitcoin.
So question there for you, Doug. You're big into Bitcoin. Do you think the election determines the actual value of Bitcoin a year from now?
I don't think so. We do know that the last Trump election saw a really nice run up in Bitcoin, but I don't think it had anything to do with him because he couldn't have told you what the letters BTC meant at the time. From a policy perspective, there weren't any guardrails either. And for those of you who need a little context, Bitcoin was like $300 at the time. So just consider how many multiples it's added since then, right?
We have our first flip of the night, by the way. West Virginia was under Senator Manchin. I mean, this is not that big of a surprise, but Jim Justice looks like he's going to be taking the seat for the Republicans. So that means that that's one seat now that the Republicans have that the Democrats had before. So that technically is a flip. So
that
West
has
Virginia
the least. That has the least effect on the Senate of anything because Manchin was basically a Republican to begin with. That's probably why he lost because the Democrats are like, screw you, man. You're not getting any funding from the DCCC.
Yeah, but the point of this is that now with Manchin out, if the Republicans can flip a few more things, they'll be able to retain the Senate. The Senate winning is very important because if the Democrats win the presidency in the House, that means that, if you get a supermajority of Democrats, then that's something to consider. So the Senate going Republican kind of counterbalances everything. But yeah, right now, some of the people said that the majority in the Senate would actually stay Democrat. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So.
Okay, I have to go pee real quick, so I'll be right back. But Matt, you're smart.
No moderator.
Yeah, Matt, say something smart, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
I'm the least intelligent person here.
We know that's not true. Come on.
Nah.
So, one of the things that you guys we're all looking at right now, what are some of the trades that you guys are putting on based on this election? Like, what do you guys think? Is there anything you're going to change in terms of trading strategy depending on who gets elected or which party gets into the Senate and the House?
I definitely would be more conservative with SoFi and Riot going forward if Harris wins because who knows what could happen with this whole student loan thing. And it doesn't really affect SoFi that much, but it's the narrative that's going to get pumped out. And so I would probably not go super heavy on those the way that I have been as far as like new cash puts. I'm not talking about shaving the position itself, but like having more cash collateral tied up there. Regardless of who wins, I'm determined to start a Boeing position. I think that they're going to be able to write that plane, if you will.
New CEO.
But it's probably going to take 2 or 3 years. It's another Intel situation where I looked way down the road and I'm like, okay, is the company going to go out of business? No. So we at least have that on our side. And then can they write the ship and can I get a decent entry point so that I can manufacture the win? So I'm looking for some turnaround trades. I think that Boeing could maybe really get it together by like 2026, 2027, hopefully. And I could build a substantial position there. And they were one of the darlings of Wall Street, dude, before COVID, so I'm hoping that they could do that again one day. Other than that, the only other thing, and I would definitely take a step back to Mad Money on this because he's still in the oil field. I used to be in the oil field for 8 years, but I do think that there's an oil play here soon. I just don't know exactly what.
I'll give you a couple of turnarounds that are key, that are worth looking at. Number one is Disney. You may not, agree with it, but Disney is making some positive changes and their operating metrics are getting better. and the other one is Starbucks. Starbucks, I like the new CEO's idea to kind of like go back to a more simplistic model where they actually had it before that made them successful, and also like how they want to actually reinvent themselves and go back to their more traditional strengths again, which is people sitting down and having a cup of coffee and not just turn into this mobile order pickup thing that, you know, that they've had for a while. So I'd say those two are worth looking at as turnaround plays. But once again, you have to keep a real close eye on it because those turnaround plays can take a lot of years to get to before they completely flip over. But yeah, both of those, in my opinion, are value plays. So you're right.
What do you think about Nike? Because did I stay away? Because I feel like they legit have competition now. Do like this on what's it called, on cloud, and the
Hokas.
People love that shit, dude. Like they love those shoes, and and I know Nike's a lot more than just tennis shoes, but I'm just saying there's a lot of other brands that people are really trying to put on their feet these days.
Well, Nike gave up their store space. They went with the strategy of everything, very heavily digital, and then so the stores actually needed product to put on the store shelves, and so that's where Hoka and OnCloud came from, and they have just gone nuclear, and Nike has really suffered.
All right, let's get some updates for the states. Chad, my bathroom experience was fine. It was thank you for asking.
After we get the update, I do want to respond to TJ's oil because I do have a thesis on that.
Okay, cool.
At the electoral map count now, Donald Trump in the lead with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Let's take a look at where there are states that have not been projected yet. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has 71.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 27.8% of the vote. Harris with a 238,000 plus vote lead, but it's early. Only 8% of the estimated vote has been in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris has 57.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.5% of the vote. Harris with a 50,000 plus vote lead. That's with 6% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Harris in the lead there. 49.8% of the vote, but Donald Trump bringing up the rear, 48.9% of the vote. Harris has right now a approximately 7,200 vote lead. That's with 14% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris bringing up the rear with 44% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 322,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half of the vote counted in Georgia. 53% of the estimated vote in Georgia counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead with 50% of the vote. Donald Trump with 48.2% of the vote. Harris with a 30,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 39% of the estimated vote in from Virginia counted. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.3% of the vote. Harris with a 13,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 18% of the estimated vote out of New Hampshire counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 41% of the estimated vote in from Ohio. And now we can make a projection in a closely watched race for governor. CNN can project that Democrat Josh Stein will be elected governor of North Carolina. Stein is the current attorney general. We are projecting that he will defeat his Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who had Donald Trump's endorsement. Robinson's history of controversy became a major issue in the race, including recently uncovered, shall we call them, inflammatory posts on a porn website from more than a decade ago. Again, CNN projects the Democrats will hold on to the governor's office in North Carolina with Attorney General Josh Stein replacing the term-limited Governor Roy Cooper. John?
And Jake, one of the big questions in North Carolina, as you know, is Democrats were somewhat hopeful that maybe
that New Hampshire race is closer than I thought it would be.
744.
Yeah, Trump is winning a decent amount right now, but the East Coast really hasn't reported yet. So
I'm just going by the number of votes cast. Like he's getting
a lot.
I don't think he's going to win the state, but he's going to make it closer than it normally is.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got to run. We've got to go to a political dinner of all things, of course.
Have fun with that, bro.
Anyway, are y'all going to be on all night or no? I'll be back in like an hour and a half.
Yeah, we'll be on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, all I can say
Amit
is
told we were staying on until we knew who the president was.
go Bitcoin.
Yes, go Bitcoin.
The only thing I know is
Maddie needs another beach house.
40. We won't be alive. That's the
See ya,
rumor.
TJ. Appreciate it.
How many viewers are on with us right now, Amit?
Much love.
1,100. See ya, TJ.
1,100. Nice.
That's not bad considering you're going up against.
Yeah, PBD
All
has
the-
like
all the
200,000.
Dude,
all the
PBD has
news.
200,000. We got 1,100. They're rocking with us, and it is what it is. It's a tight knit.
You're going up against all the news organizations. You're going up against the Free Press. You're going up, which have a fantastic lineup. You're going up against All In podcast.
Are they live right now?
Like,
All in?
Yeah, yeah.
No, they're going to
doing
be live
a
at 10 p.m.
stream
They're not
tonight.
live yet. They're
Oh.
not live yet.
Okay.
But they're going to have thousands of people with them for sure. Yeah, appreciate everybody being here. Any questions in the chat? Stock related, politically related? Put it in the chat, and we'll try to get.
While
to
Garcia Capital had the best tweet.
What
Garcia
did he say?
Capital had the best tweet.
what did he?
I'm gonna share my screen. Hang on.
What did Garcia say? What did Garcia cook up for us? Garcia, you know your memes get shared around the entire community. Like everyone shares your content everywhere. Look at that. Wow. Look at
That is called a
Chris's
landslide.
face looking at this, baby. Chris, it is 4-1 on this show. I'm sorry. It is 4-1.
Hey, Chris, you can rest well knowing that you have been hammering, valuation as a metric that matters. So much so that I put on covered calls and bought puts to the extent that I lost $40,000 on my Palantir position today. So
Nice.
So Chris made you lose 40 grand is what you're trying to say.
No, Chris did not make me lose a single nickel. I did that myself.
Mm-hmm. That's
But Chris
right.
was convincing enough to get you to do those covered calls and puts. So
And you know what? On a long enough timeline, Chris is gonna make a whole bunch of money using that strategy and that thought
okay,
process.
if we can't talk about Palantir for like 5 minutes, then we'll get back to the election. It's worth more than Boeing and half of Salesforce. What is your reaction to that, Doug?
I actually was on a very long WhatsApp thread earlier today about this. I have come to the determination that Palantir is a one of one. So any tool you have come up with to determine the value, and money is, you have to take a step back. Money is a tool we use to compare the value of different things. We compare your time versus the cost of bread. I can't trade you time for bread, but I can give you money and you can buy money and you can buy bread with that money, right? So when you have a one of one, which I believe Palantir is now, and I'll do that in a second. When you have a one of one, money is, and its relative value versus everything else is not an appropriate tool to use to figure out what it's worth. I believe Palantir is a one of one because it bestows not just money and in the traditional sense and capital and everything else we like in the markets. Palantir gives you decision-making power. And because it grants power, it has no peer. And that's
David?
why it's a one of one, because nobody else gives you power. They just give you money.
Davis, you've been in Palantir for a long time. Your mom has a bunch of Palantir. What are your thoughts on the valuation?
I'm tired of being in the 50s. I'm ready for 60s.
You're so ungrateful, bro. This guy is the most ungrateful shareholder on the fucking planet, bro.
No, when I saw you, I wasn't sure if that was a live or a tweet. When I read that it was worth more than Boeing and Starbucks, I'm just like, but they're like consumer businesses, especially Starbucks, right? It's just like, it's kind of wild to think that they're worth more than Starbucks and Nike, Boeing, and I'm just like, everything's telling me to sell, but I'm not going to. I'm just gonna continue to sell super conservative calls.
I'm not paying attention. Fucking degenerate. I don't care. I'm not paying attention.
You know what's funny though? Just like shout out to Matt. He's the one that taught me about covered calls and Delta, and because of him, like Palantir is like a 3% dividend.
Yeah, you do very conservative covered calls, so it works well.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get back to election then. Let's see the update on the AP map. So Trump's at 101, Harris is at 71. So she's winning. She's picking up. She's leading in Pennsylvania right now by a lot. It's early, but she's winning by 30% in Pennsylvania. Michigan, she's up by 18%, so that's also a lot. Illinois, she's won. Vermont, she's won. Delaware, she's won. New Jersey, my home state, 762 to 617 for Harris. And then Ohio, Trump is still winning by a decent amount, but still a little too early to call on Ohio. And Texas is back to going Trump.
Hey, Amit, show my screen. It's a little deeper on Pennsylvania. Yeah. So if we take a look there, we can see that Philly and Pittsburgh have been counted. What we don't have is the middle of the state, and that middle of the state, that is Trump territory. So so they've already banked Erie, Pittsburgh, and Philly. So so Kamala's gonna have a lead because they've already got those counties.
Kamala has
Kalshi.
Kalshi is 30% for Kamala right now, 70% for Trump. It is a bloodbath on Kalshi right now.
Are you buying? Are you buying at these levels, Chris?
I don't got any.
You get a deal. You get a discount.
I wish I had waited. I didn't think that the disparity would be this big on election night, but here we are, right? So, no.
What are the rules on Kalshi? Is it paying out today, or is it like Robinhood where it's wait until January 6th or whatever?
I don't know. I don't know.
Confirmation
I have no clue.
I think it's wait.
70-30. Wow.
Wait, so here's the question, Chris. Why do you think it's this skewed? Just because of like Florida? Like he hasn't won anything big.
No, it's because it's live. That's why. Live people reacting like I don't think the people that are on Kalshi are the most sophisticated people, and I'm on there. So just to let y'all know, it's a bunch of degenerate gamblers who like they see the map going red. They're like, buy more. I think that's what's happening, but we'll see. Yeah.
That's fair. That is probably what's happening. All right.
So my view on oil. So I wanted TJ to hear it. So hopefully he might be able to listen in later. But so and Doug, you're in the industry as well. So if I say anything and you have a conflicting view or anything like that, feel free to chime in. It's this is my thought, right? So to give everyone the lay of the land. We make over 100 million barrels of oil a day, and the demand is pretty significant up there as well. So I think the demand's about 102-ish, and we produce about 103. And with that 103, so meaning the supply is higher than demand, which is why oil prices have gone down by 40% or more over the past few months, past few years since 2022. But the reason why oil, in my opinion, is still challenged here, and then I want to get into what can happen under the Harris administration, what can happen under the Trump administration, because I don't necessarily know, but I have some inklings. We're sitting at about 3 to 5 million, depending on who you ask, million barrels a day of excess production that has been curtailed in the Middle East. So OPEC basically is saying we're going to choke back and have people hit quotas. That basically means that they're not flooding the market. Otherwise, you'd be seeing oil prices in the $40 to $50 range, right? You wouldn't have anywhere to store it because there'd be so much. So what am I actually thinking here? Well, OPEC has been choking back, Guyana, the United States, Canada, and Argentina, and several other countries have been able to take more market share away from there. What we are starting to see is some of those things top out. The United States has topped out about 13.5 million barrels a day, the largest oil producer in the world. Guyana is still on a very large trajectory. Brazil is doing well as well. I forgot to mention that. They're making about 4 to 4.5 million barrels a day offshore, so they're continuing to do pretty well. What do I think is actually going to happen here? Well, if Trump gets in and he actually meets his promises of reducing the amount of warfare that's going on in Ukraine and the Middle East, that immediately will lessen the demand for oil and gas products because you'll have less war going on. Generally speaking, less war, less demand for oil and gas products. But as well as the fact is maybe the thought is if you end some sort of Ukraine war, and you end some sort of war in the Middle East, you won't have that fear that we've been seeing over the past several months of Israel attacking Iran's oil depots or oil infrastructure. You'll see 3 to 5% spikes, and it'll slowly come down, 3 to 5% spikes. But then also you'll have potentially over the year, maybe 2 years from now, if the Ukraine war ceases and we come to an agreement, maybe some lifting of sanctions on Russia. And with that, you'll be able to get back some of the supply chain that was previously directly going to India and China. So there's that piece. So in my opinion, oil prices would only go down due to the fact that you'd have less demand, you'd still have the same amount of supply, and you'd have the ability for less attacks potentially on infrastructure, one in Iran, and then two, sanctions potentially being lifted in Russia. That's my thought process with Trump. Now, if you look at the Harris administration, generally speaking, she's against fracking, even though she says she's not. There's a lot of other things that she can play games with respect to federal lease agreements, that federal land lease agreements that she's blocked, and the Biden administration has blocked in the Gulf of Mexico. They had to take it all the way to the Supreme Court just to get some damn leases that they already had a lease sale agreement on. So people basically put up hundreds of millions of dollars worth of bids to be able to get these leases. And it took, I think, over 12 months to go all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, yes, you had the lease sale. They won the leases, give them the leases. So things like that just slows down. If you have another 4 more years of some sort of Harris administration, or potentially up to 8 more years, if you think about it, of a Harris administration, that's only going to be detrimental from an oil production standpoint. So what does that mean? It means likely to have continued wars going on in Ukraine and also the Middle East. So you'll have continued issues going on with that piece, which we continue to see the volatility of the oil price go up and down when that happens. And then secondly, the United States will become, or at least have a stalemate in its, 1, natural gas production, 2, oil production, if you have less federal leases to be able to produce from. That's all I've really gotten. So in the long term, in terms of for my job stability, I'd actually prefer a Harris win, because I think that would be beneficial for the oil price. But at the same time, I think that there's way more cost benefit associated with a Trump victory. Even if oil prices are lower, you'll see lower inflation. You'll see the cost of goods go down overall in the economy. So in that respect, I think it'll be a fuel, no pun intended there, to be able to accelerate the economy of the United States. And you'll have less regulatory sort of things going on, which is always is nice. But in the short term, I think that would be showing up as a negative from an oil price perspective under a Trump administration. Dougie, curious your thoughts.
Amit, if you could share the screen. That is some lucid, well thought out, compelling argument you've got there, Matt. Overruled. Look at the end of this chart. Sorry, that was a bad pun on
You're good.
My cousin Vinny. Look, we sold off the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and we are not filling it back up. If we get to the point, look, this is the oil that we use to fight wars if we lose the ability to import oil and drill our own. So we are at half of what we had in the earlier parts of this century, right? We sold it off to keep oil prices low. When Biden came in and we had oil prices getting real high, they had to lower the price of gas, or he would have been impeached. He wouldn't have been impeached, but he wouldn't have made it very far politically out of his first term. So they had to dump the price of oil. They did that by flooding the market with the SPR. They haven't refilled it. They're going to have to if they want to be responsible. Now, that may be a bridge too far for either party, but somebody's going to have to refill that thing, and that means oil prices go up. And that decision, as far as I'm aware, somebody else might know better, but as far as I'm aware, that is at the discretion of the executive branch.
Yes.
All right. That's our update on oil. Thank you, Mr. Alex Karp, or should I say Dr. Alex Karp, for the gifted membership. Really appreciate that. So thank you for the membership as well. We got a bunch of
billionaire and only given one gift. What the fuck, man? You just sold like $30 billion worth of stock last week.
There's no one
Throwing
left to
up
give
one
memberships to after Derek Wall last week.
Oh,
That's
dude,
true.
Derek, really. Derek has got you signed. Like, he's got everyone signed up, man.
Bro, let's just say Derek bought a lot of Palantir yesterday at 41. And like, yeah, we all thought 41 was crazy. It was like, fuck it. He just YOLO'd into it. And so he's up a good amount today. Okay, so we got the next set of polls closing pretty soon. So let's try to get an update on that. And then we'll keep going from there.
Once again, good evening on this election night. I'm Bill Ritter.
And I'm Sade Better-Noir. Polls will close in New York and New Jersey in just a few minutes from now. Actually, polls closed at 8 in New Jersey and Connecticut.
Meanwhile, in Connecticut, ABC News projecting incumbent Democrat Chris Murphy, U.S. Senator, has been reelected to the Senate, defeating Republican Matthew Corey.
In New Jersey, Democrat Andy Kim currently leading in the U.S. Senate race over Republican Curtis Bush.
Winner in the presidential race in South Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC also projects a winner in the Wyoming presidential race. The winner is Donald Trump. In the great state
Like in those minimum wage states.
Projects that the presidential race is too early to call. In the great and now very closely watched state of Iowa, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. NBC News projects also that the presidential race in Minnesota is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Colorado is too early to call. The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call in the presidential race. The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to call. And back to the Southwest, in New Mexico, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. Looking at the road to 270 with those races called thus far, we've now got Donald Trump standing at 154 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 30.
I mean, he's doing pretty well.
Amit, look at this. AP has declared New York with 0 votes win for Harris already.
Yeah, straight up. As soon as it, yeah, I saw that. And
Well,
same
not
thing with
even-
Nebraska. Nebraska
Yeah.
for Trump.
Wait, but did
On
Trump win
Google, they
Georgia?
don't even have a Republican challenger. They have Kristen Gillibrand
No,
and
no,
an
but at
independent
least-
Diane Sayre. They didn't
least
even put
in
a Republican's
Nebraska-
name.
At least with Nebraska, there's actually some reporting, dude. Literally, when you look at New York, 0 reporting, already giving it to Kamala Harris. Like, come on, man. At least get like two guys together to vote before you start giving it away. Yeah, whatever.
Hold on. Did Trump win Georgia? Is that what they said?
Did they?
No,
Yes,
they
they
didn't.
But look at their thing. Hold on. Look at.
I mean, it's 65 and he's up.
I think
pretty
he's won.
good. He could. Chris Patel has declared that he. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but like
There's just a bell. It's like ding.
It all
Chris
depends
Patel
on where
is not
those votes
declared.
come from, right? It all depends on what county are those votes coming from now.
I don't think they got DeKalb. DeKalb is not on there yet. Let me just double check. Hold on.
No, it's not. No, look at the Google results. It has the county by county for who's reported.
Yeah.
okay, let's keep going with this, and we'll get back to this.
Electoral votes. Looking back at the battleground states that have yet to be called, just recapping from earlier poll closings. In Georgia, we've got just shy of 2/3 of the vote in. It is too close to call, a difference of just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates. In North Carolina, we've got less than 40% of the vote in there, and that is too early to call. And in the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania, not even 20% of the vote in yet in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Vote still to be
Look
counted.
at this for
Vice
Georgia
President
real quick.
Can't like that right now. You do not.
Yeah. Look at this for Georgia. So most of Georgia, like that is pretty heavily Democratic, is going to come from this right here. Most of Georgia, like this, is already been declared already blue, which is fine, but Trump is leading still by a significant amount. I don't think, I'm pretty sure at this point Donnie is taking Georgia. There's no way I see Kamala coming back from this big of a deficit.
And keep in mind, in Georgia was won by Biden in 2020 by 11,000 votes.
Yeah, it was really,
curious,
really
Chris, as a person that's been living in Georgia now off and on for quite some time, what do you think has changed? Is it the voting laws that have changed things, or is it what do you think has changed?
Not much. There's not really much that's changed. I mean, Georgia is turning a lot more purple. So UGA, which is where Athens is, that's traditionally been one of the areas that you'll see a ton of Democratic vote turnout. You'll see that same thing in Atlanta, but like the northern suburbs of Atlanta used to go pretty heavily towards Republicans. Now you're looking at it becoming a lot more purple. But yeah, I don't know what, like, I think last time one of the things that screwed over Trump in Georgia might have been the whole like, oh, you just wait until the last day to vote. And I know a lot of people went to vote and they didn't bother like staying online because they're like, ah, Georgia usually goes for Republicans anyway, whatever. And they just left the lines, right? And so Trump.
By the way, they're saying Trump won Ohio just now. Go ahead.
Yeah,
They're saying he won
Trump
Ohio.
didn't. Trump was anti like mail-in voting and like against that. So that early voting, so that might have been detrimental to Trump. This time around, he's like, listen, vote on day 1, vote on day 2, vote on day 0, stay on the line. He did everything this time that he should have done in 2020. And if you see like the margin at which he lost, I think if he did that, he could have actually taken Georgia last time. So yeah.
Okay, quick update, then we'll be back. Where's Harris? She's at 30 cents. Yeah, she's low in the betting markets.
So if we win Georgia, well, not we, but if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, which it looks like he's still ahead, granted it's only 114,000 votes, can he technically lose Pennsylvania and still win, or do you think that he still needs Pennsylvania to solidify?
No. If Trump takes Georgia and if Trump takes North Carolina, she absolutely 100% needs Pennsylvania. She needs
Nevada,
Michigan,
Arizona,
and she needs he could lose. She can lose Nevada and Arizona. She would need what is that thing called? Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the main three ones. Yeah, she needs those. If she keeps those, she'll win. Like she'll win by the skin of her teeth at 270, but she'll win. So North Carolina and Georgia are inconsequential to her, but that's under the premise that the other blue wall states are there. So if any of those blue walls crack, that's it. You need one of these other flippable states to convert. Otherwise, they're gonna lose. Yeah.
All right, we got two new people.
California.
Yo, what's up, guys?
We got Carlos, and we also got
my guy,
Mr.
Oh,
Sam.
What up?
So we got a lot of people. Carlos,
how we doing? I've been like working till literally a minute ago.
I'm gonna step away.
Check your Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Check your Bitcoin portfolio there, Carlos.
Bitcoin. I got the alert. I got the alert of 70K. We were kissing it earlier.
I mean, your boy Trump's up right now, Carlos. He's up. He's up a lot.
120.
But we're still really early. Like really early.
It's too early to even really start looking at the numbers. It's just more about the momentum and the trends and about what percentage of the precincts are reporting.
Yeah, he's
guys. So check, okay, I got to tell you a funny story, right? So I go in today to go vote, and I walk in with my ID. What do you think happened when I went to the desk?
They asked for your ID.
You don't need that.
No, you know that in California, Newsom passed the law making it illegal for them to check or ask for your ID. So I went in there with my ID just to see what would happen. You know what I mean? And I had my wife recording. I was ready to be that guy on X, like, and I was like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm here to vote. And I had my mail-in ballot. I was like, if something's wrong, I can just certify the mail-in ballot. She goes, don't worry, I can cancel it for you. I was like, great. And I was like, I have my ID. She goes, oh, I'll take that. She took the ID and looked at it and like verified everything. And I'm like, what is everyone complaining about? Like, did she
what,
just
but what do you mean by
weird?
Verified? Like she legit like but did she
care?
care?
She took my ID because she was like, oh, what's your date of birth? And she was asking me certain questions to identify myself. And I was telling her, giving her the information. She goes, and I had my ID and she saw that. She goes, it's okay. I can verify it off of your ID. Took my ID and did everything. And I was like, oh shit. They're not really supposed to.
I think the question is, if you didn't have your ID, would you still be able to vote?
Yeah. I've seen plenty of those videos.
But that's what people are complaining about, right?
Yeah, but people that have tried to give their IDs, or I was told I don't want to see it, or I don't need to see it. Or, yeah, because it's like technically illegal now to ask or to verify an ID. So I was just curious what the response was going to be, but yeah, they let me go in there and vote.
They took my ID in Jersey as well. They asked for it.
I don't think that's I think that's just a California thing, or not every state.
In LA over here,
Where are
they
you?
didn't ask for. Yeah, I'm in LA. I'm in the Valley. They didn't ask for my
Me
ID.
too. I'm in the Valley.
They didn't ask for my ID. They just wanted the first 3 digits of my home address, first 3 letters of my home name address.
Yeah.
First 3 letters of my first name, first and last name. And then she's like, "Oh, is this your
She's like blood samples. She wanted to make out with me.
Yeah, she
wanted to take
flipped around.
2
She flipped
fingers
on
in
the she flipped on the
in my
iPad and
ass.
she was just like, "Is this you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." And I
She wanted
laughed
you to
because it's just like,
cough.
"Well, I'm gonna say it's me." Yeah, yeah, man. But I mean that they didn't. Anyone could have walked in there and just said they were me, and it would have worked out.
Mike K, 6'10", Carlos. I'm in the Valley also. I brought my ID with me, but never checked to drop off my mail-in ballot. See, that's different. You were dropping off the mail-in ballot. But if you actually
I don't
tried to
get this
vote-
whole no ID thing, dude. It's a very simple. You
I-
just prove you're a citizen of the country. That's all it does. That's it.
But apparently that's racist, I think. No.
I don't know. All right, let's get an update, then we'll be back.
Not like being tied in battleground Virginia right now, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted, and you can tell from that a lot of them are Democratic. So we'll see. Same test in North Carolina, up to 38% of the vote. Trump with a narrow lead there. Let's just bring it up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again, your biggest outstanding votes are in the Democratic areas: Charlotte, Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Wilmington down there. So you have a very competitive race right there right now. You'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd rather be ahead, but there's a lot of vote counting to do. And again, this is one of the tightest of the battlegrounds. Virginia, a bit of a surprise, Jake, more counting elsewhere.
All right, John King, voting is about to end in 15 states, the second biggest wave of results this evening. 163 electoral votes will be up for grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds. CNN's going to bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas, as expected, to Donald Trump with its big bucket of 40 electoral votes. CNN also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. 2 more for Trump now. CNN projects that South Dakota will go to Donald Trump. South Dakota, as expected, with its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And CNN projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls: Arizona, that's a big battleground; Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes. Only an estimated 16% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with 43.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 55,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 106,000 vote lead. That's with 39% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a healthy 221,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 66% of the vote counted in Georgia. About 2/3 of the vote in Georgia has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia.
So same updates. Trump's up right now, but we still got a bunch of states.
Play that Instagram thing. Did you see that? The worst case scenario.
Oh, I did see this. I heard of
Did
this.
you see that?
Yeah. Let's play this. This is actually a good clip. Yeah.
Scenario. And since we live in a timeline in which God clearly hates us, that census radically overcounted states like New York, Delaware, I believe Michigan, and it radically undercounted states like Florida and Texas. The problem is, how do you apportion congressional seats and electoral votes? You do it based on the census. The worst case scenario is Donald Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and he loses Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The final electoral college tally is Kamala Harris 270, Donald Trump 268. This election really should be Donald Trump 270, Kamala Harris 268, based on the population shifts in the country. That goes to the Supreme Court. Now you have a Supreme Court in which 6 of the justices were appointed by Republicans, including 3 by Donald Trump, deciding whether the Electoral College count should be reversed based on the census failure. There's a really great worst case scenario. And since we live in a timeline in which God clearly hates us.
So essentially, Florida should have 2 more votes, right, than it currently does based on the census.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it gets to that scenario, Trump's lawyers would definitely make that argument.
It would be like, Bush Gore all over again. Yeah. I don't know how many weeks we were waiting for that one.
Bro, what if this is a blowout, though? What if he actually, I mean, I know it's too early still, but the market's acting like it's a blowout with Bitcoin and Tesla right now.
Do we have a number for the popular vote? Not that it matters at all.
So Trump 26
probably stopped counting.
Trump 26 million, Harris 23 million. So basically,
you know how long it's been since a Republican won the popular vote? I think it's
been a while.
It's been 20 years?
Bush.
Yeah.
80s.
Yeah, Bush. Bush, I think, was the last one that won the popular vote. If he wins the popular vote in addition to the Electoral College, I mean that's
then he got wiped out.
That is decisive.
10-year Treasury just spiked as well. Yep. Markets, at least for now, saying Trump's winning this thing, dude. Look at this. Wow.
How many more times can it spike?
Dude, we might go to 5%.
What are you looking at? Like minute charts?
Oh wow. It's at 4.4. God damn.
So that's a weird thing with
Hope you got your mortgage earlier.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm kind of glad that I got the mortgages I got. Jesus.
Austin Harrison says New York hasn't reported. Austin, they already
No. New York is in. New York is in.
They already called New York with 0% reporting. They already called.
No. New York is in. She's up by 70%. So New York right here. I'm on the Senate one. She has 1.1 million to 500,000. 70-30. Yeah. New York and New Jersey, whoever had faith in them, they weren't able to flip.
What's wrong with your side of the country, Emmett?
I mean, first of all, you're in a purple state, okay? You're not.
Yeah, at least there's stuff happening. There's a debate.
You're like every other person's cool.
There's a chance. Yeah, exactly.
The thing about New York and New Jersey, it's similar to California. There's a lot of conservative people because there is a lot of wealth in New Jersey, New York, but there's not enough people that care about business and the economy here to outnumber the mass.
It's population concentration. It's that they might be conservatives, but they're out in Middletown, and you know what I mean. They're not. You just have too much of a concentration in the boroughs. The whole familia is here. Come here. You want to say hi to Emmett?
What we got? We got my favorite one. She's here.
She was
Hello.
talking the other day on the podcast. Want to say hi to Emmett? Say hi.
You remember me, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
We were in my house yesterday.
He was in his house. Yesterday is like
not yesterday,
so,
but
yeah,
it was
yesterday.
I was there in January. Yeah, I was
January
there.
when you were like a baby.
Look at his face.
Who's that?
Oh, we got that one too. There we go. Wow, he's big, bro.
Oh, wow, he's huge.
He's growing quick, man.
He's got curly hair too.
Dude, he was like a really. I mean, he was a newborn.
Look at this guy. He's big now, right?
Dude, he looks like you, bro. He legit looks like you.
Look at these faces. Look at these faces. This is the best part of having kids.
I know who their daddy is.
Yeah.
I've never seen their mama, but I know who their daddy is.
Come say hi, Julie.
Hi.
Oh, bang.
Hi.
To make sure you're the mother. Make sure you're the mother. What do you think? Do these two faces make these two faces?
Oh, they look just like you guys. They look just like you guys.
Good boy.
Can you tell me what your name is again? What's your name?
What's your name again?
My name is Jack.
Oh, come on. Your name is not Jack. Come on. What's your name? Jack is the. There you go.
Which is Savannah, right?
And what's your brother's name?
Justice.
Very good. What did you do this morning?
Play.
No, we went to
Vote.
vote. Okay. We didn't go voting. Okay.
Oh, they're so cute, man. They're so cute.
Congrats, man.
She goes to me today. She goes, Papa, I have so much money. I have so much money. And she has like a little plastic purse. She opens it up and pulls out all these, she pulls out these. She pulls out these and the Bitcoin you gave me. She literally stole my Bitcoin. I was like, you got my Papa's Bitcoin? She's like, yeah. Can I have it? I was like, yeah, you can have it. Like you have some real ones too.
He's 1 now, right? 1 year old.
He's gonna be one. He's gonna be 1 in December. He was born in December. Look, say hi to Amit. and Matt and Sam and Davis and Doug and everybody. Say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Dude, I left my kids at the in-laws. I'm not going to bring them up.
Oh man,
they're going to go crazy.
You got to be involved. Okay, thank you.
That's all right. So let's get an update on markets, guys. I think we got some stuff moving. So, oh my God, Bitcoin! Carlos is about to buy Justice a house, a condo for him right now.
I've told you, Carlos.
Dude, I
got
loaded
on the
up
stream and I'm like, have you checked your Bitcoin yet?
I haven't. No. Oh, I did. I get the alerts when it gets over 70, but then I looked at it again later. It was back under. But this is nice.
So Robinhood's at $25.58. GameStop's up 3% at 23. Snowflake's up a little bit, 117. They're up through. S&P 500's at 582.
Wow.
What's the volume on these moves?
I mean, it's on the overnight markets, but the futures are going to be reflective
It's
of that.
like in Donnie.
Dude, freaking
You want to sip it?
Con
Nvidia.
I loaded.
I wanted to ask Chris when he was here, maybe when he comes back, he can talk. I wanted to hear his thoughts about the China trade in light of a
Trump winning,
a Trump win or a Kamala win too, which I think we're all still betting on actually. But
so didn't it also start to reverse China after they printed all that? Like they had some QE recently.
I mean,
right?
FXI is at 32 and change. So it's basically spiked and kind of stayed flat.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
DJT is up 18% as well.
Did you see that? The guy who put how many call options was that? Did you see that? Like expiring this week?
Oh, someone bought like $400,000 with like a lot of money in call options.
Somebody knows something.
Tesla's
Yeah, it was like almost the same amount as when the week he was assassination attempt.
Fox has the race at 113 for Harris, 195 for Donnie.
Wow.
Tesla's at 263.24.
Dude, I loaded up on freaking Coinbase leaps. I loaded
That's
up,
smart.
man. There was no way.
Why would you play Coinbase versus the miners?
I don't like to do the miners. I'd rather have because I got to do research, pick the right miner and stuff. Some of these miners aren't exactly correlated. I'd rather do Coinbase because I know Coinbase is a really good company.
Listen, I'm bag holding Coinbase from like near IPO. You know, I put too much.
MicroStrategy is up 5%, folks. The market's pricing in a Trump win right now, like literally right now.
Yep.
Well, here's an interesting thing about Bitcoin. If you look back,
but he's leading right now, and I think people are that dumb that they don't realize that.
Yeah,
California still has to weigh in.
Yeah, they don't realize
that. I think people are that stupid.
Look at the map for Pennsylvania right now on AP News or Google, and then I actually put it in the private chat. The map for Pennsylvania from the Biden election in 2020, and Biden did win Pennsylvania, and he didn't need a lot of that map in order to win. I look at the map today or right now for Pennsylvania on Google. There's a lot more blue in there than was when Biden won. So I don't know if it's might be a little too soon to think that he's going to win based on those electoral vote numbers.
Yeah, so he won by a very small margin back in 2020.
Yeah, but look how much blue's on that map. There's like 3 different places. They haven't even done Allentown yet. Oh no, they did do Allentown.
Okay. No, this is for 2020. This is the old one.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, look how much blue there is on the map on Google.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Almost half of it's covered, and look at the one for Biden. He still won. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania is going to be the tipping point state.
But that's early. That's early voting.
Metric, Sam, on that metric, we've seen those numbers go back and forth all day. Those little individual county colors, they've flipped back and forth all night.
Oh,
so
okay.
as they continue to count votes.
Yeah, another one just went red. So yeah.
And from what I understand, a lot of those, like typically Dems are up a lot by the time on the actual voting day. So there was already a deficit between what Biden was already up by the time the polls opened today, something like, I don't know, 600,000 votes or something. So saying that's like the blue wall, right? The early voting. So technically what you would be seeing now is Republicans eating into the lead.
PayPal's up 2%. SoFi 1154 is up 5.7%. And Affirm is up about 6%. Let's get another update and then we'll keep going.
Are you a buyer here, Sam? Kamala at 25 cents.
So I did bet money on Kamala. I also bet money on that parlay bet, but I also had a lot of other bets that I put in that are definitely going to win. Like the I did a bunch of different individual bets on the margin of victory for Kamala winning the popular vote, and those paid pretty high. So I put some money on that one, and that's actually going to make up for a lot of losses. And I did Kamala getting more votes than Biden, and just looking at the odds for that, it looks like I got that one. The higher turnout than 2020 votes looks like I made that one. So to be honest, I might break even in this whole thing, but if Kamala takes it, then it's going on like Donkey Kong, mofo. It's gonna be good if she wins.
I just bought another 100 contracts at 25 cents. I'll
CNN can project that Illinois will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, as expected, will win Illinois in its 19 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Rhode Island will go to Kamala Harris, as expected. Kamala Harris will get the 4 electoral votes from Rhode Island. So where are we on the electoral map as of right now? Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 53 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them is within spitting distance of that. Let's take a look at the actual votes coming in from the battlegrounds that we have not projected. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead, 57.5% of the vote. Donald Trump, 41.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 258,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a quarter, 23% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania counted as of now. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 40.
Red mirage, whatever you want to call it. We'll know later what it was. Right. But typically the Republican is out to an early start on election night. Connell is with us. Take us through North Carolina and quickly to Georgia, where it's still out.
It is. There's still some Democratic counties that we're waiting to come in that could make up the difference, so we haven't called it. On your point about North Carolina, it's interesting because we'll dig into the state here. You see it in red, and you're going to see the check mark next to Donald Trump's name after we've made the call that Trump got it done there. A lot of people thought coming in that maybe North Carolina was the better shot for Harris versus Georgia. Didn't prove to be the case. Just didn't get the margins that she needed to. She needed to really run up the score in the big Democratic areas like a Mecklenburg County, which is Charlotte. See, a little bit short. See Biden 2020, 66.9, Harris 64.2. Raleigh, Wake County, another big Democratic area. She actually did okay there. We've been looking at some of the red counties that are also in that area. I know Chris has brought up Nash County a lot. That's a good performance there, more working class area. So Nash County, so Raleigh's here in Wake. This is a highly educated area, highly Democratic
Research
area.
triangle.
Yep, and right next door, you got a little more working class area with Nash County that Starwell talked about a bunch of times. It's a very nice performance for Trump there. Now, you mentioned, let's back it out and look where we're at in Georgia. Okay, so going in statewide in Georgia, the win probability for Trump's actually come down a little bit. We're up about 80 before. We're at 72. So it's like a 70-30 chance as we see it at DDHQ right now for Trump to win the state. I'll back up here and go votes remaining. This is what I was talking about, Leland, that, you know, Gwinnett County, certainly a place Harris hopes to do well. And DeKalb County at the bottom there, another place where Harris hopes to do well. I think DeKalb, Chris was saying earlier, that was one of the places they had to extend the voting hours, right? So we'll see how it goes. But here's the thing: as we come to the full map, this will be the final point. Again, you don't want to overemphasize it, but if the trends stay, you know, Kamala Harris isn't out of this by any means. She still has the blue wall to rebuild. We've got real votes coming in Pennsylvania now. I can give you guys a few, just an early look with all the obvious caveats. If you're only at 25% of the state, right? So Harris is tracking at 56-43, but I think it's more interesting to go counties, right? So we can go out in the western part of the state in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County's coming in. I'll historically compare it to the past, and there, where are we in Allegheny? Almost half the vote. She's tracking ahead of Biden in Allegheny County, which is obviously good news. And then we've got to go over here and go Philly suburbs. This is Chester County in gray. That means nothing's in. There are other Philly suburbs that are coming in. Bucks County, bring up Bucks County right around Philadelphia. These are good numbers for Harris, but it's very low vote totals. Okay, so she's tracking ahead of where Biden was. That's the most conservative of the
It's also a little bit of a reflection of what they had said about turnout.
That's right.
Because both sides were saying different things. Remember, Bill O'Reilly came on and said they told him it was low around Philadelphia. The Democrats are saying they actually did very well. The early vote numbers show that, you know, it's certainly not underperforming. They're ahead of where they were 4 years ago. Quick on North Carolina.
Yep.
They are not within the margin of less than 1% protest margin, right? North Carolina, the person who loses by less than 1% can file. She's not within that range, though, right?
No. So Donald Trump's now with 54% of the vote
with
in,
54%.
and I know, I guess was it O'Reilly was saying earlier they thought they win by 3, but 51 to about 48 right now.
So the margin would have to be under 1% for Harris to be able to protest. She's nowhere near that.
Yeah, Trump's well clear.
Can you go back to Pennsylvania real quick? Because
Absolutely.
we were just talking about the vote.
All right, so Robinhood overnight is absolutely exploding. All these stocks. IWM has hit 230. Guys, we haven't seen 230 on small caps.
That's
all
crazy, man. That's a new. That's a
all year.
Getting right all in one night.
Dude, we're
Honestly,
at 230 on small. It's up. Small caps are up 3% right now, folks.
It's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean,
hey, that's me. I'm a small cap.
And that's with
Super
the
small
10-year.
cap.
That's with 10 years ripping right now.
That's
So
with the
I'm
10-year
actually a 10-year yield ripping. Like I'm honestly surprised, but
The New
I'm cool with it.
York Times just listed Trump as 66% chance of winning with a 285 to 253 estimated win.
Wow.
New York
dude,
Times.
if we get to go to sleep
The New
early
York
at night
Times.
and this is figured out and we're done.
It has to be like a major landslide to call it before.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's still forecast, but
so hold on. Where's
Wow.
Kalshi at? Where's the odds on Kalshi?
Oh, they're terrible.
Oh my
It's
God,
so
dude.
bad.
If you buy a Harris contract right now, I mean, the reward is good if you think the risk is worth it. 73.27. Look at that.
I just bought 25-cent contracts on Robinhood. I just bought 200.
Doug contributing to our EPS, baby. That's what we need for Hood. That's what we need, regardless of what happens.
I got you one share of Palantir. I tried to get you one share of Palantir today, and you waited too long to buy it.
Oh yeah, because when you sent the super chat, yeah. Robinhood
Dude,
just announced they did 300 million contracts, so they made $3 million in like 5 days, which is awesome.
Wow.
Crazy. That is crazy. This is going to be around forever.
Davis, do you think that Trump winning would be bullish for Tesla? And I know you don't have the stock. Would you start buying more Tesla if Trump wins? You're muted. There you go. You're good. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I indirectly have the stock through my mom, because I basically just control her account. But I don't know if I follow Tesla enough to have a good opinion on it. I think the relationship that Elon has built with Trump, though, I think even though Elon has stated that he's not looking for any favors, I think he will get some favors. Just maybe not directly. Like, I don't think Elon's going to go up to Trump and be like, "Hey, do this for me." But I think Trump will keep Elon in mind when it comes down to making policies. So I think definitely bullish. But I don't think. I mean, I don't have capital to buy Tesla, so if I did, I probably still wouldn't, just because I don't know. I think Tesla's pretty fairly valued, and I think there's other opportunities.
Okay, so Carlos, you've been in Tesla for a long time. What do you think about Trump winning or not winning for Tesla stock?
Nothing really changes, but the perception that Elon is now finally in favor of the sitting administration would be good. And also, if he does roll back the EV mandates, they actually help the legacy automakers more than they help Tesla. So I think that would actually accelerate Tesla, even though on a perception basis, people would think, oh, that's terrible. People aren't getting the $7,500 rebate. But that actually is what's sort of propping up their competitors. So I think ultimately it would be good for Tesla. And then him being head of the Department of Doge, the guy's he's working in the government. You can imagine that he would help to sway certain energy policies that would benefit Tesla. Overall, I don't see really any negative other than the continued media attack on him, but I don't think that it would be as effective because the administration isn't behind it to actually enact like punishments or policies against Elon. So I think it would be great for Tesla shareholders. You did see there was somebody who said, oh, who said it? That Elon would be distracted I think we've figured out now that the man just doesn't get distracted. Yeah, Yash 7 at 6:32. Tough call because Elon will be distracted. I don't think so. I mean, he's already running 6, 7 companies. What's one more government on top of that? You know,
What's the all-time high on crypto?
73.7.
Wow, we hit an all-time high overnight. That'd be crazy. So yeah, China. Probably sentiment-wise,
tariffs. Yeah, we
China in the short term. Yeah, in the short term,
tariffs.
it'll be negative for China, but like it's. I don't think China is gonna depend on the tariffs because China, they're gearing toward domestic GDP and domestic demand, not so much in the exports. They've said that more than a few times. They're trying not to rely on the exports. They're trying to prop up GDP through housing and consumer confidence. And that's not it's not reliant on exports.
But also Biden's already said he would do 100% tariff. So it's not like you can do much more than that. We're just strictly talking EVs.
So, okay. So what's going on with the map right now? Because let's give her California, right? Let's give her the state she's going to win and see what happens. So 178.99. California is what, 52 or 50 votes?
Gotta look
California's 40.
No, it's
There's
not.
there's
that's Texas. My bad. 54.
There's a website where you can actually simulate which states or not. Like you can click on and make whatever color and simulate how many electoral votes you're going to get.
Look that up.
Well, if we just give her 54 right now, she goes to 144, and then it goes 178 to 144. She's going to win Washington and Oregon. So let's give her another 20. So if she wins the eastern or the western side, she's only 10 points behind. And then it comes down to these battleground states. It comes down to Pennsylvania.
It's still all Pennsylvania.
Here, go to this. Amit, go to this link. 270towin.com. I put it in the private.
Yeah, that's
chat.
the one.
But
But wasn't she supposed to win North Carolina?
I think they wanted her to win North Carolina. But I don't think it was expected.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
North Carolina and Virginia, she was supposed to win.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you can go and change the colors there.
So, okay, so let's do Pennsylvania. Let's do Pennsylvania red if that happens. Wisconsin blue. Michigan blue. Georgia, let's do blue for the sake of this. Arizona blue. Nevada red.
Arizona is going to be red.
Arizona's going to be red? Okay.
Yeah, Arizona's going to be red.
And Georgia's trending red. Georgia's trending red now.
Okay, so let's give Georgia, but let's say Georgia goes blue.
That last broadcast called Georgia for red.
Oh,
yeah, they're calling it already.
Well, they're a heavily conservative network.
They're about 75%.
They're like, we have 8 votes in. We're calling the presidency.
Yeah, bro. So let's look at this. We got Chris back as well. So let's look at this. So if we give Trump Pennsylvania, he wins 284, 254, along with North Carolina. I got to go red. It's red. That's 300 to 238. So let's give Kamala Pennsylvania. It's still 280 to 257. Let's give her Nevada as well. 275 to 263. And I gave her Pennsylvania. So what am I messing up here? What did I?
Nothing.
You're messing up the way you pronounce Nevada.
You're messing up Virginia.
No, but like, is there anything wrong with
Virginia?
This map?
Is not going red.
Okay, sorry, that's blue. Okay, so Virginia's blue. Then she wins.
It's Pennsylvania, dude. That's the
Pennsylvania, bro. It's one state.
Yeah,
one state.
I'm not trying to be biased. Okay, I'll make money if Kamala wins for sure, but I think she's gonna win Pennsylvania.
Bro,
just looking at the
10
county
year.
map.
Look at the 10-year. That shit is up almost 14, bro. That's nuts. 14
President Trump.
Dude,
Hey,
that is
Amit, take a
nuts.
look at share my screen. This is the New York Times. This is as anti-Trump as you can get.
Yeah, and also
they are practically calling it for Trump at this point.
I mean,
No. Hold on. Go down. What? Hold on. First of all, go to Pennsylvania. Click on Pennsylvania, Amit.
No, that's Dougie's.
Okay, let me share my screen real quick. So this is what I'll
There you
show
go.
you. Let me just do. Okay, there we go. Can you guys see my screen? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm just allocating this to the percentages, estimated remaining voters. You can see here the top voters, which is like the most populated. Those are the ones that you have to watch out for. And you can see here the margins are really high for Harris to win those. So yeah, right now it looks pretty, pretty like, oh my God, maybe Trump is actually going to pull it off. But you can see here the number of estimated votes left. Look at all of this stuff. These are all votes that are still left, and they're all in quote unquote Harris country at this point. Like look at Lake County. It's only
Yeah,
reported
but they're not going to
19%.
go 100%. That was
No, it's
a
not.
fallacy
It's
they made
definitely
last
not
time.
100.
Chris,
Just because
zoom
they're
in,
in
zoom
that
in,
area,
zoom
they're
in.
not
Yeah.
going to go 100%.
No, I know they're not going to go 100%, but look at the margins at which.
Chris, you gotta zoom
Trump
in, bro.
is
We can barely see it. You gotta zoom in.
Okay. Here, hold on. There we go. So
There
you
you go.
guys can see here, like right now, if you go on a county level, how many voters are still left? Like Philadelphia is only 25% in. There's still 500,000 voters in Philadelphia. Montgomery County, almost 400,000 voters there. And like I said, Harris is up by a significant margin in those areas. Allegheny County is only reported 50%. There's still 350,000 votes left over there. So Pennsylvania, even though it does look like it's starting to kind of close, Kamala still got a lot of high population areas.
A lot of runway. Yeah.
Yeah. And so if you look at like the other areas that are more Trump, yeah, like Trump is leading in Huntington, Jefferson, but look at the amount of people, 11,000. You know what I mean? So that's the
like
key.
even if he gets 100% of all of the remaining ones that he's up, it still doesn't equal, say, one or two of the big ones
Right.
that have led to
Right. Like look at this. Up in Philadelphia alone. It's almost 500,000 voters with Harris margin at 66%. Like same thing, Montgomery, Allegheny, Bucks, Chester. These are all large areas where Harris tends to have a bigger like
all the people
margin.
So
And like I said, there's still-
let's
yeah.
do the simulation then. So let's give Harris Pennsylvania. Let's give Trump Michigan.
No, she's no,
No,
Michigan.
no,
No.
Okay, so then how does he win from this map that we're looking at right now? He's got to win
doesn't.
what? So he
He
has
can't
to win
without
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So so all these stocks going up right now. If he loses Pennsylvania, everything's going back down the toilet essentially.
Oh, it's going to go down. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why Dougie's making the right call by buying the Kamala thing right now. Because literally any sort of change in Pennsylvania, those Kamala moves are going to print. I'm actually might put some money towards that. Actually, where's my phone?
Do it on Robinhood, bro. We need some EPS. Do it on Robinhood.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, that's what I'm doing. Like, even if I lose, I still win on Robinhood.
Wait, but hold on. So if we give her the blue, that means Trump's got to flip Arizona? No, Nevada. If he flips Nevada,
The spreads are bad on there though. Like, it tells you can get it for 25, but you can't.
Yeah. Even if Trump wins Nevada, he can't win. What's left? It's either Michigan or Pennsylvania, right? That's it. New Mexico's not going to go.
Well, Wisconsin is technically a what does Wisconsin look like?
Oh, yeah,
now?
Wisconsin.
I haven't looked at Wisconsin at all.
Yeah, let's pull up Wisconsin, bro. What the fuck's going on in Wisconsin? What's going on with the Milwaukee Bucks right now? We got to figure this out. All right, let's see. That is a big one. Wisconsin is leaning blue by 3%. She's winning. I guess you could say it's still early, but
what's the percentage?
50 to 47.
No, the percentage precincts reporting.
22%.
Okay. Still somewhat early when you get up around 40.
Well, Wisconsin tends to go blue, though, usually. I mean, in 2016, it went red. So
it's called the blue wall for a reason. So, I mean, it failed, which is why Trump won, basically.
Virginia is red. Yo, Dougie, you said he's not winning Virginia. What if he does?
He's not going to.
But he's up right now.
It doesn't matter. He's not going to. You're
But
talking about him. You're talking about him winning Washington, D.C. and Baltimore suburbs.
But if he does, he's the president. I'm just saying, if he does, he could lose Pennsylvania and he could lose Wisconsin and he could win if he gets Virginia.
That would be
Bro, he just needs Virginia. He could lose Pennsylvania. He could lose Wisconsin.
And we get, I tell you, you're giving him Nevada and Arizona for that as well. And I don't think both of those go.
No, Davis said he's definitely getting Arizona. Okay.
He's going to get Arizona. I don't know about Nevada yet. That's up in the air.
If he loses Nevada, he's fucked. He can't win without Nevada.
I think Nevada flips genuinely.
All right, I'm in it for a G, baby. Let's go. Kamala in for another G.
And did you know that Bitcoin has made a low?
There you go.
Has made a low on the week of the election and has never revisited that price again. So this could be the last time you could buy Bitcoin for $70,000.
Yeah,
Are
but
you
Carlos,
serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Carlos, say that stat
Like,
again.
like
for everybody.
the elections are the floor?
The week of the election, Bitcoin has put in a low price during the week of the election, and it's never ever revisited that price ever. So this could be the last time you ever buy Bitcoin under 70,000.
You need to check this chart.
History is correct.
I need to check this chart.
That's crazy to think this.
I'm in. If you got some spare cash on Robinhood, dude, I'm telling you, buy some Kamala right now. Even a percentage move on what do you call it? On Kamala. What's gonna happen is it's gonna spike. You could sell it at 50, right? And basically still come out almost
That's the
double.
plan. When California comes in, it's going to split back in her favor some percentage.
Yeah.
Right?
Bro, Pennsylvania, the minute that Pennsylvania is declared, that's it. The game is over. It's at that point, you would literally need to break down that blue wall, which doesn't seem to be the case. So, yeah. Pennsylvania is where it is, bro. Pennsylvania is all they really need at this point.
Iowa is in Harris's favor by 10% right now, but it's early. But
I'm still freaking out about Carlos's thing. I mean, I know we were talking about a nice gamble, a nice bet.
Yeah.
But
no, but Carlos,
it's a low this week. It doesn't mean a low today. It doesn't mean the low that it was on election day. It means the low this
right.
week
The low on that week
is a price that it'll never revisit.
But
again.
if Trump loses, this thing's going to 50,000.
I don't think that that's the case. Bitcoin, the market's still going to go up no matter who wins. I don't think it's going to go crash and undo every single thing that happens. Like,
you think
the
futures
market
are not going to turn red?
certainty.
You think futures are not going to turn red if she wins?
It might, but I'm just saying the market loves certainty. They don't like uncertainty. Like if this election goes on for like 3 weeks, like shit, man, it's going to be a correction.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree.
Which I will hold. Which I will hold everything through, Sam. I don't have anything expiring that. Well, no, my Palantir puts, but those might actually print if things go totally.
Wait, those were until January, right?
Nope, I have some expiring this week.
Oh,
so if we don't have a president by Friday, I might be all right.
Okay, let's hold off then.
All right, let's get an update on the map, and we'll keep going.
I thought about trying to close them out, for like the 2 cents or something.
Haywood County, well, we're only at 4%. If you go back in time, that was a Republican county. I look out there because, and if anyone's out there watching, we hope you're doing all right. This is an area of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, and the state and the county officials and the local officials, God bless them. They did amazing things just so people could vote. I know the more important things are, can you live? Can you get housing? Can you get food? Can you get water? Things like that. But the fact that people are voting out there in good numbers is a testament to the state and to the county officials. And people have heard a lot of misinformation out there. We see what's happening. Democracy is unfolding in Western North Carolina. This is where it matters most if you are the Democrats. And only 14% of the vote is in. So you see Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, but you see only 14% of the vote in Mecklenburg County, which tells you, let's just take this for a while. Let's just go through and see what happens as we go. It's 11% of the statewide population. The vice president,
he's coping hard.
So you go back
he's
in time.
Coping hard,
Again,
bro.
This is if
He
you're
is
the vice
so
president's
sad.
camp, he lost. Joe Biden lost North Carolina, getting 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. She, at the moment, is getting 60% of the vote. Is that meaningful? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It would be meaningful if we end up there, but it's only 14% of the vote right now. So then you come back out here, and again, that would be Donald Trump doing better in the suburbs. If he gets her number down from Joe Biden, that would mean Donald Trump was doing better with black voters and in the suburbs. But we watch that. We still have a long time to go. Wake County is Raleigh, number 2. Mecklenburg, number 1, population-wise. Wake County is number 2. She's at 64% right there. Trump's at 35. You go back in time, Trump's at 36. She's at 62. Roughly the same. Roughly the same. Won't make a big deal about that now. Sometimes roughly, you start looking into the margins of roughly if we get to 80, 90% of the vote. Move over here to Durham, your 6th largest county now, right? So Raleigh, Durham, the Research Triangle, young voters, some black voters, some college-educated suburban voters in the healthcare industry and the other industries in the Research Triangle there. 81% of the vote right now with 85% in. So this is where you can make a comparison. You're at 85% of the vote. You can say, okay, where are we? Where was Joe Biden? 80%. So she's matching Joe Biden here in a key place. Trump's at 18% in 2020. We see him at 18% now, a little bit below that. So this, if you're the vice president, you're matching the president. The question is that good enough, right? He lost the state by 74,000 votes. So we come back out. Where else do you want to look? You look for the other Democratic pockets, right? Cumberland County. This is Fayetteville. We're just starting, right? We're just starting. This is the 5th largest county in the state. So that's if you're the vice president, you think there's some room for growth there because we're not there yet. And again, I just want to show you. You see the blue in the urban areas. North Carolina along here has the belt here. These are black voters here for the most part in these Democratic counties. Absolutely essential to the vice president's math. And then you come down to Georgia again in these states.
I don't like that this guy's like, oh, these are the black voters. That means it's a Democratic county.
It's so sad, dude. Yeah, it's so sad.
Like, come on, man. Let's stop doing that. Like, just put on a map of race, just based on race. Be like, you know what? There's a black county. That means it's definitely going, bro. It's so messed up. I mean, I get the logic. Don't get me wrong. African Americans tend to vote pretty Democratic, but this election, you could see some changes that like Trump has actually done a pretty good job of courting certain parts of the black vote. I mean, I'm not saying that he's definitely gonna, like go crazy with the performance on it, but whenever these guys they come on, they don't even realize that they're being super ass racist by saying that. It's a black county. Bro. It's black. Oh, there's a lot of black people. That means that Kamala's probably gonna win that area because black people love to vote for Democrats. Like, okay, like you do think you do realize that there are black people that vote Republican too, right? Like, it's fucking stupid. Sorry to interrupt. I just like I said, whenever I see that shit, it's infuriating. But go ahead.
No, I agree. It is sad, and they're the ones who complain about racial issues, and then they propagate those same types of ideas.
Yeah, I mean that's a stereotype, right? So whatever.
It's a stereotype. You're right.
Not a lot of people live in those, but if you do county after county after county after county, you run it up. And Jake, as I toss back to you, just one more check. No, Fulton County still at 80%. So the Georgia math, we still have the biggest population center where we're waiting to see some key results.
All right, John, as we stand by for the next poll closings at the top of the hour, here's an update on the race to 270. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes.
They are so sad right now.
70 electoral votes are needed to win. Now another
Why?
key.
Why do you think?
Go to the states
because Trump's winning.
Looking at their body
Harris
language.
In the lead in Pennsylvania.
Depression, bro. It's depression is starting to set in. I mean, bro, I'm about to lose money and my joy is going up. What is that?
Have you ever watched the video of the Young Turks? Like they do like
every
hour or so, like as the 2016. Yeah. That is hilarious. Like their faces.
I still watch that. I still watch that once in a while. We're
gonna see that tonight. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
They definitely were not happy in 2016. All right, let's get the Pennsylvania update, then we'll go back to the map. Here we go.
Yeah, take a look at Wisconsin after.
Of the vote, Donald Trump has 47.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 88,000 plus votes of a lead, but it's about 35% of the vote that's been counted in Pennsylvania, about a third. Still a lot of vote to count in Pennsylvania. Michigan, Kamala Harris has 52% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 49,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 15% of the vote counted in the battleground of Michigan. In Wisconsin, another battleground, Kamala Harris, 52.2% of the vote. Donald Trump, 46.1% of the vote. Harris with a 52,000 plus vote lead, but only 27% of the vote counted in Wisconsin, still very early in Wisconsin. Battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 201,000 plus vote lead as of now. That's with 64% of the estimated vote counted in the battleground of North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala.
So Trump's up in Virginia right now, and maybe that is how he can lose Pennsylvania. Maybe. I mean, 60% of the votes are in.
Yeah, but you got to see the counties.
You got winner take all.
You got to look at the
all
counties.
These states.
You got to look at the counties.
I get it. I'm just saying. I mean, maybe there's a way.
Okay, let's hold on one second. Let me just.
By the way, Bitcoin 73. This is going to go down if Trump loses.
All-time
Look at
high.
Coinbase. Coinbase is at 210.
It's not a new all-time high, Doug. We still have a lot to go.
It's not.
No. We got it to 73.
No. You're right. You're right.
Okay, so let's look at this real quick. The county map for Virginia, right? You see all the counties that have like high populations, 74%. There's still 149,000 like voters left. Virginia Beach, which happens to be Trump, still got a lot of votes left. Chesterfield, this, let's see where else. Yeah, I mean, all the other counties, there's not a lot of voters left. So if these last ones show up, especially like something like this, which seems to be Hampton County, another one that's heavily skewing is Henrico County and Fairfax. Fairfax could end up doing a lot more. So it just depends. So I don't think Virginia can be called for either one yet, but it is closer than a lot of people were thinking. But right now, according to New York Times,
70% chance. They're giving New York Times is saying 70% right now.
Of what? That Trump wins?
They're
Yeah, Trump wins.
Yeah.
That Trump
They're
wins.
ticking that up.
Yeah.
Wait, but hold on. Why are they so confident? What do they think he's going to win? If he loses Pennsylvania, what are they confident that he's actually going to get to win? To give him a 70% chance.
I mean, I wouldn't rely on those stupid things because, dude, that's why the Young Turks. You got to watch the Young Turks thing.
It's
that
so
shit was
good.
hilarious.
It was so good.
It was like, wait, what do you mean? This is
No, but the New York Times, I'm saying is, we already know they're biased. So how are they giving Trump a 70% chance?
They're not biased. They're just
No,
going.
but that was a
based on
70%
metrics.
chance of winning the state, not the.
No, that's on winning the election. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They just said.
Wait, can you pull it up? Are you sure?
Yes, bro. I just got the.
Hold
update.
on a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
saying-
70%.
The New York Times.
Maybe they want to
will
get those
trip
those
over
prices.
themselves to report anything negative.
I was gonna say, well, here's the thing. I think the media secretly wants Trump to win because their ratings are gonna go through the roof. Like, who watches the news, bro? No one cares about what Biden's doing. Trump, he says anything, people are tuning in.
The people
right?
who get rich from the media want Trump to win. The people who, went to school to be a journalist and change the world.
Correct. Agreed. Well, Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin, dude. Goodness gracious.
It's really close.
So, sorry, 1% from all time high. 1% from all time high.
It's really close to making a new all time high.
And if this was a morning open stream, Mitt would be like 70,000.
That bell would still be ringing. We'd all have
70,200. We'd be getting a count every 100.
I'm not an auctioneer on the election stream.
We should. You know what? Let's do this. Let's all do our best like Amit impression. I'll start.
He's been waiting for this one. He's got something ready to say. Go ahead. Go for it.
All right. I'm gonna have to pretend like this is a bell.
Oh, I want to see this.
Good morning, everyone. All right, Palantir, Alex Carp. Oh my God, look, guys, it's up $2, $3. Holy $4. Can you believe it's $4? Oh my God, Palantir. Yeah. You know what? Let's do the existential quiz. Let me give it. No, bro. That is he gets animated.
Is that Amit or me every morning?
That's Amit for sure, dude. That's how
that
he
could be
freaks
also
out,
me.
Man. And then he rings.
No, but I know.
that
But if you
stupid
notice,
bell.
if you watch, like, just go through your own feed. Amit, every video of yours starts like this.
Because I'm ready to
every video. You know it's the beginning because Amit's like this. Like, just rub one out, and you're just getting all that moisturizer. You're getting rid of the Jergens.
Welcome to the morning stream.
Bro, it's because I'm like ready to like fucking crush it. And so
You're like, it's like you're looking like, are there enough people yet? Are there enough people yet? And then he's like, all right, good morning, everyone.
Bro, it's yeah. You know what people have called me out on is I use certain words over and over again when I fall in love with them. So there's one word, idiosyncratic. I feel like it makes me sound smart, so I've been saying it so much. And I think Dave called me out on it. Dave is like,
de facto.
Yes.
I think the most retarded one is the capital equity markets. I'm like, what the F is the capital equity markets? Dude?
That's on his Tinder profile.
His Grinder profile.
Grinder, yeah.
Capital equity market.
You guys are acting like Grindr doesn't have a moat, and that bitch is gonna be 25 one day, and all of you guys would have wished you listened to me. All of you would have wished you listened to me.
Hey, we do need to give it up to Amit though right now, dude. Your channel's got 1,300 viewers, and Megan Kelly, who is one of the largest podcasts in the world, is sporting 9.
She's at what, 9,000?
Think about it. 9,000. Think about if that was
crazy.
like real television numbers, and you were drawing like 1/9 of
Oh, no,
the
Doug,
most
you're looking
popular
at the
show
wrong
on
one.
TV.
She has 126,000. I don't know which Megyn Kelly you're looking at.
Yo, what is going
He's
on,
like,
bro?
he's like Kagan,
10
Kagan
year-
I
Melly.
appreciate the compliment, but it's a little.
Look at that 10-year. Look at this. Holy
Dude,
hell, dude. It's almost at 4.5. You know,
Sorry, my
Druckenmiller
page must have
celebrated.
needed a restraint.
And you gotta leave. You gotta leave a Bitcoin chart tab open because this is gonna make an all-time high. It's like,
Dude, Druckenmiller is printing
Hey.
right now, man.
Hey, so Chris, why was the way to make money on this not in the Patreon?
Say that again.
Why was this not in the Patreon? You and Sam. Why was this not in the
Well,
Patreon?
I was
What's
That
not on
this
the
thing was
Patreon?
going to
Yeah,
spike so hard
I've-
today.
I've said.
We
I've been
talking
bearish
about, bro?
the whole time.
No,
Wait,
I'm
wait,
giving-
hold
I'm
on.
giving y'all some-
If
I'm
the
giving y'all
yield
crap.
spike, you have to short TLT, right? That's the move.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm actually going the opposite. I think all of this stuff, dude, this is the same shit that happened last year. Remember in 2020? That's why everyone said the votes were stolen, because all of these last minute votes started to come in and throw the Trump thing off. So right now, what we're seeing is exactly what happened in 2020, where everyone was like, oh, look, Trump is winning. And then like around like, I think 11 o'clock at night, shit was just like, no, he's actually losing. He's actually losing. And then everything started flipping on the opposite direction for him. So
yeah, so
right
I just
now,
want to.
that was when the chick stopped by with the boxes of ballots around 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Yeah, these ballots no one had seen before.
Yeah,
bro.
I just want to report Erie County in Pennsylvania has been turned red compared to where it was with Biden. And we are within 2,000 votes of Trump. Actually, Trump has overtaken Kamala Harris.
Holy shit.
Oh boy. That's what I'm saying.
Whoa.
Dude, did you see the videos on X of the lines? It looks like
I heard about him.
It looks like a migrant, a migrant
Check your
group.
Kashi
Nothing
and
but,
Robin
like
now.
dudes just sitting there staring at their phones, being like fucking pissed off when my fucking tax is lower.
Guys, Pounter's at 51.85 right now.
Christ.
And I think Pounter probably likes JD Vance in the White House.
Kamala's at 20, 21, 22.
Goodness gracious, bro. So if Pennsylvania goes red, I think markets take off and that's it. I mean, he could lose Wisconsin, lose Nevada. He's still probably.
Well, you have to ask yourself, where would the surprise be? Because like California, Oregon.
No, so look at this map.
Colorado,
Look at this map.
New
I'm giving
Mexico.
her Nevada. I'm gonna
Buying
even give
more.
her.
Buying more Kamala.
you're still giving
still buying?
Virginia to the Republicans. That's the problem.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Okay, so I'll give that to
It's
her.
still a Trump win.
So that,
right?
no, but Trump
Oh,
needs to get Nevada
okay.
then. Nevada, whatever. He needs to get Nevada.
Nevada.
What am I missing here? I'm giving everything.
I think you should give Arizona to the Republicans as well.
Okay, so then boom.
But isn't she winning?
Yeah.
Isn't she winning
That's
Ohio?
handy.
right
I'm
now?
telling you, it's all Pennsylvania at this point. Everything
It is.
hinges on Pennsylvania.
He's taking
Pennsylvania.
Wisconsin.
Pounter's 52.25. What the?
Oh my god!
Jesus Christ.
See, I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong in my thing, right?
52-40.
I gotta be honest. I got
market's
BMS
closed.
up a lot too.
Market's closed in 3 more states.
No,
and
shut
they
up,
gave-
shut up, Davies. Put away that stupid Palantir thing.
I bought some Kamala too. 23 cents.
Bruh.
New York
Wait,
Times
what's the
just called
volume?
another. New York Times
Look at
just
the.
called
I was
another
going to bring that
state.
up. Look at the spread. If you look at the spread,
The volume on Pounter, by the way, right now is 75,000 shares. That's the volume. Again, Trump's got to
Trump
win
took-
for this to play out, though. He's got to win for this to really.
He took Wisconsin, or at least it looks like he's taking.
No, he didn't. He didn't take Wisconsin. What are
Yeah.
you talking about? If he took Wisconsin, he wins.
No, I mean
The
they
New
didn't
York-
declare
New York
it, but
Times-
he's leading Wisconsin right now.
New York
I'm
Times
already
just gave
down
him
$300.
198. I don't know what they
already
call it.
down
Is it
$300.
Ohio?
Hold on, Wisconsin. Oh yeah,
Wow.
It's slightly red. Wisconsin. There's still 70% left, or 64% left to count for the votes.
That's still a lot. That's still a lot.
That's still a lot. You're right.
They need to call Georgia. I mean, they got 83% in now, and it's a 5% lead.
I mean,
Yeah, Georgia should.
That's hard to imagine that going another way.
So
Unless
Georgia's
you got
red.
some votes waiting. Unless you got some votes, like votes waiting on the sidelines. You know?
Yeah.
Like
Kamala's going to be calling the Secretary of State saying, hey, I need you to find me
I need
11,000
you to
more
find me
votes.
11,000 votes.
Yo, Pouncer's $53, bro.
What the fuck is going on?
Bitcoin.
Wait,
Bitcoin.
Where's Bitcoin? Where's Biddy? Where's Biddy? Where's Biddy? Where's Biddy?
All-time high 822.
We've
It's an
done
all-time high?
We've
Is
done
it?
it.
No, the all-time high is 70.
No, it is. Doug's right. Doug's right.
It's the
Doug's
all-time
right.
high.
Oh, there it is. It just beat 904.
Wow.
Wow.
What?
Oh,
look
my.
at the look
This is great.
Pouncer's at
contracts. Look at the
53.50.
contracts. Can you see that?
Why
There's
am I
17
betting on
contracts.
Kamala Harris, the person I expect to lose, when I could be betting on Palantir and Bitcoin tonight? Things I actually believe in.
Oh my goodness, bro. Oh, guys, we're not ringing the bell on this one. First of all, these guys will kill me for
You'll be ringing the bell all night.
But
Hold
yeah,
on, pull up
Bitcoin.
Doge. Pull up Dogecoin.
Doge is
What's
moving.
Doge at?
My chat said something about
Yo,
Dogecoin.
Doge is at 21 cents.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
Holy shit.
Oh my goodness.
Shout out to my boy Kev.
I used to have 3 million Doge and I sold them.
Oh my
at
God.
half
You
a
are
cent.
kicking yourself now.
I sold it at half a cent.
Oh my God. Why would you even? My heart breaks for you, bro.
Bro.
How did you not jump off? a building?
Dude, I had Dogecoin at 7 cents too. I sold it at like fucking 11 cents a while ago. Like, so I should have held on to Doge. It was not
Dude,
a lot
I
of money.
got-
I have
I
a
got
small
Solana in the
position, but I've like almost never been in the positive.
Maybe that's Elon's plan. Pay everyone in Doge.
Maybe.
You know?
But I'm up $7,000 on Doge right now.
74.
Are we sure this is a new all-time high, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, bro. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
74. Wow.
Bro.
Yo, look at end phase. Look at end phase is taking a hit. Bro, everything
No,
Kamala is
hit
going
phase
down.
is the
in the
opposite.
80s.
Sorry,
End phase is in the
Vitaly.
80s. It's in the 80s. It's
End
actually
phase is down 4% right now, yeah.
74.
That's actually not that bad. You know, because look, solar is not going anywhere. The sun is still going to rise tomorrow. And it is
It's
still
not
going to
about
make
the sun.
electricity
It's not about
at
the
my
sun.
house.
It's about incentives. It's about rates, and it's about narrative. If they're doing drill baby drill, and your oil prices and gas prices are cheap, you remove some
Well,
of the
shine,
incentives.
baby, shine. I've got solar panels. Shine, baby, shine.
I got them. Listen, I got
don't
them
want-
too. I got them too. But look, with the NEM 3.0 thing that's going on here, how they're sort of reducing the incentives for that. And
that's really terrible, by
That's-
God. But I understand it. I understand it.
And listen, my energy price at home is now the equivalent of what like a supercharger was a year ago. I'm now paying 21 cents a kilowatt hour at home.
Guys,
Wow.
SoFi is printing 1160 and DJT is up 43%. I have a friend who has some puts on this at like 50 that he sold. He sold $50 puts, bro.
Bro, Chris Patel is up more on his cruise line calls than the Trump Media and Technology Group has made in a year.
Yeah, it obviously doesn't deserve to be here, but people are betting on it for Trump. So.
You want to talk about valuation, Chris?
Okay, let's get some updates. Let's get some updates from.
Well, actually, real quick,
comments.
this is Bitcoin
wait.
dominant in effect. This is what it is. Bitcoin's at
Where's Amazon?
60% dominant. So as it goes up, these other ones are gonna pop. Look at Ethereum. Ethereum pop too.
Trump
Bezos
is
can't
leading.
sell overnight.
This is nice.
Trump is leading in Pennsylvania.
Oh, Amazon
Look at
to
Enovix.
201.
Let's see. Let's hear them talking. Let me hear.
Taking class.
Oh, Joy. Yes, let her melt down.
And if you could set aside, which is very hard to set aside, an adjudication of sexual abuse against a woman, and then 24 other allegations, and Jeffrey Epstein saying it was his best friend, you name it. You just think about just the last 2.
The Jeffrey Epstein was his best friend.
Amazon
don't
can't
put
sell
these
overnight,
things
man.
It was
Can't sell
10
overnight.
hours of him saying how much he hated Jeffrey Epstein. But yeah, sure.
Can you guys hear this?
No.
Sorry.
Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 200 change. Okay. Mecklenburg County, the winner of Mecklenburg County is going to be over 300,000, close to 400,000 votes. So we have a very long way to go in Mecklenburg
So
County.
the point you're making here is that Joe Biden pocketed a net of about 200,000
Right.
votes last time.
Last time, a net of about 200,000 votes. Exactly the way to do the math. And we see right now, we're waiting for a whole lot of votes, right? And so she's at 61%. And he was at 67%. If it ends up that way, Donald Trump's going to win North Carolina. But there's that giant number of votes left out. So this vice president's percentage
Remember, the president's 67. Does she get closer to 67? Number one, and then number two, what's the raw math in the margin, right? If Donald Trump, if she's below Biden's number, that means Donald Trump's again doing a little bit better. Might only be a little bit, but a little bit's a big deal in a battleground state in the suburbs, or maybe it's with black voters in Charlotte. We'll have to see how that plays out. That's the biggest county. Pam noted Wake County is your number two. And again, here we're higher. We're at 76%. So she's at 64%. Remember, Joe Biden lost North Carolina, only by 75,000 votes, but he lost. So you're trying to figure out how do you match that up. So you come back here, and again, not a lot, right? You see the win, turnout might be up a little bit. So maybe the winner of the county gets a little bit more than that. But you see him at 393, and more importantly, at 62% of the vote. And
all right, so
Ethereum is spiking. It's up almost 8% right now.
Bitcoin's at 74. Ethereum is.
But look up right now. Look up the BTCD chart.
ETH.
Kamala at 14 cents on Robinhood.
Holy crap, bro!
I bought it 20 cents. That's why it tanked. You're welcome, guys. I paid $1,000 for
13 cents.
Someone's asking why is Palantir up because of Trump's win. There's two reasons. One, JD Vance might help them get more contracts. Two, it's not just Palantir, it's the market. Like the market is going to go up, and we're seeing it if you have lower taxes, and that's what the market's
going to lose.
Yeah, well, also I actually think Palantir has done a good job of asserting the narrative that it's not just defense, that they don't necessarily just need war, right? You're starting to see a lot more of those examples in commercial, which is what you said years ago, that was the real long-term bull case.
You know what's funny, Carlos? If you had listened to me on Palantir at 7, you'd make a lot of money. But if I had listened to you about Bitcoin at 15,000, I would have made a lot of money.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Or even
both
Tesla,
just like didn't listen to each other.
I know. But at least we had something that we were right on.
Yeah, at least something we were right on something. Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Could you? Yeah, imagine we were both advocating for two like losers. And, like,
yeah,
it wouldn't have worked.
That's crazy for Tesla. Wow,
270, bro. Holy shit!
Well, now he's tied to that. So listen, if Trump loses, you get ready for your Tesla at 180.
Everyone needs to put the helmet on if he loses at this point.
Well, Elon will be in jail. So what is that worth in terms of market cap?
Is Elon tweeting anything? Let's see. By the way, this 10-year still chilling right here at 4.4. Elon has.
Damn, this is nice to see. Look at fucking Cardano, 35 cents. We haven't seen that in a while.
Dude, I got Solana.
Doge at 21 cents.
Solana,
I can't believe the price of Doge has a 2 in front of it.
Bro, look at Kalshi.
What the
86.14.
Yeah, it's getting nailed.
You guys see that Elon's going to Trump's watch party, but Biden's not going to Kamala's?
Bro, do you guys think that Biden was like low key trying to help Trump out with those like the garbage?
Hell yeah, dude, hell yeah.
I mean, he's not.
Hell yeah.
It doesn't seem like he left on his own accord, right? And it seems like they've thrown him under the bus.
Hates her. He hates her.
He hates her hard. Like he picked her because she is who she is, and we got to see who she is during the limited campaign that she ran. And I think that's being reflected in the results.
Okay.
Robinhood at 26.50. Yeah, market is absolutely pricing.
All going to tank tomorrow.
Yeah. Be careful of Georgia. Gwinnett County, from what I can see, is at only reporting 17% in. They've got 345,000 remaining votes, and Gwinnett is pretty heavily heavily Harris. So a lot of these numbers, take it with a grain of salt. Be careful.
No, like Crossroads, the thing is that they haven't done the West Coast yet. He might be winning the popular vote right now, but when California comes up, it's going down.
No, but let's give her California. Let's give her Washington. Let's give her Oregon. That is 64 votes.
No, I'm talking about a popular vote.
Yeah, but who cares about that? That doesn't matter.
Well, I was just responding.
I think you're making the point that if he's still up on the popular vote, then that's a pretty good indication that he's.
You can bet on that on Kalshi probably. What are the odds for her to win the popular vote on Polymarket?
So in Pennsylvania, Erie has gone blue, and State College, which is that center county, that's where Penn State is, that has gone red.
Bitcoin just hit 75. Oh my god. Sorry, Matt, to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
Oh my gosh. Yep.
Wow. Are they really betting on Trump winning?
Right, for a second. It's right back down.
You understand how much money needs to be coming in for Bitcoin to move $1,000 at this market cap at that price? There is a.
I mean, it doesn't really, Carlos, because there's not
Oh,
a liquid.
right.
There's not a very liquid supply right now. Everybody's holding on. So
This is
you know
true. This is
the
true.
halving happened. There's not a lot of liquidity in the market.
Okay,
All right,
so
Matt, continue on Pennsylvania. What are you saying?
80.
That was it. Just saying that State College is red at the moment.
But he's still up in Pennsylvania, basically.
And it actually just
I'm
looks like
pulling away.
above here. It's like 90,000 is like the next fib extension. So it's just basically clear skies from here. How hard can it pump?
Dude, if it goes to 90 grand.
Well, it won't happen. Like it won't happen right away. But this is the idea that we're just not going to see these prices anymore. This becomes like a forgotten.
Bro, look at
the new base.
SoFi.
Yeah, a basement really, because you won't see this price again.
Dude, Philadelphia County, it's 46% of the vote is in. The freaking margin is out of this world. Kamala Harris is up 80% to Donald Trump's 20. And in that county, in Philadelphia County.
That's insane.
All right, so play that forward. How many votes are in at 40%, which we should be able to compute? How many are left? And then take do 80-20 divide on that remaining number, and we should be able to assign those
just
per
put it
side.
up. Put it up.
By the way,
Yeah, I'm also curious about State College as well.
14% on TSLO.
Amit, what's that website that you're tracking the result?
Yeah, so you still got this.
Oh,
what's the site that you're tracking? Yeah.
That's almost 300,000 plus, like 320, maybe 340,000. No, if it's the same
240,000.
Yeah, if it's the same margin, it's
240,000.
240,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at this.
No, you
I'm
said
telling
380
Yeah.
times 0.8.
Right. So look at, I'm telling you,
304,000. Yeah.
this is the thing to really watch out for, to see like some of these other counties when they start to really go red. Like there's still, this is Chester County, 11% is in, so there's still 279,000 votes. Montgomery and Philadelphia are the two large. Montgomery, Philadelphia, and Delaware counties seem to be only reporting a limited amount, and those are like the highest margins for what's her name, for Kamala. Same thing with Allegheny, but Allegheny's already reported 78%. Let's look at Allegheny on the map. Hold on one second. Allegheny County.
It's on the eastern side, right?
Yeah, Allegheny.
NYT says 79% chance Trump wins.
Yeah, is that down from what it was?
That's higher. That's a higher.
No, that's up. That's up.
Yeah,
it was 70% earlier.
Yeah,
and that's Crossroads saying that he wouldn't be.
Yeah, Crossroads
like I am.
Slightly.
Yeah,
he wouldn't what?
He wouldn't be bombastic like I am once after I've had.
I'm telling you, this this is throwing, like, the numbers that we're seeing right now from Pennsylvania. It's getting thrown. This is what's throwing it off. There are a lot of blue counties in Pennsylvania that have yet to put their numbers in, and when they put their numbers in, I think it sways back to the Kamala side, and that's when the market is probably going to start factoring that in and start crashing for the. Yeah, we'll see what happens, but that's what I would say. It's probably
so. Chris, you still think Kamala wins this thing?
I think Kamala wins Pennsylvania. If she wins Pennsylvania, she'll win this entire thing,
bro. Imagine the atmospheric shift of energy that would happen if, like, we do a 180. You know, because right now,
yeah, this is what makes people freaking riot. Is they go to bed and they're like, "Oh, this thing is sewn up," and then they wake up in the morning and it's the other way around.
I'm telling you, that's exactly what happened last year. I mean, not last year, last election.
No,
that is
this
exactly
is worse. This is going to be worse.
Yeah, this is worse. This is worse.
Oh boy, because Bitcoin would go right back to 68 minimum, right? Like it's not
it would
staying
dump
at
harder than
75.
that probably. I think maybe it might. What was the low? What was the recent low? It doesn't have to break. It shouldn't break that.
What's the low this week? According to the Carlos rule, that's the new rule for it. Sorry, Carlos.
But it's but it's not. It's not necessarily on this day. So what was the low? Go to the weekly chart.
The low for the week. Yep.
What was the low for the week?
It's like 65.
The low for the week
right?
is 66,783 on Coinbase.
That was the weekly low.
Yep.
Right.
The monthly was 58.
But it's the weekly. It's the week. So basically,
Weekly
whatever
was,
the low price of this week was,
66,798.
All right, so that would technically be a price. You'll never see it below that price again if history is accurate, and it's been accurate the last all of the previous election cycles.
Bro,
Presidential
Crossroads is saying Virginia's in play, and he's lived there. And Doug, I know you said he's not winning
Well,
Virginia.
based on counties yet to report it very much in play. Yeah, but that's what they felt. They said that about Jersey and some of the. I mean, and it's
No, but now we have results. Well, let me pull up Virginia. I mean, I know it's not fully in yet, but he's leading 49.5 to 48.8 with 66% of the votes.
Yeah, but look at the spread. Look at the spread. It's like 30,000.
33% of the votes left.
I'm just saying it's in play.
30,000 votes.
It's in play.
It's another million votes.
I get it.
But
Just
Biden
saying.
won Virginia. Biden won Virginia 54 to 44. So Biden was a landslide.
Yeah.
Palantir's at 53.72 right now.
It's close. It's close.
Tesla's
Is it going to hit
2,
55
16.80.
tonight?
I mean, look, man, IWM's at
and has Derek Wall sold yet?
No, when I called Derek in the morning and he said he didn't sell, but I mean,
but tonight he should.
I don't know if he will, but dude, he bought it at 41. Like, I don't think he expected 53, but like, here we are.
Can you pull up the
My
Palantir
covered
chart?
calls
Pull
are
up
all
Palantir weekly chart. You just got to see this.
Is Kamala really winning Arizona right now? Well, I mean, that's
That's what it looks
48% in, but
Chad just came. He's like, what the fuck?
What the fuck is that?
Chad's like, what's going on, bro? Yeah, dude, look at this thing. I mean,
Carp fist he sold.
Yeah, I mean, Carp sold at 35.
There's not a strike price available on the options market to sell that is high enough for Palantir right
We need the 70s. Like, I don't know why we don't have 70 strikes yet on this stock. We're at 51. Like, what's going on here?
I thought you meant 70 strike price, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm saying 70 strike price.
It's not available.
It's not available.
60 is the max out anywhere.
65
market
is
cap
the
is
max.
114 billion. I
Hey,
think,
we don't need to look at the market cap. We can just pay attention to the number.
No, I was actually going to give
Why
you
do
a
you guys want to
compliment.
bring up market cap?
I was actually going to
so
give you
much,
a
bro?
compliment. We had a whole debate. You were like, is it more likely that Tesla goes to $1 trillion before Palantir gets to 100 billion? And this is when Palantir was like 20 billion.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, that was my logic for picking Palantir over Tesla at the time. You know.
Carlos, you got to go back in time and look at my thesis on Palantir being a 1 of 1 from earlier.
A 101.
Oh, it's a 1 of 1.
Shout out to Zach Julius for the gifted 50.
Whoa, Zach!
Appreciate you, brother. 50
All right, I'll
people
finally
just got
get
gifted
one.
a membership.
Zach sold a
Bunch of you guys.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, Zach's holding some Bitcoin right. Thank you, Zach. Really appreciate it,
damn,
brother.
how much is that membership?
He sold one of them.
Yeah,
How much is that
I
membership?
think it's like $3.
no, it's $5.
Yeah,
Bro,
you have to
Amit,
sell whole
Amit.
Bitcoin to supply that.
Amit, if you had taken Carlos's advice and bought a single Bitcoin back in the day,
I would
you
be up
could
$65,000.
You could pay off your new Tesla in cash.
Oh, did you guys know I put the down payment today?
Did you?
I'm in.
Congrats.
I'm
You want
in.
to see what I did? You want to see what I did?
White
last
on
week?
white
The crazy
Model
call.
Y.
All right.
I'm
When
glad
do you
you did.
get it?
I wish I had bought the white interior. I wish I had
Dude,
done that.
dude,
I
you
didn't
don't
have the guts
understand.
for it.
My mom
It
is
looks so sexy.
But my mom is so pissed because like she comes from the mentality that like white interior is like bad because you'll spill stuff and all that.
Only
And I'm
if
like,
it's
Mom, but it
fabric.
looks
Same
really
thought.
cool
No,
though.
only if it's fabric. Only if it's fabric.
Hey, Virginia,
had the
just
same
let-
thought.
But it does stain your jeans. If you have like really dark like blue jeans, it does start to stain.
Bro, you don't
Virginia
understand.
just
Like
flipped
I
blue.
literally had to talk to her for 30 minutes. I'm like, Mom, first of all, I'll be responsible in the car. Second of all, it like black interior doesn't look good. And like I saw the white on white, it really looks
It doesn't
sexy.
look-
And,
it
like I
doesn't
want a
look
good
good.
car. A membership gets you nothing, Chad, but it supports the channel.
It gets
so
you a
thank for anyone-
color on your name and a star next.
Yeah, it
to
gets you a
after
color in
a
your name.
little
Thank
while.
you for everyone who does the gifted because you get nothing special, but it supports the channel. So I really
You
appreciate
should
it.
get free membership because he's making you money in your stock,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, that's true.
Do you want to see what I did this week?
Yes. What'd you do?
Yes.
Hold on.
Very
Let me make you
nice.
full.
Is that a
screen. Hold
new?
on.
That's a new one.
Did you
yeah.
wrap it?
No,
Oh, no, it's a new one.
yeah,
a
it's
new
a
X.
one. Yeah, a new Model X.
Oh,
Look at
dude, that is. I like those wheels, man.
it. Bro, look at
I
those
got
rims.
X, man.
Wait,
Nice.
Carlos, you have.
Oh,
two
and you
Teslas,
got the
right?
calipers.
Yeah, no, I bought this one. I bought it like this. This is the new one. I had a Model X. A
Was
black
that
one.
so? Is that brand new or you bought used?
No, I bought
Doug,
it
you got the 75 Cs. You
with
got
the white
75
interior
Cs.
in it. There you go.
What year is that?
Dude, white is the sexier interior.
White
in
is
my
White
opinion.
is absolally sexy. It looks like a freaking spaceship.
White is
I
the
wish
shit,
I'd have bought
yeah.
it.
White
I
was-
can't have white with kids, man. With kids, I cannot have white.
But I'm telling you, you can because it.
And
it
I'm
cleans
getting
up
it
just
on my
as easily.
CT.
Honestly, it cleans up just as easily.
Bro, my mom
I
was
mean, I
legit
guess
mad. and
I
had
don't
to
trust my
convince her.
son.
I
He's
had
like,
to
"You don't know
convince
my
her.
son."
I was like, I know it's worth it. Okay, so where's the map right now? What do we got
Yeah,
going
baby
on?
wipes. Kevin,
Virginia went blue.
724.
Fuck, Virginia went blue. Let's
Why are you saying fuck?
Oh, What's
Look,
the
if
spread?
Virginia can flip blue, it can
Yeah,
happen.
but look
for
at
the
the
other states.
spread. It's a few thousand votes. It's like it's not enough.
Hey,
You gotta
I'm
be-
not being political here. I just wanted to be right against Doug, and now it looks like I'm going to be wrong against Doug. So, all right, Trump 198, Kamala 112. She has Arizona.
I don't know about that Arizona one. That's pretty crazy.
Again,
it's
that's
close.
16,000 votes. It's not. Oh, but look
Bro,
at Jill Stein. Go to
Barzal
Arizona.
just posted Polymarket saying
Holy
90%, saying 90% now for Trump on Polymarket.
Just remember, Arizona has a lot of mail-in voting, if you know what I mean.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta gonna be coming in around 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's a
Hold on.
lot of mail-in voting.
Kalshi has her.
I think Kamala's gonna come
Low.
back for a minute, and I'm gonna sell these fucking contracts.
She's got to get above 20 somehow, right? Like,
I don't understand how they think it's gonna be a Republican sweep. That doesn't make any sense. On California.
Well, hold on.
it says
Where's
it's
the
gonna be a
Senate right now?
Republican
Let's
sweep.
see. So the Senate
Yo, look at
is.
Zolcold. Zolcold 725. Can you pull up PBD? He's saying PBD said he won. PBD said
I'm pulling him up. One sec.
he won North Carolina.
Oh, wait a second. 10-year treasury starting to come down now.
No!
It started to slowly come down.
Bitcoin is at 73. Correct. I got it. So we've got about 34 minutes before more polls close and we get to the West Coast. But we have one other quick update.
Jill Stein is closing in. I'm just telling you guys right now. Jill Stein is making a comeback.
Wisconsin. You look at Wisconsin, there's a lot of city left in Wisconsin. Oh, wow. But
let's go, baby.
How ridiculous is that Kennedy's still on the ballot? How ridiculous is that 0.5%?
I'm here. So she's
How silly is that?
vote count state. If you're from a state that's not a battleground state. So this is very important to the Democratic coalition. 66% right now, if you round that up for the vice president, with 60% of the vote reporting. And again, 73% for Vice President Biden. If it ends up that way, that's a problem. Doesn't mean you can't make it up somewhere else.
if it ends up that way.
Losing votes in one key county, losing percentages in one key county, you better make them up somewhere else and track below. Now, Michigan is the one state, to come back to the 2020 example, where you could argue the vice president has a little bit to lose, if you will. It's not Wisconsin, 20,000 votes. It's not Georgia, 11,000 votes. It's not Arizona, 10,000 votes. It's 154,000 votes. So if you want to argue a 2020 replay, the vice president has a little bit more to lose in a state Joe Biden won relatively comfortably when it comes to the battlegrounds. But still, if you're the vice president of the United States, you don't like the fact that Washtenaw County is so close. But now we come up to Ingham County. This is where you find Michigan State University, Lansing, the state capital. The combination of those two things, the state capital and a big university, normally says that's a Democratic area. And it is. It's at 59% if you round up for the vice president. But again, go back in time. Danger zone. 65% for the president 4 years ago. How much can she give up will become the question if you find more counties like that where she's underperforming the president of the United States. So another way to look at it is come back to 2024 and bring it up, and let's just ask that question. Is she overperforming the president anywhere? In a couple of places she is, and that's it. If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she overperforming at the moment? Kent County. That's Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. 15 years ago, even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago, reliably Republican, Western Michigan. You see right now with 27% of the vote in, Trump is at 32%. The vice president at 66. You go back, you see the difference right there. But the emphasis on the but, we're early in the count. So let's blank this out and come back out. But there are places, again, if you're losing in one key constituency, looks like at the moment she's losing with young voters in counties where those voters are important. Can you make it up somewhere else? Another place I would look because of the size of the population.
And Steve pointed out the 10-year as well, getting close to 445, I think. Maybe some resistance. Some argue at 447.
Backed off a little bit.
Yeah, off just a touch. And then Qs and SPYs will be another one to watch as we have some of these markets working overnight, giving us a sense of some market sentiment. When we come back, the election in big tech. What's at stake for Silicon Valley? Seasoned political operative Chris Lane's going to join us next.
Guys, Wisconsin might be going for
Wisconsin's
Harris. I
gonna
mean,
flip,
for Trump.
man.
For Trump, there's not a lot of
Wait,
votes
really?
left.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Look at Wisconsin.
Oh boy, that could help
I see
him.
50% left.
There's two counties in Wisconsin that, let me just share my screen. What the hell? There we go. Okay, so Wisconsin right here. So these two counties lean heavily Democrat, right? But they've already reported almost 72% and 51%. But then look at all of these that haven't reported yet, and they're all pro-Trump. Look at this. And it's all Trump. So believe it or not, Wisconsin might end up going.
So hold on. The 50% that haven't reported, they're all smaller precincts, but they're all Trump, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't see a single one where, I mean, there's some that are partially maybe like leaning towards Trump, but they're all pretty much Trump. Like Dodge County, all of this is all Trump.
Is Milwaukee Democratic or Republican?
Milwaukee's pretty Democratic. It's pretty heavily that. But once again, there's half of the votes are already in.
Yeah.
So,
look at Michigan right now.
Chris, can you go to Michigan? What do we got on Michigan?
Yeah. Let me go to
Michigan. It's like a spread of 3,000 votes with 600 and something thousand votes.
It's honestly way closer than I thought it would be.
Really close.
Yeah.
It's really close. And it's about, what is it, 22% counted, and it's really close.
Look at this. Even Michigan is leaning towards Trump right now.
Whoa! No, Michigan is still Michigan. She at least on what is this on AP News? It's still blue.
39.3.
I think what they're taking
to 49.
You're looking at like a
It's almost a
3,000
dead
vote
heat.
difference.
But I think what they're taking into account is all the different counties that previously were likely leaning towards Biden in 2020, and now they're likely leaning more towards.
But look at that other
Trump.
candidate. Look at the other 22,000 votes.
Bro, is Trump winning? Because maybe I can order some more food on Uber Eats tonight. Maybe I can spend a little bit more than I should.
Man, Uber Eats.
I would kill for a
Michigan.
pizza.
If he's not winning, I'm not ordering no food. I'm gonna be poor tomorrow morning, bro.
You're gonna pass.
I'm doing it.
Wait, hold on.
I don't often drink. I'm also.
All right, so let's look at this. This Wayne County is leaning very well. Technically, this margin
It's
is
1%
24.
in. It's 1%.
It's only 1% in, right? Right, but I'm saying that Wayne County traditionally is a lot more like right here is like D30. So a lot of these votes might end up coming over for Harris, in which case Michigan might flow the other way. But for now, Trump still is leaning. It's Wayne, Macomb, Oakland, and Kent are like the largest ones, and they have a lot of votes that are still coming in. So Michigan is still technically in play. You know,
Let's see the Jerry Springfield, or what is it? Jerry Springer show on MSNBC. What's going on over there?
I don't know if they're. I don't think they're fighting
They're
right now.
they're
but
looking at North Carolina right now. I looked it up too.
1 point swing towards Trump and a 1 point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep
The
seeing that.
khakis.
Boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County.
Kornacki's not wearing khakis.
This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same day votes counted up here, being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county.
Cherokee County and Clean Spark.
He won these things by 75 points or so.
Whitfield County too.
He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. We're going to check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here. And this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral...
Guys,
it's getting crazy.
New York Times, 83% chance. I mean, market's looking like they're ready for a Trump presidency.
I just want to state that there are now 26 elected governors for the Republican side, with it looks like 1 or 2 seats left, which is Washington and Utah. So it looks like the governors have now taken a majority. The Republicans have taken 2 seats in the House, and there is still they've gained 1 seat. So they're at 48 in the Senate, with several more Republicans left to be called still. And Ohio looks like Montana, as well as Texas, has yet to be called on AP, which I think anybody looking at Texas can think that Ted Cruz will win that. So it looks like they will win the Senate as well.
SoFi is 4 cents away from 12. New York Times calling it 83%. Matt with the confirmation that the Senate gaining some seats for the Republicans. Here's my question to you guys. Let's say America brings Trump back to the White House. What is, and let's say it's a pseudo landslide, which maybe it looks like it could happen. What does that say about the American people and their, I guess, discontent with the current administration? What do you think it represents as a nation if we elect Trump again? Carlos, you want to go on this? Let's do Davis. Davis hasn't said anything for 3 hours. Davis.
Well, I've tried to say things, okay? You had me muted. I think it's America admitting that they were wrong and that they needed 4 years of getting slapped around and feeling what idiotic policies actually was like, rather that you can't just cater to feelings, you have to cater to actual facts. I hate that quote by Ben Shapiro, but it's kind of true. And so I think it's just America admitting that they were wrong and that they can't just get their feelings hurt. And we need a strong presidency, a strong administration, one that actually cares about American values and puts Americans first.
Chris, then we'll go to Carlos. Chris, what do you think it means if we elect Trump again for a second term?
It means that the bias that the media put out there, it's one of those things where you can only be lied to for so long before people figure out your trick. You know, I know quite a few people now that they stopped watching traditional media because the first time they said this guy was evil, he's Hitler, all this other stuff, it stuck. And maybe now people are just saying like, wait a second, the blatant propaganda that's coming out, we don't believe it anymore. Like this whole thing with Liz Cheney, that was a wake-up call for a lot of people to say, wait a second, like we clearly can hear the rest of what the hell Trump said, and it's nowhere near what the media put out there. And you don't want to basically tune into channels that are just going to be, dictating to you and basically hoping that you're too stupid to go look. This is also a reflection on how important it was for for Elon to buy Twitter. I honestly think if Twitter was not as free speech and free thing as it is right now, I don't really know if we would be seeing what we're seeing right now. So
Elon would have definitely been deplatformed.
100%.
Elon
100%.
and every other conservative.
He wouldn't be in as much trouble because he wouldn't have a voice, but he would have been deplatformed.
Do you think he brings Twitter public again?
Not for a while.
And if he does, are you buying shares?
I would, but I don't think he'd go public for a while for the same reasons he won't take SpaceX public. I think that to him is more about mission at this point.
2 minutes ago, New Hampshire, they called a Republican for the governor. That's a huge reversal.
Okay, and then SoFi just hit 12 as well. Carlos, your thoughts? If we do elect Trump again for a second term, what does that mean for the state of America?
I think it's less about this current administration and more about a general direction that the country's been going. Like 12 of the last 16 years have been run by Democrats. I think 28 out of the last 32 years. And I think what really did it for me, and I'm assuming that this is baked into that result, would be the Bush Republicans became Democrats and the Kennedy Democrats became Republicans. So it's almost like the parties have switched. Like
no, not all. I'm sorry to interrupt, Carlos. RFK is the one guy. The entire other part of that family, it's all straight still Democrats.
Okay.
It's just Robert.
They've excommunicated him. Like his family.
Yeah. That's fine, but I mean, what are the other ones doing politically right now? Who of the other ones are as politically involved right now? So you have personal feelings. You have personal.
They're tweeting about how bad he is.
Right, but Tim Walz's entire family is voting Republican.
Oh, wait, that's another thing we haven't talked about all night. How bad of a choice?
I think if they lose, that's gonna, when they do the post-mortem and they figure out where they went wrong, I think that was a big mistake.
He gonna give you Minnesota, who you were already gonna get? You could have had Shapiro, who was gonna deliver Pennsylvania.
The problem with that was I think they felt that would have alienated the Muslim vote.
Okay, well, so you're losing Michigan anyway. Sorry, so you could have at least said Shapiro will win us Pennsylvania. We can go spend our resources somewhere else.
It would have helped them try to win Pennsylvania, Shapiro.
It probably would have delivered the state, to be honest.
Yeah, Shapiro, he's got a statewide network and everything already there. I mean, and he's a super dynamic guy.
Imagine it's the Amish that put it over the edge.
Shapiro's too confident,
that is awesome.
dude. Shapiro would be too confident.
Yep.
People would look to him and basically just put her on the side, bro. I'd be like, she'd be like giving a speech and be like, so what does Shapiro think about this? Yeah.
That's why Biden picked her.
Yeah.
She was the DEI hire, so she checked the boxes of DEI, and so he didn't have to have two white males, blah blah blah, right? And then there's no way she could eclipse him because for better or worse, Joe Biden is a lifelong political operator, and I mean lifelong. Like he's been in politics, he's been in the Senate since he was younger than most of us on the stream, and he just knows how to get stuff done, backroom deal wise, and he didn't want someone who would make him who would steal the stage from him.
Okay, can we go to
real quick? Dominic Webb 742. Kansas and Iowa closed red, so he did win Iowa.
No, he didn't. He won Iowa.
That's what Dominic Webb is saying at 742.
Hold on. Did he win?
Yeah,
Iowa?
New York Times has him winning Iowa.
Holy shit!
Big dude.
Was that just called? Did we miss that over the past?
Yeah, well,
10 minutes?
1 minute ago.
We missed it a couple minutes ago. Yeah, a couple minutes ago.
Trump wins.
Man, but by a big margin too.
Hold on. 2020. Did Trump lose Iowa? Let me check just to make sure.
Let me go back. 2020.
No,
2020.
No, he
Iowa.
won Iowa. He won Iowa last time. Okay, so it's not that big of a surprise.
I mean, Iowa's corn farmers.
But they had Harris leading a couple days ago, right? And that's when people.
Yeah. That almost felt like a psyop. It was like all of a sudden she's gonna win Iowa, and we're like, really? Of all the states, you're gonna pick like the hayseed corn farmers to?
Yeah, but that's what gets people out to vote, bro. You know, you gotta neg them. You know,
Yeah,
where you basically
yeah,
say
you do.
you basically say like, oh my God, look, Trump is gonna win. And boom, it's all the people that are like super hardcore Kamala people are going to come out, and it's the opposite. If you say Kamala's going to win, all the other people are going to come out. So
that has been known to happen, especially in the West Coast. Like they see the election's kind of over, and so they don't bother go vote.
Yeah,
and, so maybe
go through your portfolio that you do in the morning and just see what everyone is doing overnight.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
So let's pull this up right here. So let's look at NVIDIA. SoFi is 1197. NVIDIA is 141. So that's NVIDIA's up 1%. Amazon broke above 200 overnight. Amazon's up. Apple.
Yeah, Jeff's in bed. He can't sell right now.
Yeah, Jeff's in bed. He can't sell. Amazon up, or Apple up 1.43. Tesla is one of the big winners, up 8.3%.
Damn.
Look at TLT. TLT is collapsing, bro.
Palantir 53.52. TLT is holy moly. Whoa.
It's a double black diamond.
Oh, hey, how does that affect our preferred shares, Chris? I wanted to ask you about China.
Not good. Because the thing is, like, higher inflation. I mean, sorry, not higher inflation. Well, the expectation of higher inflation is going to end up equaling higher forward yields, right, for the 10-year, which means that you're going to see preferreds competing against the treasury market, which means that, it's like, why would you pay a private company with equity risk when you could just put it into the treasuries and get like a 4.5% return, right? So for the preferred shares, it wouldn't be good. And China, technically, with all the stimulus, they would prefer the US interest rates come down so that they could theoretically do the same thing and not like crash the market. So I'd say, yeah, this is not necessarily the greatest thing in terms of like the deflation trade, because I think the trades that we're trying to put on are, hey, in the future rates will come down, and they'll come down substantially, in which case the capital appreciation for this one plus it'll go up. So yeah,
I just want to state
Elizabeth Warren just won.
She won a while ago. Go ahead.
I just want to state that Trump is 20,000 votes away in Georgia from what he got back in 2020, and he is up by about 140 or 160,000. I'm not good with math. You guys know that. So I'm just saying he is basically almost where he was 4 years ago, and there's still 80 or 12% left to report. So he either needs to stop here in terms of like it all has to be city votes or something of the like, or he's definitely going to win Georgia.
Just needs to stop the count right now.
They definitely need.
We need
Georgia.
We need another glitch or a pipeline burst.
Georgia definitely looks like it's going to go for Trump. I don't see any areas where Trump could even possibly come in.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the county maps right now.
748.
Yeah. Nah, there's not enough votes left in
some ballots. Like,
oh my gosh, bro! All right, let's get an update.
It's like they're not calling it to keep people voting on the West Coast.
Yeah. Are they still open in the West Coast?
Yeah, it's closing in like 12 minutes in the West Coast.
Okay.
Outside Lansing here, Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage counties they won in 2020, they want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said, we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in Northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his.
Looks like he's pulling Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Just want to say 90% now reporting for Georgia, and Trump has now eclipsed the amount of popular vote that Biden got in 2020 by 10,000. So I think it's all but sealed.
Massive turnout.
So California, Oregon, and Washington will come in probably in an hour. But I don't know if that matters. What do you say?
7 minutes they close.
Yeah, so it should be coming pretty soon then, less than an hour. Pennsylvania, he's still red, and Georgia, as Matt was saying, he's red. He's up by 3% with 90% of the votes in. I mean, it's not a crazy thin margin. At 3% is still a decent amount for Harris to make up.
There's 140,000 votes. Am I reading that right?
Correct. And then Wisconsin, he's up by 2% with 57% of the votes. But as Chris said, there's not that many counties left. Theoretically, that would necessarily be blue.
Bro, Minnesota is temporarily red right now. That's Tim Walz' state.
No way. Oh shit, it is.
It's
only 26% of the votes, but still.
Can you imagine?
I mean,
that,
dude,
that was the only
embarrassing.
state that didn't vote for Ronald Reagan. All of the 49 states did.
Minnesota's like the nicest state ever, right? That's the thing. All right. Well,
that was the one state that kept us from ever having like a 50 state swing.
Dude, if we could end out tonight knowing Trump wins, see his speech, and be asleep in like 2-3 hours. I mean, dude, people thought we'd be up to like 10 a.m. trying to figure this out.
We're talking about Wednesday next week. Dimples, Chads.
Yeah, you promised me, Amit, that we would be on till we had a president, and I thought we'd be on till like I had to leave to go to Vegas on Thursday.
I thought there was a shot. Robinhood has 10 cents on Kamala right now, so if anyone wants to bet on Kamala, there's a nice 10x.
I'm done betting on Kamala right now. I've already lost 500 bucks.
I'm already down 500.
No mas.
Chris, you're muted.
I'm sure the expression of my sadness. No, I'm good.
No, but Chris,
yeah, you don't want the value. You don't want the value, Chris.
Chris, let's say you lose. Chris, let's say you lose.
That face. I didn't even cap of that face.
Chris, let's say you use.
Not even TJ can wheel that to manufacture the win.
Let's say you lose $3,000 on Kamala or whatever you put in Kalshi and Robinhood. Your portfolio is going to print tomorrow. So like, there's no sad face you should have. You shouldn't have a sad face at all. Like, you're gonna.
No, I'm not sad at all. No, I'm not sad at all, bro. Like I said, at the end of the day, we want our portfolios to be up. This is all just fun and games, just playing around with a few dollars here and there to see if we can do this thing. So we'll see what happens.
10 cents. Can we just talk about how awesome the electoral college is?
Like, we were having that debate before you came. Do you think we should get rid of it or keep it? What do you think?
No way. I mean, think about how awesome that is. How it forces it, because otherwise you would go to the states with the highest concentration, and that would be the end of it to get the popular vote. It forces you to go to those states and campaign for those votes. And you have to kind of go around the country. And it's funny how some of these states can be decided by just a few thousand votes. I think, and it's insane that, a bunch of young guys thought of this when the population was a fraction of what it is. And it still functions with, 300 plus million people. It's amazing. It's incredible.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't touch it.
MicroStrategy's new all-time highs as well. Robinhood up 4%. MSTR 255.
Elon's live right now with Tucker, apparently.
Hold on, we gotta get that.
Go on Spaces. He's got to be on Space somewhere. I'm gonna jet in a few minutes. I got to start my session. I got a night session. I'll be done at 6 a.m. If you guys are still live, I'll be joining.
I think we should be good. Hopefully, but then he's not live. Oh no, Tucker Carlson is indeed. Yeah, he's live with Elon. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at this.
Let's check out a few minutes.
Because for a lot of people, if they'll vote, it's just maybe they don't have a ride. You know? So we just made sure everyone had a ride.
Could you imagine he rolls out cybercabs taking people everywhere to go vote? Oh shit!
It's amazing.
Had anyone ever gotten the Amish out to vote before?
Not in significant numbers. But the Democrats did make a mistake because there was government overreach, and with some of the Amish farmers.
Yes, with the milk.
They're just there's no such thing as like organic farming or not organic. They're farmers. They've been farming the same way for a long time, and there was some just government overreach that shut down some Amish farmers, which really made them pretty upset. You just need to be able to channel that, the fact that they're upset, and well, there's a thing you can do about it, which is called voting. And
exactly.
And we're happy to.
They pissed the wrong guy off.
Transport you to. They're allowed to ride in vans, as long as they're not driving the van. So we're just making sure we bring them to the polls and they vote how they want to vote, which is going to be like 99.9%. Actually, Call it 100.
At least
101%.
So these are
In
raw
favor
milk
of Trump.
producers.
Yeah.
So you endorsed Trump within minutes of him being shot. I mean, how many? I mean, it was literally minutes, I think, as I remember.
Yeah.
And then you just went more all in than I've ever seen anybody ever go.
Yeah.
What was the? Did you ever doubt, or did you just decide to go all in and you just did it?
I mean, my philosophy is you play to win. You don't play by half measure.
Elon's acting like he just won. I mean, he's acting like Trump just won the way he's talking. This is live right now.
So, I mean, I was with the team every day, 7 days a week, just working the early votes in Pennsylvania and other swing states. First registrations. First, like if people don't register, they can't vote. So the initial focus was just maximizing registrations, and then once the registration deadline was over, just getting the early votes.
X, from my perspective, played a pivotal role.
Okay, so we got Roy on with us today. Roy, thank you for being here. What are your thoughts on everything going on?
What up?
Looking good, man.
Yeah, I was hoping that whatever direction, and I voted for Trump, by the way, for the first time. I've never voted for him before. Matt and I made sure
that I'm out.
What state are you in, Roy? What state are you in?
Texas. Yeah. So Matt and I made sure that Texas was carried for Donald Trump. It came down. It was close, but it came down to us. I was hoping that even if Trump didn't win, that it would be a blowout landslide. It's not quite a landslide, but like I think New York Times is projecting 301 electoral college votes for Trump. Which, I mean, that's as close as you can get, unless like there's a Reagan type event and Minnesota's the one holdout. But no, this is really good. It looks like House might be Democrat and Senate a Republican. Market likes gridlock. I like gridlock. So no, this is really good. My covered calls, I'm going to be doing some rolling. So, but,
yes,
it's great. Markets love this. And like one of the coolest things is so Donald Trump, this is his last term. He can't run again. And most of the time, politicians in their last term, they tend to keep more of their promises. Trump kept more of his promises his first term than I thought he would. He kept a lot of them, actually. If the Department of Government Efficiency is actually created and they have enough power to actually make some real difference and change, like that, I mean, it's not going to fix everything overnight, but like they have to buy time for the government or for the country's GDP to continue to grow and accelerate. They can't just keep printing trillions of dollars out of thin air just to pay off the debt. So this could be a very, very, very good thing for the United States. And not a perfect candidate, but this is awesome. So,
I mean, the market's acting like he's winning, guys. It is getting to that point. Bitcoin 74.5. That's another, big thing that we're seeing. I mean, dude, it's up 10%. I didn't even notice that. It's up 10%. Like, I feel like that's the indication. And then Russell at 230 is just incredible with IWM. 229.9 right now. Yeah, it looks like that's what the market's pricing in. Let's get an update and see where we're looking at right now on Nevada.
89% chance, New York Times says, for Trump victory, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it might happen tonight, and that's it. We're done.
House. So Jeff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey. That Senate race in California is to call. I'm being informed by the control room that baseball guy is not the right way to think, right thing to call him. I apologize. I'll revise that in a moment. In the Senate race in Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call in the Senate race in Washington State. This is the Senate at this hour. 48 Republicans seated in the Senate. That includes one Senate pickup for the Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia, where independent Senator Joe Manchin gave up his seat, decided not to run again. A Republican picked that up. There are 37
who has not said which party he would caucus with in the Harris campaign. What are they telling you?
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from.
So the fact that they're saying silence is the tension inside of the Harris HQ, and the New York Times giving Trump a 90% chance. I mean, unless anything dramatic happens, it feels like it's going to be
Yo,
Trump.
you got some gift membership.
I got some gifted. Raj, thank you for the 30 gifted. Appreciate you, man. I think you gave a bunch of gifted.
And he gave some cash
birthday.
too. He gave 100 in cash.
Oh man, Raj, thank you for the $100 super chat. Trimmed Palantir was super sad to touch it, but I bought DJT in my tax-free account right before the close today. I love it. Transition Palantir into DJT, and that thing might be up a lot tomorrow if Trump wins. Thank you, Raj. Really appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you for support for the channel, and you gave super chats a couple days ago, so I really, really appreciate supporting the channel. Chris, what are you thinking right now?
I'm thinking, holy shit, this is historic, but at the same time, this is exactly about how I was feeling in 2020, and then shit started flipping. So I don't know.
But in 2020, I don't think it felt like this at 11:05 p.m.
We weren't doing this. We weren't even trying. Like, we didn't have a live stream like this.
No, not. But like, it felt like Biden was in the lead for a majority. Of
I
the
was.
night.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't at all. One of the reasons why everyone quote unquote contested the election was because all the changes that came in last minute. You remember that? It was like Georgia, like Trump is winning Georgia. And then all of a sudden it was like, boom, they found a whole bunch of things and it changed. So that's when it became kind of suspicious, which was like, hey, wait a second. Like, I thought Trump was winning. You know what I mean? Like right now it's Pennsylvania. It's the same thing. Right now, Trump is in the lead, but let's say last minute, some huge numbers come in and throw the thing off. That could be something. So I'd say we have to be careful because the way that this is turning out, it feels like Trump is going to win. But then if somehow Kamala comes in last minute and all these votes come in and she wins, that's bad for the country because at that point, everyone's going to be like very suspicious of the results, you know? So do you guys remember last time? Didn't that exact same scenario happen where everyone went to sleep thinking Trump was going to win? And then all of a sudden we woke up and it was like, wait a second. No, like Kamala got Georgia. Kamala got X. Kamala got Y. I'm not Kamala. Biden got X. Biden got Y. You know?
Yeah, that's actually the worst case scenario is if that happens and people are super skeptical and things are fought out and drawn out a long time. It's bad for the country, bad for the markets, bad for the world, honestly. So,
yeah.
And that still totally could happen. I think I was trying to look it up and see like where we were at, like basically when I went to bed. I think it was like 2 a.m. or something last time. And it felt like Trump was in the lead, but not quite this much. And I could be wrong though. It's been 4 years.
Yeah.
Like Virginia looks like I was wrong on. Harris is probably going to win that. North Carolina, Georgia, very high probability going to Trump. Wisconsin looks pretty good for Trump. I don't know about Michigan. That's too early. Arizona's really close. Like it could go either way.
If a lot of these people go to sleep at night thinking that, hey, Trump is going to win, and then we wake up tomorrow morning and we have a President Harris, that's bad. A lot of people are going to question the shit out of this thing. So
I think we're getting a Trump victory speech tonight, bro. I don't think it's going to end up like that.
Okay.
Unless you're right about how it could play out like that. I think we get to call this tonight.
Yeah, that would be really good. That's ideal. Is that it's clear that there's still some states like Pennsylvania that can't get their act together for whatever reason, but they don't matter. That's great. certainty is awesome. Gridlock is awesome. And it looks like we're probably going to get that.
Yeah. So Tucker is not live with Elon anymore. Let's go to the All-In guys and see what they're saying. Let's go to them for 5 minutes. See what those guys are talking about.
You know, it was very
What do you
clever
think?
what he did with the.
I think it's the Elon effect.
Yeah. It could be that Elon swung the election. Absolutely. I mean, young men don't vote, but young men love Elon and they love innovation and they love entrepreneurship. It kind of
Cal,
makes
you love
sense.
Elon. Did you turn out to vote for Trump?
Well, I mean, I didn't share my vote, but I did tell you I wasn't going to vote for Kamala. So I'll leave it at that.
What? You guys think J. Cal voted for Trump?
Yeah.
I don't think he did, dude. I don't think he did. I don't think so. I think he still hates Trump too much.
He's in California. Who gives a shit, bro? It ain't like his vote matters anyway.
That is true. Yeah.
Can confirm that. I am not going to tell anybody
hold
what
on.
my vote was.
I understand.
I'm
but
not going to play
I
this
understand.
game.
No, but you can confirm that you did vote and you did not vote for.
No,
Kamala.
Chamath, ask him if he voted in a presidential race because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
easy to say you voted.
Yeah, did you vote in the presidential?
I will not
race?
reveal because it's too divisive right now.
Because you did not vote for the because you didn't vote for either candidate, but you did vote for some other bullshit like stuff in Austin.
I'm gonna
Yes,
leave.
look, you can
I'm
see
not
this.
gonna tell anybody who I
Oh
voted
my
for. I'm gonna
God.
leave it out.
He's such a pussy, dude. He's such a
Phil,
pussy.
you skipped. Wait a minute, Jason. You skipped a once in a generation lifetime opportunity to defend free speech.
I'm not gonna share my vote. I'm gonna keep it
No,
private.
no. What I'm
'cause
asking you is, did you vote for in the presidential election in 2024?
I'm gonna say I voted for Marianne Williamson. That's
You know,
it.
you wanna
I
know
voted
something?
for
Hold on,
this.
pause this,
I'm
pause this
asking-
second.
I'm
No,
not
just say yes,
telling
no, no,
you
I-
anything about my vote.
This is the fucking reality. Oh, sorry to curse. Sorry about that. I shouldn't
No,
curse.
you're good, dude.
This should be scary that people are afraid. Like J. Cal has a lot of friends that are like super liberals, right? And the thing is, the reason why he's not saying I voted for Trump is because he would be ostracized. And that's sad that people will ostracize you based on who you voted for. You know, I mean, whenever I ask anyone like, who did you vote for? And they say like, I can't say, bro, you voted for Trump. You know, you did. Like everyone fucking knows. That's like code word for I voted for Trump, but I can't say officially because I don't want to lose half my friends. You know, I know like I definitely have some friends that are secretly like, yeah, I love Kamala, blah, blah. But inside, you know that they fucking voted for Trump. They're like, you know, they have to play the I'm a Democrat, I believe in women's rights thing. But like when you drink a little bit and get a few beers in them, they're like, yo, fuck these bitches. And I'm like, bro, there's the guy I remember from college. There he is, you know.
That's why the polls usually are skewed in the Democrats' favor, at least when Trump is running. Just because, I mean, people don't want to say that they are voting for, you know, a Nazi, fascist, genocidal, whatever, like they've labeled Trump as falsely. But you know, that's the reality, and so people will, you know, just not even participate, or they'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm totally voting Harris," and maybe they don't do that. So that's what we're seeing.
That's because they're a bunch of simps, bro. They're a bunch of simps around their female colleagues and their female, like, you know, like girlfriends and wives. They'll be all like, yeah, babe, I'm a Democrat.
Well, dude,
I love
but
you.
what do you expect if you're trying to date and you're in your 20s and every girl is a liberal? Like, if you say you voted for Trump and they just don't want anything to do with you, I mean, like, you're gonna have to, you know, acquiesce to an extent, unless you find a Republican girl, which there's not a lot of.
One of the funniest things that happened to me.
There are
so my
plenty of
daughter-
Republican girls.
My daughter, you know, she entered middle school this year, so a little too young, guys. She's turning 12 this year, actually tomorrow. But
I love it.
She came home, like I hadn't talked to her. I talked to her about, you know, some of the election stuff, but she had no clue who I was voting for. And she came in and she was trying to convince me to vote for Donald Trump. And I'm like, well, are like people at your school, because it's Texas, you know, are most of them voting? It's like, no. Most of them voted for Harris. But I think you should vote for Trump, and here's all these different reasons. And you know, I argued back and forth with her because I think that's really good for her. And then at the end, she's like, "So, are you going to vote for Trump?" I'm like, "I'll think about it," and I did, and I let her know. But tonight, you know, she went to bed, and she'll be very sad if the polls shift the other way. Not that, like, you know, she doesn't know too much about anything, but she had some good reasons. So, yeah, but it is really weird how polarized like males and females are now between Republican and Democrat. That's That's shifted like in the last 4 or 8 years. It didn't used to be that extreme.
If you really want that, you got to pretend to be like super liberal, but slowly feed her red pills. It's like an investment, right? And you start small. You first get her to join Twitter. Like once you get her to join Twitter, then you start like secretly when she's asleep following all these deep state account, like the red pill accounts, like Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens and freaking Elon Musk. And what happens is she's just Ben Shapiro, and she just gets fed slowly all the propaganda from our side, right? And eventually she wakes up in the morning and she's like, we need to build that wall. That's what happens.
Well, I mean, that's what you did with your wife to an extent, right? You just kept feeding her the red pill.
You know what's funny? I asked her who she voted for. She said, "Oh, I don't know. I don't really, want to discuss it." And I'm like, "Oh, you did the dirty deed, didn't you?" It's like the red pill, baby. Slowly feed the red pill. Just drop it in their drink, metaphorically, of course. Don't actually drop and roofie them, Yeah.
All right.
Do any of you guys
go ahead, Doug? Go ahead.
I'll say, do any of you guys know who Brianna Wu is? Does that name ring a bell with anyone?
No.
Gamergate.
Brianna
Wu.
No, I don't know. No, I don't know.
Okay, interesting follow on Twitter. She was kind of the person who kicked off the original Gamergate back in 2012. Well, it's kind of funny how she's trying to walk that back now. But something you were just saying, Chris, reminded me of and something Matt said earlier was, Matt was saying how he doesn't have, or he's had people he thought were friends, and maybe they still can be if this election goes as solidly one direction as another.
That is Mr. Awesome. TJ, the Wheel Deals portfolio right here. Dude, TJ, if this thing works out, we might see our boy hit 10 million today.
Is that a screenshot, or did TJ give you access to his account?
No. It's a screenshot. I don't have access to it. But if I had access to an account, it'd be $10 million worth of Pouncer and Robinhood, maybe. It'd be pretty simple.
And $5 million in Grinder.
5 million Grinder. Nesra, thank you for the $50 super chat. What can be unburdened by what has been? That is correct. Thank you for that, Nesra. Really appreciate it. We will see if Kamala says anything about burden.
Look at Doge.
And then Real Capers, thank you for the $25 super chat. You tell him who you really voted for after smashing. Okay, that might be
yeah.
the methodology as well. Okay, real quick, let's get an update on these polls, and then we'll keep going.
And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want. One little quirky thing: Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance, if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history. And when you look at the numbers tonight, excuse me, if that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds those leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that. Just cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps, please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania.
In the Democrats in the Senate, if you were to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown. And so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining
that we're seeing play out within the electorate.
No,
So it's state by state right now, and it's one and done essentially for Harris. So if she loses Pennsylvania, it's basically done. You got to play it out.
If she loses Pennsylvania,
Right.
it's done.
Can't make out the
He's at 270.
But so which of those three blue wall states is she strongest and which is she most vulnerable?
We don't know enough of the votes, but Wisconsin is the biggest question mark.
Okay.
Because what we have seen is not blow away over performance, right? But again, there's a big question mark there. Michigan, she seems to be on course, but again, we don't know a lot of the vote. Pennsylvania, she seems to be on course. We know more of the vote, but not enough of the vote.
Right.
So you put the biggest question mark, but each one has a question.
The timing here, I think, is pretty important, right? So it's 11:15 at night. Not everyone who's watching are political junkies who are going to stay up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. People got to go to work tomorrow morning. If you're the Harris campaign, you've got this huge crowd. You've got a lot of TV eyeballs right now, a lot of suspense, and still things are looking.
I think that's why Kelly's reporting she might be about to
That's why you come out and you speak now, and you speak first.
Right.
And you set the tone. No one can declare victory tonight. The votes, there's too much vote out there. We think that there's enough vote in these areas. You lay out your
go
argument.
that far to preempt Trump from doing what he did in 2020, which was prematurely declare victory when he hadn't won the race?
Why wouldn't she?
I don't know.
You know, if you want to try to buy, if you want,
listen, she spent the last several days of her campaign not even saying his name. You know, in a race between two people, she refused to name her opponent,
or her running mate for that matter, or the guy who's in the Oval Office.
Well, only one of the two would get any pressure to concede, and it's not him. Nobody says anything to him in that party unless spoken to. Harris will get pressure on her because the Democrats have tied themselves to the integrity of democracy as an issue.
Yeah.
You think? I think. Look, there was at some point in the night we were going to have this conversation, depending on how it went. Are they really going to get that pressure? And here's the question: how do you, Kamala Harris, come out and say Donald Trump, who I call the fascist, and I compared to Hitler, and I compared his followers to Nazis, has won? And we're all supposed to get behind him?
That's a hell of a point, bro. I mean, I don't even think this is political. If you call someone a Nazi and then say they're the leader of the free world and just concede to them, it probably means you don't actually think they're a Nazi. And it would be interesting to see if she does concede tonight, how she would characterize a concession.
What does she say?
Well, it was thoughts and prayers from when he got shot.
And America has spoken, democracy has spoken. It is our duty as Americans now to unite. You speak to the country and do your best to try and stitch together two very, very divided segments of this population, which we must do. We cannot continue to stagger along like this.
Yeah, look, I think you make a great point, and that is Democrats have tied themselves to this mantle of democracy. Maybe that's why she comes out early. Because if you come out,
she's not going to come out to concede. She's going to come out to say, you know,
right? But you come out early when there is no pressure yet to concede.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pause this real quick.
Pressure on her to concede.
No,
but
there wouldn't be any reason to concede.
These people, they're already fucking writing her fucking obituary. Be like, oh, this is what she should write if she quit. Holy shit, bro. I think the media has figured it out that she's not going to win anymore. Can you believe that shit?
I mean,
terrible candidate.
This is the right leaning network though, Chris.
That's News Nation. They're a little bit more objective, but yeah, they're not like CNN or anything.
Oh, okay. I thought they were like CNBC or not CNBC, like CNN or something. Okay.
So Georgia is looking for Trump. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan currently are red. We're still
crazy.
early.
And Pennsylvania.
Holy shit, dude.
And
if he takes out the blue wall plus Arizona and maybe Nevada, whatever.
Bro, that is a mandate for Trump like there is no tomorrow, dude.
That is a mandate.
That is a mandate to clean house in the bureaucracy.
Yeah.
That is a mandate to dismantle the bureaucracy.
Okay, so can we talk about Elon? Let's start with you, Davis.
And can he do it as an instant lame duck because he's never running again, so he doesn't have that political capital.
Correct.
Of being able to win the next election for everybody who's trying to run again in 2 years. So he's going to be a lame duck from day one. Can he get it done?
Well, they can't use that logic anymore that, this is the last election, like Trump will never leave office, because if the minute that they start another election cycle, it's like, Trump is never going to leave office. Well, Trump's not running. Why? He's done. You know,
Do you guys think, Davis, that the Doge Commission could become a real thing if Trump wins?
Absolutely. I mean, that's actually what I'm most excited for, because at my core, I'm a registered libertarian, and I'm all about limited government. And just if I'm taking a look at the people that he's talking to and saying, "Oh, I want you part of my team," like when he announced, or when he started talking with Ron Paul about adding him to his team, like my libertarian heart just fired up. Like he's the guy that got me all into politics. And like most of my policies are based around that guy. And I think this is his attempt at trying to unify the nation almost. Because I feel like if he was to lean too far like conservative, it would just divide the country more. But the fact that he's inviting these people that were once Democrats and then now you have libertarians on your team, like it just shows that I think he wants to unify the nation, and I think that this team, just based on its makeup, like even if the Doge didn't happen, I think it would inevitably happen with the people that he's surrounding himself by. It's like they would talk to him about policies and put ideas in his head. So I think it'll become a reality.
North Carolina just went for they declared it now. So North Carolina's done. Same thing. Georgia's almost done at this point. I don't.
They just declared Oregon for Harris.
Yeah, Georgia is like she'd need like 150,000 votes just to catch up, and there's no would even. Yeah, so Georgia's definitely there. Kamala Harris is still leading in Virginia, which is still likely the case. But dude, Pennsylvania. If she loses Pennsylvania, that's it. The rest of this shit doesn't even really matter. Yeah, Wisconsin. And the funny thing is, the other ones that usually would go to her, they're actually leaning heavily towards Trump, like Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Yeah,
and Arizona is also.
Yeah, Arizona's like 40. Well, Arizona's like neck and neck, which is kind of
Arizona hasn't moved for like the past 45 minutes.
Like 50% of the votes in, and Trump is leading, but like by barely 2,000 votes. Not even 2,000, like 1,000 votes.
Bro, how sad is that? That 53% of the vote is in, and it's 1.8 million, basically. Yeah. So basically half. So they have 3 point something million voters. Is the population of the state a lot larger than that?
No. Arizona's not that big. It's mostly desert, dude. I mean, we've got a few like major cities, but for the most part, it's not heavily populated.
I mean, I know New Mexico is small, but
it's by land area. By land area, Arizona's pretty big, but like I said, it's mostly desert. You've got maybe like 3 major cities or 4 major cities, like Flagstaff,
Phoenix,
and Tucson.
Yeah.
It's still 3.6.
They have a whole university named after them and an NFL franchise. So I thought they were a little larger than that.
Nevada polls close at 10. So but like I said, even if she were to take Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, it wouldn't do anything for her.
If Trump wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, so you've got 19 plus 16, that's 35. Then he literally just needs one more state. And I imagine Wisconsin would be the one, given he's up 3%. That's it. He's done. You win.
He also gets 1 from Maine too, I think. He's going to get 1 from Maine once that's hashed out.
A question for you, Roy, about the Department of Government Efficiency. Do you think Elon can pull it off?
The tough thing is this isn't just a business that he bought, that he can, he's godlike powers. He can do whatever he wants. They can propose things. They'll have a certain amount of power, but of course Trump can push some things through, but without a super majority, like there's some things that they can't do. That like I don't think Ron Paul will be brought in. That would be great, Davis. By the way, I was a state delegate in 2008, and I voted for Ron Paul, and that felt really good. No, like if he's brought in, they're not going to end the Fed. Like that's just not going to happen. There's not enough support for that. But no, like I think that they can at least.
What if they made him the chair of the Fed?
That would be actually. I saw a comment on there that he would be the last chair of the Fed, and yes, that's actually maybe the way to do that. I don't know. Like that's actually kind of genius. I'll have to think about that. But
by the way, real quick, 400 million contracts on Robinhood have been traded.
Nice.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's some good money.
$4 million of net income, baby, in a week.
I was wrong. I thought it might be like $1 million, maybe $2 million. So, but no, like they can make some cuts and some headway. Like the main thing is, if we can just get down to like not going ridiculously into debt every single freaking year, like if they're a little bit in debt, like that's progress. Trump does want to spend money, but I don't know. Like I feel like that there has been a bit of a mandate for this, and there's a need. Like frankly, like you look at what's happening with interest rates. You know, a lot of that's just the government prints like crazy, and you just can't do that, especially in a time of non-emergency. It will kill the nation eventually.
Sherrod Brown.
You got to buy the SPR back up too. You've got to buy the SPR back up.
Sherrod Brown just lost his seat in the Senate. It got flipped to Republicans.
Whoa!
To Bernie Moreno.
Yeah. So that's a full.
Yeah, I mean the Republicans are getting the Senate for sure now.
They just need one more. They need one more.
They just need one more to get.
This feels like the 1994 election. Honestly,
yeah, and what's funny is
when that
if you look at Montana 100% is going to be Republican because Tim Sheehy is in like a pretty massive lead compared to John Tester. John Tester has been John Tester is a Democrat, but he typically has to vote very like Republican because Montana is very Republican. He survived multiple attempts by other Republicans, but this time he's actually looked like he's going to win. I mean, Tim Sheehy's going to win. In which case, now that's the seat that you need. In which case, now the Republicans will be at 50, and I think there's one more seat that can be flipped on the Senate to give the Republicans 51. So, any chance that bullshit with the filibuster being like vetoed? I mean, not vetoed, like taken out, gone, completely gone now.
I'm not sure that would be great for the market. So they do like gridlock, as do I. Yeah. But
if it's a Republican sweep and we're getting more tax cuts for sure, I think the market's going to love that.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. That's the sweet spot, right? Is you get a Republican sweep, they cut everybody's taxes, and then you have the pendulum swing the other way. So then you get Democrats in, and they get in charge. The tax cuts are still in place, but now the Democrats are super spending.
Yeah.
And that's where we really get
but here's the thing. In 2017, Trump used all of his political capital to get the tax bill passed. Would he do, if he got a mandate with the House and the Senate, do you think he would just do that again? Like just taxes again?
Because I feel like just extends the existing tax cuts.
I mean, he's not running again, so he doesn't care at this point. Like it's about what he really wants to do.
But I'm saying, what policy would he use his political capital? Because you get one big thing you get to do if you have a mandate, right? Like, so what would be that thing Trump gets done?
It needs to be the illegal immigration.
So he would extend taxes.
That's the thing you have to solve. That's the thing you have to solve. Taxes can come and go. You can have another Republican come along and, in a few years and try to fix that. JD Vance might have a chance at that, but you will never have another chance at immigration like Trump does.
Yeah, I think immigration, you guys are right. Okay, let's see. Let's go to CNBC.
Karthik Kenshin. It doesn't even have to be mass deportation. Everyone would say, well, how are you going to deport? You're going to put 11 million people in camps and deport them all. I was like, no, just start with one. Just start with 1, 2, 5, 10. You don't have to put people in camps. You can.
He's deporting Gensler out of that damn SEC chair position. That's
there you
damn
go.
Sure. We're getting someone who actually understands.
Well, it looks like the House might be flipping. I'm looking at the data right now for all the toss-ups, and Democrats are leading in majority of the toss-ups right now. Like, and they're beating. Like some of them are getting absolutely murdered right now. So let me just pull that up right now. Let me just show you guys. So here's the House. Here's the toss-up. So these are the most competitive districts. So like Arizona 1 right now, the incumbent is a Republican. The Democrat is up by 12%, with 63% of the vote in. Arizona 6, which is this one you could pretty much just declare it at this point. But Arizona 6, it's a incumbent Republican that's going to get tossed out by a Democrat. California 13, same thing. It looks very close. It's almost like 132 votes, but we'll see what happens. So this is too close to call. This one is going to remain. This one hasn't started reporting yet. Michelle Steele is going to be another one that's possibly like Derek Tan is going to take that one. So this is another flip from a Republican to a Democrat. Colorado, it's going to remain with them. Let's see. This one is another flip right here in Iowa, District 1. That's 83% of the vote is in, and the Democrats are in the lead. Iowa 16, they're going to maintain. Looks like they are going to lose. The Democrats will lose Maine 2, Michigan 8. It's too close to call. There's only 18% of the vote is in. This one is another one. Molinaro is down 6% with 88. So this one is another flip. So the Democrats are going to flip New York 19. North Carolina, they'll probably be able to hold it off. This one, the Democrats will lose one, and what's his name? And the Republicans will gain one. This one is a big one. Pennsylvania District 8. It's going to go from a Democrat to a Republican if everything turns out. Scott Perry is going to lose this one, and Janelle Stelson might get this one. In Pennsylvania, 10. Virginia with 95% of the vote. Vindeman is going to take this one. This one was left by what's her face? I think Slotkin or something. And right here, they'll probably be able to maintain. So it looks like the House might end up going towards the what is that thing called? The Democrats.
Kalshi has her at 6, bro. 7%.
Yeah, that's
holy crap, bro.
Oof.
So, Chris, you think there's a chance there's a sweep, or no? You think the House goes Democratic? You think?
Yeah, the House, the Democrats might pick up the House because right now the Republicans have a very thin majority. But yeah, if they pick up the House, the Senate, it's already gone. I don't think they even have a remote chance of taking the Senate. So with a President Trump and a Senate that's Republican, you would basically have the House for the Democrats. And so you'd have what is that thing called? Yeah, you'd probably have I didn't mean Slotkin. Sorry, I meant Spamberger. Yeah, so yep, that seems to be the case. So we could get a Republican president, Democratic House, and a Republican Senate. But the Democratic House would be thin. Like it's not going to be a big what is that thing called? Like overrepresentation. So
super
gridlock. Yeah, it's going to be gridlock.
Yeah, it looks like probabilities are it's within 5. So and it could be even a thinner margin than that. And Republicans could win, but yeah, that's not the worst thing. Actually, I prefer that personally. A bit of a gridlock. That's not so much of a gridlock that you can't do anything, but with some of the more conservative leaning Democrats, you can strike some deals and make some bargains, and that can be a good thing.
92.9 for Trump on Hood.
I just closed on my Hood contracts. I got $30 back.
Well,
I needed some capital. I'm not riding her all the way to zero. Not riding her all the way to zero.
I'm gonna ride it to zero. It's okay. I needed
Chris, you're famous for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride it to zero.
There it is.
Yeah.
Close election, that was contested. That somehow there was a lot of controversy. But I think that a lot of people, including the market, they just want predictability. Markets abhor uncertainty, and tonight brings certainty to the situation.
Are you in the camp that says no matter what happens tonight, the bigger determining factor is the fact that the backdrop is good for the markets? The economy's good, the Fed's cutting rates, maybe you'll have some more M&A. in the months, if not years ahead. And all of that just supersedes all of the drama, if you will, of an election.
Exactly. I mean, think about the backdrop. GDP is growing incredibly strong. We have the fastest growing economy in the world. We have the most innovative economy in the world. Our national advantage has probably never been greater.
Pause real quick.
We see the 10-year backing up to 4.45. Why is it doing that, Scott? Because
how did Kamala spend 3 months running on joy and not running on what Gerstner just said?
What exactly did he just say?
We had the fastest growing economy. The stock market is at all-time highs. Everybody's feeling rich. Like, how does she not run on that? How has she been running on, politics of joy? And he's a Nazi.
I mean, honestly, you're right, because Biden actually has had a pretty good stock market, right? And she could have made the argument.
Yeah, she's never really, she lost the primary years ago in the Democrat race. In California, there was no contest there. And then here, even in the primary, this go around, it's just, she was chosen when Biden exited. So she's never really faced opposition like this before. So this was just, I think there's going to be a lot of second guessing as far as if they just should have run Biden through one more time. I don't know how that would have worked out for him any better, but no, it was. I was pretty shocked when they had no primary or anything. They're just like, okay, Harris, you're in.
Could they have run Dean Phillips for $100 million less?
By the way, Kamala's campaign has stopped giving comments to the media per Fox News about 20 minutes ago.
As the market is saying, we think the economy is going to grow even faster than we thought before. And if Trump gets elected, we think those tax cuts will provide further stimulus. So we're not going to need as many rate cuts. So I think the backdrop looks incredibly constructive. No matter who, is the president, come tomorrow. But I certainly think that the market is favoring a Trump victory. And tonight it's looking like not only will Trump win, but it looks like that both the House and the Senate may end up in Republican hands.
Carl set this segment up just perfectly, obviously noting that you're a well-known tech investor. NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, Uber, Amazon, Microsoft, Google are all the stocks you hold. What do you think the future?
Oh, hold on. Before we get to that, I'm getting a phone call by one of our good friends.
Is it my guy?
Is it Steve?
Let's see if he picks up again. It is indeed Steve. Steve, you're live. What's up?
What's going on?
So
I love you, man.
Can I read the text you just sent me right now?
I love you, Steve.
I love you, Steve.
Yeah, you could read it, sure.
Okay, so you said the greatest bet right now is Kamala Harris.
At 5.4 cents? Yes.
Are you buying Kamala Harris at 5.4 cents?
I'm probably going to make an account in the next 5 minutes. I mean, it's...
You really think she's going to win this? You're live, by the way.
I know, really, I can hear man in the background.
I'm just letting you know.
I love you, Steve.
Just letting you know.
We love you, Steve.
Are you? Do you actually think she's going to win, and 5 cents is going to turn into a 20x pretty soon?
I think that we're going to wake up in the morning and it's going to be a much different story.
You think she's going to win, is what you're saying?
All I'm saying is that there's going to be a much different story in the morning, and at 5.4 cents on the dollar, that's not a bad bet.
Can you do us a favor, Steve, and do that on Robinhood's platform?
Yeah, just do it on Robinhood, dude.
Yeah,
You're gonna do
yeah. Do it on Robinhood.
Do it on Robinhood. All right,
Can
Steve.
you do it on Robinhood?
Yes, bro. They've had 400 million contracts traded. Yes, you can.
All right.
Oh, I'll log into Robinhood account now.
Okay, do you want to link? We're live.
I'll go with you, Steve. I'll go with you, Steve.
No, I'm waiting on the couch. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, talk to you later. Bye. Steve, when he gets an idea, I mean, he told me in the morning he thinks Harris is going to win. I guess he's not giving up his hope right here.
Buy Harris. Here you go. Here you go. I've got $34 left on this stupid trade, but I'm buying it back now. There you go.
All right, there you go.
Holds the near-term future for that space, which has obviously been the trade of the last 18 months to 24 months.
Wait, what? She won California.
Cycle around artificial intelligence. It's obviously a huge tailwind to these companies, but most importantly, the U.S. economic engine is turning. And, it's viewed that a Trump victory would, whatever you think about Elon, he's demonstrated his ability to execute, right? And so a lot of people think that he really will execute when it comes to government efficiency and reducing regulatory burdens. And so, markets like that, business likes it. Now, where the rubber meets the road is, can they actually get it done? Right. And I think there are a lot of smart people. I mean, what's so interesting about the coalition that Trump's put together, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon, Bobby Kennedy, all three Democrats, that are going to help him execute this, if in fact he wins tonight, is that, in some respects, a lot of people said they wanted a unity government. I've heard from Democrats already tonight on various podcast live streams who are raising their hand and saying that they're ready to work with the Trump administration if he were to win, including Congressman Ro Khanna earlier tonight. So I'm quite optimistic that we can do even better. But the fact of the matter is, we got to remember, the strength of the United States is the strength of its people, the innovation, the ambition, the kindness, the generosity of the people of the United States. And those are both Republicans and Democrats. And I think that we're going to come together after this election and we're going to move forward. But we have a lot of tailwinds in the current economy. And we're entering this new super cycle where the United States is leading. All of the top artificial intelligence companies in the United States are in the United States. And it's a great source of continuing advantage.
I mean, how do you view something like the CHIPS Act, which, obviously passed by the Biden administration? The Speaker of the House is mused about repealing that. You obviously have a decent sized position in NVIDIA, and you're thinking about, I'm sure, that issue as it relates as well to exports and things of the like. So what is your view there?
Well, I mean, Scott, I think you and I have talked about this before. There are parts of the CHIPS Act that I really like. Listen, the U.S. needs to lessen its dependency on a single source of chips in the country of Taiwan. So it's great that we encourage TSMC to build fabs in Arizona. It's great that we're encouraging TSMC to build fabs in other places. We don't want a single source of dependency on where our most advanced chips come from. At the same time, I've been critical. I don't think subsidizing Intel here is the way to go. I don't think that the U.S. ought to be in the business of picking winners and losers. What I think we should do is focus on the real national strategic concern, which is too much dependency on Taiwan.
Brad, I have some breaking news that I'm going to get back to Carl on. Beg your pardon for a moment. We'll come back in a sec, Carl.
Scott, just a quick update. NBC News projecting former President Trump wins North Carolina, and it's 16 electoral votes, and we'll see what that does to the total, 230 to 172. I think Megan Casella might be watching this race pretty closely. Megan?
Absolutely, Carl. That's right. This is, of course, a huge prize for Donald Trump because it is the first big battleground state that is called. On one hand, not a huge surprise, you could say, since he has won that state the past two elections. This is now the third time, 3 cycles in a row, North Carolina has elected Donald Trump. But notice the split ticket voting here. That governor's race, Josh Stein with Mark Robinson, was called very early in the night for the Democrat. That's one thing that had made Democrats really hopeful this time around, that Republican gubernatorial candidate could sort of help the Democrats across the ticket. But with that split ticket voting, that was always going to make the path harder for Harris, not only in North Carolina, but in other states as well, if that's happening. Trump had also been nervous about this state. Eamon's been talking about this tonight. He was down there 4 times in the last weekend of the campaign. That was another thing giving Democrats hope. And just one last point on North Carolina. We were down there a couple of weeks ago to do a story looking at all of the public and private investment from both the IRA and the CHIPS Act down there. And North Carolina has been booming because of it. No state had gotten more private investment in clean energy since the IRA was passed than North Carolina, including a $15 billion plant from Toyota in the central part of the state. That's the kind of thing that Democrats had been hoping, even if it didn't directly translate to votes, it was going to help the economy enough to kind of push them forward. But this is a big win for Donald Trump down here, Carl.
Yep, and the first battleground called by NBC. You can see the others either too close or too early to call. Patrick Ruffini's here with us on set tonight. Saw a lot of these themes develop early in the night tonight.
All right, what are we thinking? Still thinking Trump?
I'm thinking Georgia is looking very interesting all of a sudden. It has been sitting at that plus 95% for about an hour and a half now. So
Yeah.
they stopped counting because the AP says there's 91% of the votes.
Where do you see 94?
95.
Where do you see 95?
You just had it up. Yeah,
I did see
91.
earlier. Yeah, I did
Georgia's
see
91.
earlier. It was at 90, 91 or something earlier, and then
Yeah,
it dropped.
New York
back down to
Times says
80.
95.
But yeah, so it was on AP when I was looking at it earlier, it was 90, 91%, and then it dropped back down to 88%. So it either means
And New
they were
York Times says
calibrating
more
off
than
of
95%. So why are these numbers different, and why have they stopped moving?
Well, Trump's up a lot in Michigan. We're only 40% of the vote in, but if he
but we're talking about Georgia though. Like,
no, I know.
all of
I
a sudden,
get your point. I mean, but I don't think it's all of a sudden. I think it's just it needs to update. Like it's going to take some time to update.
Nah, pipeline burst.
There
like
are
95
some
to
counties,
91.
There are some counties that are only 81% reported right now, and they happen to be in a lot of Kamala Harris areas. Like Clayton is 84% Kamala Harris. That's probably she's going to definitely win that. Henry County, Kamala has a 65% of the vote so far, and she's 81% of the votes are in. Gwinnett, 85% of the votes are in, and she's got like a 60% there. Newton County is about 57%. That's done. Augusta, there's one county that hasn't reported anything yet. Jones County, and it's right outside of Macon. So I don't know how that usually leans, but So the one that's surprising is Chatham, which is in Savannah. That is about 60% for Kamala, but 60% of the votes are in. So I'm like, where the hell are you? What are y'all waiting for? Like, why are the votes not counted?
I was doing some back of the napkin math during that last break when you had Gerstner on, and if that holds to form, there's a path for Kamala to win this state, which is why they haven't called it yet.
Which state?
Get the hell out of here.
Georgia. Yeah, I mean, if you just look, okay, she's 140,000. He's 140,000 votes ahead, right there, right?
Yeah.
That's. I mean, if you look what's still outstanding, and if you look at the percentages of those counties that are still outstanding,
bro.
Yeah.
If this fucking flips blue and then she wins Pennsylvania and it's over, and she's the next president of the United States of America, Steve's gonna make a lot of money tonight if that happens.
Hold on a second. This
so
is
will Chris. Chris is gonna make a lot of money too.
Wait a second. There's like 3 or 4 counties I haven't even reported yet in Georgia. Brooks County, Clinch County, Jones County. Let's just do this real quick. I mean, let me
look, Gwinnett still has 62,000 votes outstanding. Okay, and Harris is leading that by 17 points. Okay, so the rest of those 62,000 votes, she's going to get, 40,000 of those, 45,000 of those.
Okay, this is such.
Sanjay, I don't know how long we'll be live. I think we're gonna get a victory in the next hour. So hopefully, hour and a half, and then that's it.
Henry County, Harris is winning by 31%, 25,000 votes remaining. Chatham County, like Chris was saying, 55,000 votes remaining. She's winning that 18% by 18%.
Yeah. So see this right here. Yeah. What Doug is showing.
Carroll County is going the other way, but I mean,
there's only 20,000 votes left. But the point is, look at this. I don't think that Trump has a mark. Like
I don't think she has enough. I don't think she has enough.
There's not enough. There's not enough. Not enough.
It would look so sketchy if Georgia flipped at this point.
But remember, Georgia.
Well, that's why they haven't called it yet. Because
Georgia won for Biden by how much was it? What was the
11,000? Less than 11,000.
11,000. That's freaking nuts. Imagine it'd be like less than 100 or less than 200 votes.
Because if she's within 1%, usually the rule is like if you're within 1%, you get a recount anyway. So I mean, if this even gets close to clawing back to 1%, they're not going to call it tonight. Even if he wins Pennsylvania, if he doesn't have Georgia, I don't think.
Bro,
I don't know. I'm on my 3rd whiskey now, so my math may be off.
The
As
stock
happened a
market
couple
is
times
up a lot right now, and if it crashes because this flips,
So here's
a
the
lot of
funny
people will be
thing:
upset.
the 10-year is starting to go down now.
Oh my god! Oh boy!
You think they're
I
looking
mean-
at what we're looking at, Chris?
I don't think so. I wouldn't. I would think that this is just people taking profits. But look at this. Look at my screen. So this is. Hold on. Is that mine?
No, that's
That's
mine. Hold on.
barely down.
Yeah. No. Look at it on an hourly basis, like a 1-day chart.
Yeah, I got yours, Chris.
There you go. You see that?
Yeah.
How it moved from here at the top now down here, and it's crashing pretty. Not crashing, but it's going down now. It was up almost 18 basis points. Now it's only 11. So
We just had another tranche of votes coming in Georgia. It is still 119,000 with 7% left.
Yeah.
I don't think she can come back from that.
I don't think she's come back from that in Georgia. The one that's still up for grabs right now, in my
Can
opinion,
she
is
get a
Pennsylvania.
recount though? Can she get to recount territory? Because then it's almost like, well, then
Wait, but recount would be
shenanigans-
recount would mean they would call it for Trump, and then tomorrow she would file a lawsuit to recount. Basically, that's how it would go.
So in Georgia,
unless it's an automatic recount before they even call
different
it.
in each state. In Georgia, a candidate has to request it and can only request it if the margin is less than or equal to 0.5%. That request has to be made within 2 business days of the results being certified. The certification is usually a little bit longer, but
she says half a percent.
0.5% has to be.
So
real
that's
close.
25,000 votes, just based off of the amount that we have right now. So it might be closer to 30,000 votes, but that's the margin, 25 to 35,000 votes.
How can mail-in ballot, Magic Fruit Bat 1055? How can mail-in ballots still be coming in? I mean, look, mail-in ballots have been important, and they've been used since, as far as I know, since America's been started. But it never was really an issue until COVID last year, right? So
Some
it's like,
states,
why all of a sudden do we not count
Wait,
these
Georgia
ahead of
mail-in
time?
ballots are coming into Georgia?
That's just what someone in chat said. So
each state's a little bit different. Some mail-in ballots can be counted early in some states, and some states don't let you even touch that until after the election and all the voting is over.
Oh, Republicans won the Senate. It's done.
Boom.
Sorry, go ahead, Crossroads. But they won the Senate.
Yeah, it just depends on the state. But some, they're not even allowed to touch it until voting has officially closed, because they don't want those results to leak and tamper the election. One of the craziest things that I heard this year, and I have to verify it, but it was through a poll worker. Actually, several poll workers were talking about this, that Texas now has a law where you can look up and see, based on residence, that people voted, not who they voted for, not what they voted on, but that they voted. That's really weird.
Yeah, you can do that right now.
That was the
You can do
postcard
that
my
anywhere.
wife got.
Yeah, they can basically you can see if someone voted. You can't see what they voted for, but you can see if they voted.
That's weird.
It's like to shame you into voting. It's like, imagine running for office and you haven't voted in the last like 10 elections.
They gave Virginia to Harris. That's not a surprise, but Virginia has been counted for Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah. I missed earlier. Richmond had like 20-something%. I didn't realize that. I overlooked that. So.
So
boy.
what's going on in New York right now, Amit?
What do you mean?
In the city,
Dude,
what's going on?
Arizona is crazy. Arizona, the balance is only like less than 3,000 votes.
Yeah, I mean, New York, she won by a lot. New York is 4.1 million to 3.3 million.
No, like on the ground in the city, Times Square. What's going on right now?
How would I know? I'm not in New York City.
Amit, look outside your window. What's going on?
I don't live in the city,
You're
Doug.
the closest one. You're the closest
I'm
one.
in a suburb, and there's fucking rabbits running around my suburb in New Jersey.
Get on the ground.
There's no Times Square here. At least one day, hopefully, we live there. All right, let's get an update.
Reports are big protests now.
Dude, all those New Yorkers
watermelon protests
protesting
going on.
They can keep fucking protesting, dude. Like, let them protest.
Are they really protesting? Like, is that real?
All I
Like,
know.
what are they protesting? What are they protesting?
Well, they're definitely not protesting making money. Because
I thought you're supposed to believe elections. What the fuck?
I mean, New
I
York.
thought
went for-
we
I mean,
for
look,
Harris.
look. I mean, I just pulled this off Twitter, but share the screen. I mean, this is video
This is
from
happening right
a
now.
couple hours ago.
What are they protesting about? Harris
Palestine?
won.
I mean, look
Like, what
look
are they
at the
upset about?
colors and guess.
Palestine?
But that's just a regular protest, and it has nothing to do with the election. I
Yeah.
would imagine. Yeah. I mean, New York is New York. They I guess they
Democrats
do
are
things.
saying it's rigged. Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
2% of the vote.
On a serious note, though,
7.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead of her by more than 206,000 votes. That's with 83% of the estimated vote in. That's Pennsylvania. Battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has
Bro,
49%
Trump is gonna
of the vote.
take
Donald Trump has a
Michigan?
more than 111,000 vote lead with an estimated 44% of the vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin now, Donald Trump in the lead there too. 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump almost 80,000 votes ahead of her with 3/4 of the vote, 74% of the estimated vote from the Badger State in. Battleground Georgia, Donald Trump is up 50.7%. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump more than 118,000 votes ahead of her with an estimated 93% of the estimated vote in. Arizona, Donald Trump is ahead there too with 49.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.3% of the vote. He is more than 7,500 votes ahead of her right now, but they still have about 48% of the vote to count, 52% of the estimated vote in. In Nevada, Donald Trump is in the lead with 73% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 10,000 vote, almost 11,000 vote lead. That is with only 2% of the estimated vote in. As we follow these crucial undecided.
I just want to state that Virginia was called with 84% reporting at 51.3 for Harris. It's basically the same exact thing for Pennsylvania, but they don't call it. Pennsylvania is 51.3% and 83% reporting, but they don't call it for Trump.
Hilarious. Look at what Carlos put. Headline tomorrow: swing states are racist.
But the Democrats can't claim that it's rigged, right? Because they
Why?
got on.
Why can't they?
No, because they blamed Trump for 3 years about saying it was rigged. So there's no way they could do what he does for the next 3
Bro,
years.
Elon just became Hitler. Elon's the next
Again.
Hitler, bro.
Yeah, Elon is Mark Zuckerberg from 2020 to liberals now. Like he absolutely is. Just they'll say, he actually did it even more extreme than Zuck.
It's gonna be how tech Nazis helped Trump win the election.
Yep.
Watch.
Yep. Well, they did that in 16. Or was it earlier with the gosh, I'm drunk now. The analytics company. What was it called? Cambridge Analytics.
Yeah.
Cambridge Analytica. Yeah.
Overnight markets, Palantir's at 53.93. Robinhood is at 26.12. Tesla is at 272. Coinbase is at 217, and Bitcoin I think is still 74 right now.
So basically, Elon played it right. He went to the Amish and got the Amish vote out. That was it. Like Amish, like how many Amish people are there in Pennsylvania? A lot, right?
I read that there were 1 million. That
a million?
Yeah, it's 1 million. I think so.
1 million registered Amish? Bro, there you go. So Elon played it smart. He's like, he found out what the target was, got them to vote, and they voted overwhelmingly for Trump, and boom, now you
this is the quote I just posted from Thomas Sowell. You can ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. And that's what the Democrats have done. Like, Elon Musk is a first principles guy, right? Like, he's always a first principles guy. He's never going to take a long shot bet if he thinks it can't work. Like, he's going to make sure all the dots connect to get where he wants to go before he takes step one.
Look at what Elon just tweeted, dude. I think Elon's calling it right now. Look at this shit. Look at this, bro. The future is gonna be so fire. That's what
I thought that was Fetterman for a second. I was like, wait a
I did
second.
too. Dude, how long till Fetterman gets red pilled? Did you watch him on Rogan?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, he's already halfway there.
Yeah, it's so funny. He's like the next Joe Manchin, where he's gonna vote. He's technically a Democrat, but he's gonna end up voting like a Republican.
Bro, we're about to wake up and make some money.
Cha-ching.
So Amish population in Pennsylvania is 92,000, and that's not all adults. So, you know,
I thought you said it was a million. I thought y'all said it was a million, bro.
I'm repeating what I saw in a tweet. I was just repeating what I said, and that it's I'm 3 whiskeys
Doug.
in,
Misinformation,
and that's the amount of reliable information you get from me.
Yo, what did you guys eat for dinner, bro? I feel like I gotta order some shit. I haven't eaten.
I just had some almonds.
Some Costco hot dogs.
Chris, what'd you eat?
My wife made pizza. She made non-pizza.
Look, so you guys eating healthy. I just had to eat regular junk food pizza.
What'd you eat, Doug?
Junk food pizza on DoorDash.
Yo, I don't use DoorDash ever.
And I didn't use Uber Eats because I don't want to compete with Tesla.
Man, you call Palantir cult. You call this motherfucker won't use a competitor with. That's ridiculous, bro. That is insane,
dude. How long have I been on your butt to buy that Tesla you're getting? And you're getting FSD for a month free, right? You're still like, no, I'm not about FSD.
Not this month, but eventually.
You don't get it like an intro 30 days.
I do,
bro. They need to do that. They need to give you 90 days for free. Dude, it's software. They could turn it on and turn it off.
They should give you a year for free. What's 1 year?
Buying a new car. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For buying a new car, they should get a year for free and then charge you $200 a month. I mean,
they need to make you fall in love with it.
Roy can tell you this. Yeah, they do. And you'll get this when you get your free trial. It'll be like, oh, you'll try it for like 5 minutes, and the next time you use it for 10. And then you'll be using it for 20, and then you use it for the whole drive, and you just get more and more comfortable using it. So your initial sense that you don't trust it is correct. But like with anything, the more you use it, the more comfortable you get using it. And in addition, we're going to get version 13 soon anyway, and that'll be an improvement all on its own. But yeah, by the time you've had a month of using it, Amit, you'll be like, damn, I didn't roll this in with the loan and just like amortize it over the full 4 or 5 years or whatever. Like I got to pay this extra $100 a month.
The thing is, I don't drive a lot, so I don't see the use case for me. Eventually in the future, I drive like maybe 20, 25 minutes a day, maybe at best. So I don't personally see I don't commute a lot,
Yeah.
But eventually I probably will get it. Roy, you have FSD, right?
Yeah. Well, it's my second free trial, second and a half, because they extended it even further. So this year I'm getting basically 70 days, maybe 80 days of full self-driving. And it's good. Like I'm on hardware 3, I believe. So I don't think it's quite as good as hardware 4. But yeah, Doug's exactly right that you start off, you try it for 5 minutes and then 10, and then pretty much you're doing most of your entire drive. And then you learn, at least I've learned, like there are certain areas on my route that I know that full self-driving is probably not going to do what I want it to do. And I'll just take over for those few areas. But other than that, like it's seamless. Like I could literally put on my sunglasses and fall asleep. I'm like it'll make you jiggle the wheel, if you have the sunglasses on. But like it could get me there, except for on one certain road, it will kill me every single time, and I don't know why. But it has also prevented an accident for me this time. Almost certainly an accident where a car was swerving out into my lane, and I reacted.
Oh yeah, you said that the other day. Yeah,
but like
I had that on Friday too.
Oh, it was so close. Yeah, but on the other side, like if I wasn't paying attention, I probably would have gotten in 4 accidents just because it really struggles with like 2 things on my route, like every single time. And so I just keep reporting it. And I think eventually they'll get that right. But
so you love it. You love using it.
It's really good. It becomes real to me where I will pay for it. Absolutely. With the commute that I have once I can do it unsupervised, and it's close technology wise as far as regulation. That's supposed to happen for Texas and California next year. We'll see if that actually does. But if so, like I'll I'll subscribe. Like it's a 26.2 mile commute each way. So over 50 miles each day. We're hoping to move a little closer, although if the mortgage rates will not fall, then maybe we'll just stick with our 5% mortgage interest rate.
And you got the Model 3 too, right?
Model 3 2022, got it for a little under, just a little bit over 20,000, including all taxes and fees. And the next step, we're probably going to help our, now 22-year-old son get a Tesla. He wants to get a used Tesla. That's, for Tesla, like if Trump wins, a lot of that demand that would be happening in quarter 1 and quarter 2 will be pulled forward to quarter 4, just because people are going to want to take advantage of these tax cuts before Trump gets in the office. Whether he cuts them or not, he probably will. He probably should. But no, like people will be like, hey, I get to save how much money off the used EV or the new EV. And so you're going to see a lot of that being pushed forward.
Yeah, that's another reason I bought mine now for the tax.
How much is lawfare the blue state's going to come back to bite Elon in the butt, though? I'm worried about that.
Well, the weird thing is, so I have family members that are, I'm a lowercase L libertarian, an independent, but I have family members that are very, very conservative, and went from thinking Elon was just way out there and they didn't like him at all to thinking he's amazing. And they're coming around on the vehicle too. Like we purchased the vehicle, and like my mother-in-law, yeah, I don't know where she got our ideas from Tesla on, but like it's even worse than some of the bears thought. And you would have thought I bought the worst car ever. So she's come around on that too. She's like, maybe I should think about. She doesn't need a Tesla, but there's going to be people that were never interested at all that'll buy that. It will hurt them, I think, in the States some, but I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, it's a better vehicle.
Palantir right here, $54 overnight. Again, low volume. We'll have to see kind of what happens tomorrow if Trump does win. But Davis, you have a heavy position in Palantir. Why are you not selling any of your Palantir?
Tax implications. And like I said earlier, Palantir's my dividend stock now. I just sell calls and just kind of live off the premiums now.
Where are your calls right now?
55. I sold them today.
Could be worse.
For next week?
Yeah, no, this week, the 8th.
Could have sold them a while ago at 40.
Yeah.
When 40 was the highest number you could sell them at. That's what I did.
The problem is I always get crap from these guys, Amit, Bayray, Nate, for selling such conservative calls. And the moment I decide to, do a higher delta, Palantir's up, I don't know what, 35%.
You don't get crap from me. You get crap from the other two because they do like $1 ahead and act like they're geniuses because they can, and I'm just like, I don't know why you're selling it at 42 when it's at 41. But you've always been conservative. But if we get to 55 by Friday, I mean, I don't even think you could blame yourself at this point.
No, I mean, I'll just roll it out. I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah.
Doesn't your granddad have covered calls that he sold on Palantir helmet?
Not my granddad, my dad. And I rolled them today from 50 for April to 60 for September. It's only 200 shares. So if we have to sell them at 60, it's whatever. But I don't know, dude. By September could be 60. Yeah. But also could we have a pullback and, I can manage the cover call, maybe buy it back. I think so. So I guess we're going to have to see.
I mean, my cost basis on these like 5,000 shares is like 8 cents right now. So
with all the premiums,
yeah. So I mean, if I had to sell them at 40, that's a pretty good trade.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about covered calls versus buying puts. It's like if you do have to give up the shares, you are making money. It's like it might suck, but it's not like you're just losing everything unless you sold them at $10 and the thing goes like 100 or whatever, right? But most of the time, you still make money, and it's a decent hedge outside of a really
Plus,
big
this is a portfolio. I have to liquidate this portfolio in 8 years anyway. So, I mean, it's hard to think about how you're gonna liquidate $1 million in 8 years, and every distribution you take from that portfolio counts as regular income. So, it's like every time you take $150,000 out, the next year it grows 200,000. So you're like, crap, I have to take more out next year. And you're trying to keep your IRA, Roth IRA eligibility. So you're trying to keep your income levels down So you can qualify for things like the 7,500 discount on the Tesla and your solar installation and your Roth IRA.
Right. All right, let's get an update.
Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. We've been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip, and there have been very few seats that have flipped from one party to the other tonight, but that has happened in New York 20.
That are very angry at the White House. And then the next one, you come out here, again, this is Washtenaw County, where I've been 4 times, maybe 4 times, maybe 5 times, no, 4, in this election to go to the University of Michigan and talk to people out there. And again, we're at 71% right now, so the numbers can change, but she's at 66%. This is Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. Again, you have a big college campus. It tends to be a very liberal pocket, progressive pocket. You're saying, wow, 65% of the vote, 66 if you round up, that's great.
Oh my God.
73%. And the math, 157,000, to 103. Well, again, we got 30% of the votes still to come in, and maybe the percentages change as well. Maybe all the votes that are out are from the campus, and and it juices up the number a little bit. But if you're looking at that now, you're underperforming the president of the United States, and Donald Trump's at 32% and 26%. That's I mean, if that gap holds, and if his improvement like that holds, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's a big deal, though.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things you hear from the Arab American and Muslim American community in places like Michigan is not that they were going to vote for Donald Trump, but they either were not going to vote or they were going to vote for Jill Stein or Cornel West. I'm not sure if Cornel West is on the ballot in Michigan, but these numbers don't add up to 100 here. Right. So I'm guessing that there is a better than, my guess would be, educated guess would be, there's going to be a better than average showing for Jill Stein in Michigan than in other states.
Right, and she worked it hard. She was out there quite a bit. Every trip I was out there, you saw activity. Either she was in the state or had just been in the state.
Yeah. So just to explain it. Now, one of the other things I heard about people talking about Michigan is everybody in the media, all you talk about is the Arab American, Muslim American vote. But really the issue in terms of a big sizable, bigger chunk of votes is white working class voters, union voters, because the Trump campaign ran ads slamming Harris's position on electric vehicles, EVs, and that is actually going to be more significant. Ultimately, that was their projection.
Harris is going to lose the popular vote. Can you fucking believe that?
I was just about to say that.
She's at 58 million in popular. Trump is at 62. This
is a mandate.
Yeah.
The United States is saying we do not want Kamala Harris. We want a second Trump presidency, and the Senate just went red. House, we'll see. Where's the House right now? House is currently red. We still have 114 left, and that's probably going to be.
You know the lesson they need to learn from this is run a candidate. You can't just wave a magic wand and win an election. You have to put your candidate through the fire and flames of the primary.
They have to do a podcast for a couple hours.
Right? Yeah. Oh yeah. And also go on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Every nickel they paid to the person who told her not to go on Rogan needs to have all their money clawed back.
One was even worse, where she didn't go to the Al Smith dinner. That was bad.
Yeah.
Catholic, bro. That was.
Why didn't she go to that? Why didn't you go to that?
Someone advised her not to.
That's the one where
She
you
made
roast
a
each other. That's the fun one.
Cringy video.
Yeah.
She made a
You're supposed to be
cringy
human.
video.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Don't piss off Elon.
Yeah. Don't fuck with Elon.
No,
They
don't
fucked
bet
with
against
Elon, bro. They didn't invite him to the EV summit. Are you kidding me? Like,
that was the biggest mistake. Not only did you lose Elon Musk, like one of the biggest Democrats that you had. I mean, you guys remember Elon and Obama were like buddy.
They were boys.
You know?
Yeah.
Because Obama embraced technologists and entrepreneurs, even if his fiscal policies were never always aligned.
That's how he
with him.
won.
But that's how he won. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He had a
This is
huge just tech lead in using the tech versus McCain.
I mean, Facebook got Obama elected in 2008. It was a huge marketing campaign they ran on Facebook. So, like, it is incredible how much of a horrible campaign they launched. And, you know, I was watching CNN the other day just to get a gauge. And I'm telling you, you listen to that for 20 minutes, you think she's going to win. Like, you listen to the way they characterize what is not happening in the world, but map it to their version of reality. It's astonishing, quite frankly.
The Thomas Sowell quote.
Yeah, 100%.
This is you know, from the updates blog of the New York Times, but they say there's still no sign of Harris at a rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could be speaking to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon. That's the New York Times.
Ooh, that is. I want to get an update from our headquarters, dude. I want to see if.
Bro, I want to see the liberal tear videos. Come on, please. You know the ones like, you know that the one with that like the pink haired chick screaming.
The one in the green jacket.
The one in the green jacket. Yeah, that was gonna be.
Pennsylvania is 86% reporting now. Trump is up by 171,000 votes.
This is great. This is the on Amazon's coverage. Digital creator and youth organizer is being interviewed right now, and this kid is like hating his life right now. Being on.
Wait, hold on. I want to pull this up. Hold on. Is this Amazon Prime? Okay, Amazon Prime. It's just live. It'll be on the front page, right?
Yeah.
Brian Williams. Okay, hold on.
Actually unpopular, and I think a lack of willingness to break away from the president on this certainly in an election where the margins matter so much, I think really were important.
Thank you for joining us. I can tell it's been a tough night for you, so hang in there. Let's talk about this in the war.
Chris and I are just freaking eating this out. The tears.
Let's go back.
Memo to staff and
not allow Donald Trump to run roughshod over the.
You weren't on the ballot tonight.
I'm trying to see if I can pull up his segment.
Their support for Trump, and that's what's putting him in a better position. Now, I'm not in a position to call the race from here, but the demographics are all trending in that direction. When you see and talk to Democratic sources, none of them are terribly optimistic unless they really squint and see a path for Kamala Harris. And that's where we're heading into now. I guess we're now on November 6th. I can't tell if it's past midnight or not, but I think we are. And the race is coming into focus, and it's not looking great for Democrats on the presidential or the Senate level. Brian?
And so much talk, Hans, about.
Yeah, guys, it looks like Trump's winning. It looks like DJT is winning.
Michigan is now up to Wisconsin is now up to 80% reporting, with Trump in the lead by 51% to 47% for Harris.
Yeah, Wisconsin looks like it's going to Trump easily. 80% of the vote. He's up 4%. He'll lose Minnesota, but he's going to win. I mean, Michigan's still in play, but he's going to win Wisconsin. He's going to, it looks like, definitely win Georgia. And then it looks like he's winning Pennsylvania, which means he wins. That's over. And then if he gets Michigan, it's just icing on top. And then Nevada hasn't even begun yet, but.
Yeah, if he wins Pennsylvania, Georgia, and either Wisconsin or Michigan, then he wins. He doesn't need to win both.
Chief Visions is right. Michigan is going to be blue.
Well, all right. So Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Georgia, that's it. He wins.
and it doesn't even need all of those.
I don't know. Like, these numbers have slowed down in the amount of votes that are being counted.
Yeah, I don't know that we hear tonight.
I think we have some Trump campaign. Here's the headquarters at Trump campaign.
47th president of the United States.
All right, let's see how it goes the rest of the night. Thank you, Dave, for passing along the message that former President Trump is going to address the group there. We'll listen to hear what he's going to say, and appreciate you calling in. I'll be checking with you soon.
Trump might try to claim victory pretty soon, it seems like.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Just in terms of how things are playing out for the evening, overwhelming reports, Kelly Meyer among others, that people are leaving the Harris rally.
There's a report on the website here, the New York Times website, that if she doesn't come speak soon, there'll be nobody left to speak to.
Right. So there's that. And then you have that Kamala Harris, as far as I can see, the protective pool of journalists that are with her at the Naval Observatory, haven't left the Naval Observatory. So, and the campaign and sort of Democratic spin's gone totally dark in terms of sending anything out. I did get this from a very good source in Michigan, a longtime elected Democrat in Michigan who knows it quite well, who said, we're not optimistic. He went from saying, I feel really good this morning and over the weekend, to saying this isn't happening. His answer, and kind of let's see if we can get into Michigan and just sort of go through some of the counties, looks like a surge of suburban and rural pro-Trump voters, good Democratic turnout, just better Trump turnout. And that sort of is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania as well, the sort of massive rural explosion. Same thing we're seeing in Wisconsin. Same thing we saw in Georgia and in North Carolina.
So not an underperformance by Harris's supporters, but an overperformance by many of the Trump supporters. You do think
I think it's both. We're going to have to see how it goes through the counties.
There's some places in central, like sort of in very urban Georgia, where Kamala Harris is doing better than Joe Biden did. So there are, in Raleigh.
But there are fewer than.
I know.
Far fewer.
But also, look, two things are going to be true. You're going to find some things that are aberrant, and then you're going to see a trend.
Yeah.
And the trend is going to be that she underperformed where she needed to be. To use your phrase, which always makes me smile, she's not making her numbers, like she was selling vacuums. Something like that.
In essence, you kind of are.
Right. Where are we?
You either capture the people's heads and hearts, or you don't. Right. And we'll see what happens here with her. But that's going to be the story of it. Who was more willing to walk away from their own because of their grievance? And if she loses tonight, it's because more people were willing to walk away from her because of what they didn't like. We'll see.
Usually these states go.
Hey, Doug.
Earlier,
Doug.
they go the same way, right? And that's what happened in 2016. They all went for.
Doug and me are going to freaking celebrate like there is no tomorrow. Even if we lost a little bit of money here, we have next decade. And next decade is going to print some money tomorrow. So I'm all for it. I don't care.
Yes.
If only people knew. If only people knew.
No, we're not talking about that publicly.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that public. You're right. But look at this. This is where everything went right for Trump. Everything, all of the red arrows are where, Trump actually did better performance. That is nuts, the amount of additional votes they got. The one thing that's very curious, and this is something that I honestly thought more women would be turned off because of Donald Trump and the abortion thing, but I was wrong. It turns out that people care more about their economic security than their ability to have an abortion. I don't know.
You know who said it a long time ago? James Carville. He's been calling the Democrats out too, saying this is too sissy of a campaign.
Well, here's the thing.
Stupid.
A lot of these election experts that have predicted every election correct for the past 20 years, they predicted Harris, almost all of them.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to be wrong. And it looks like, I think the loser of this campaign is mainstream media, dude. Half of the country is going to have to realize a lot of the shit they've been listening to is a load of horse crap, and that they need alternative sources of consumption. And maybe they're going to start reaching out to different places.
Elon Musk won the election. Twitter.
Yeah, Elon definitely won the election, dude.
Tesla, Doge.
Elon won the election.
Elon is officially a Republican kingmaker. Can you freaking believe that? Did you have that on your cards?
Outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020.
Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now.
Wait. Go back. What does this
John,
bitch
do you have
say?
any
Hold
questions
on.
for Pamela?
Hold on.
You say a total?
Wait, that doesn't even, hold on. Go back a little bit. Just
is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of
so
that.
there's 100,000 votes outstanding.
Chatham,
She
40,000.
needs to get 100. She needs to get 118. Is that? Did I hear that correctly?
I think he's going to ask her to clarify in a second as well. Let's see.
Outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say a total? The total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
and so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
Say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
but if
can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law, they have to have it. The actual
copium
numbers.
is real.
So
Yep.
I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise
so why
numbers
can't they
based on what the law requires.
So if he's up by 118 and they only have 100 left, he wins. It's over.
Yeah. I mean, unless every single one, and even then, he's still up by 18,000 votes. So why can't they declare Georgia?
Can you throw this up, Amit? You guys are familiar with the psychology of the market cycle. I mean, you can't exactly use it for politics, but yeah, they're between anxiety and denial right now. Panic tomorrow, anger maybe next week, and then depression for the next 4 years. So,
I mean, Trump won Georgia, then, bro. It's it. GG's.
I think.
Kamala has just canceled all public appearances and speeches tonight and won't be addressing her supporters. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States of America.
I wonder if that means she called him.
Well, we'll hear from Trump pretty damn soon if she called him. Pretty damn soon.
He'll join Grover Cleveland. It's the only other president that has had that divided split term. Like other presidents have run like that. Former presidents that have not been successful. So hey, if he's Cleveland part 2, that'd be great.
Yeah. So you're telling us that the woman who's here to save democracy and run against the guy who wouldn't accept the results of the election is not going to concede, even though she's getting her butt kicked.
Well, it wasn't save democracy, it was save bureaucracy. Didn't you hear that clarification, Doug? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I saw that video. Yeah.
It's the best use
It's
of
like
AI.
if you replace. Did you see that, Amit?
No.
I'm sure we can find it.
Okay,
on X.
I gotta share this.
It's a yeah. Pull it up, Roy.
It's like 1 minute.
Let me pull it up right here.
If the Democrats fail, it might be the end of American bureaucracy.
Our bureaucracy really is in fundamental peril.
The foundations of American bureaucracy under attack.
They want to destroy our bureaucracy.
We are a bureaucracy in danger.
We're watching an election where people are on the ballot
openly advocating the end of bureaucracy.
That's what Republicans are doing, attacking bureaucracy, attempting to destroy bureaucracy, and they're doing it with glee.
This is the end of bureaucracy in America.
When will America stop sleepwalking towards the end of bureaucracy?
Right. It's Democrats versus, as Bill Kristol says, the end of bureaucracy.
We are essentially, as Neil put it, one vote away from sort of the end of bureaucracy as we know it.
I think our bureaucracy and the stability of that bureaucracy is really the thing on the ballot and really so important.
Okay, one thing that no one is talking about right now, but I'll bring it up. You know that Trump still has those outstanding cases against him. So before he takes the presidency, do you think that they will try to go after him and jail him?
I mean, if he goes to jail and he becomes a president, can't he just pardon himself from jail?
I mean, hold on. You know, like those mafia bosses that are commanding like the families, but they're inside the prison. I mean, imagine he's like the president of the United States while being in prison. How cool would that be, bro? I'd love to see that. He's still the president, but he's doing it from the prison. You know,
Trump is headed to Palm Beach to address supporters right now, by the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, if they try to go after him, I think they've already dropped a couple cases because they know it's like they can't go after him as he's trying to run for president. If he wins, I don't think they go after him. I think it's over at that point.
Then the other question is, what's going to happen with all the January 6th protesters? Do you think he'll pardon all of them?
He should.
I think Trump's going to go after some vengeance if he gets back in the Oval Office.
Dude, I think Steve Bannon just got out of prison this week.
Yeah.
He was in Danbury prison for a misdemeanor.
Yeah, I think there's a chance Trump pardons
for a misdemeanor.
We're there at Mar-a-Lago over here, and I am told that currently those members are being bussed over here, meaning that Donald Trump's arrival is likely imminent.
Yes,
Zokold,
release the Epstein names.
As we've reported, it's kind of sparse here. There's not a lot of people. They're expecting over 100 people to be bussed over here. Those people are going to have to be in place before Donald Trump takes the stage because these are going to be some of his biggest fans. They're going to want to fill the crowd here. But now they're coming over, so that gives you a little bit of a timeline of when we see Donald Trump moving from Mar-a-Lago to here. As we know, this room is about to fill up pretty quickly, probably within the next half hour.
Yeah, and of course, the big question is what he's going to say. Obviously, he wouldn't come here likely and not take the stage. That's behind us. It's already a room that's filled with his supporters. We'll be waiting to see what they say. Jake, obviously,
why do they allow this dumbass to come to
a few hours
to the
ago
thing?
When those Virginia numbers were coming in, that was what first gave that sense of confidence to the Trump campaign, and obviously that has only continued to grow ever since seeing the calls in North Carolina, how well these Republican Senate candidates are doing also, and those numbers there in Pennsylvania. Jake.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. As we prepare for what we think is going to happen, Mr. Trump,
let's hear a little bit about what their thoughts are.
Why do they?
Yeah.
Why does the
Amazon coverage has moved on to what's next? They're done.
Wait a second. So here's a question. So this reporter, right? Caitlin, whatever. She's clearly one of the most media biased CNN people. Why is she even at Mar-a-Lago? Can't the Trump campaign just say no? You can send someone, just not her.
No, but anyone they send is probably gonna be biased at this point. I mean,
yeah.
Coming out and speaking. It is a good moment for us just to take a measure of where the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6 out of 7 of them. But Chris, right now, I think it's fair to say anybody watching would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the race yet. There is still a potential path to 270 electoral votes. None of the blue wall states have been called. If he says the trends are looking very good tonight, you can't argue with that.
And I'm going to go to Jake for a major projection.
That's right. We have another major projection for you now. And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump.
There you go.
Georgia, a very highly contested battle.
Boom.
Look at what Elon just tweeted, guys.
Stop. That's funny.
Nice. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I love this man. His memeing is so on point. And the left
This is
can't
gonna be
meme.
awesome.
I'm sorry. That is true. The left can't meme.
The left cannot meme. That's facts, bro. That's facts, bro. We're about to make some fucking money. We are about to have a
Yo,
Republican as the
see-
president who's probably gonna.
Dude, he might take Michigan, man. He might. He's still up by 200,000, 55% in. Like, I know Detroit's not fully plugged in there, but dude, he's up by
Bro,
200,000.
But Detroit is just, he
tomorrow
doesn't
or
have
not?
to lose it as badly. You know, like he can just kind of, if he can get a wash in Detroit, it's over.
Whoever has
Like,
those $300
real-
Teslas in June 2026, they're about to print tomorrow. So congrats. on
Real
those.
capers. California passed Prop 36, stiffer penalties for thefts and drugs.
Oh, that's good. So maybe Target and Walgreens can actually
have a chance
to survive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Crazy.
Jet says, amid you effing degenerate only cares about money, bro. Like this election, I literally, you know how they say vote your interests? I only care about money, dude. Like, I just like I am unapologetic. I'm at the stage of my life where I don't care about anything else.
I'm a capitalist.
Unapologetic, won't tell who he voted for.
Yeah, well, you don't know who we'll see. You know, it's one day maybe we'll say. But
What do you mean we'll see? It's in the past. Bill Ackman
maybe
tweeting,
one
at
day I'll
least
tell the
Peanut
story."
did not die in vain. From Bill Ackman, of all people. The guy
my
with no
God.
sense of humor.
Wait, what did Bill Ackman say? What did he say?
At least Peanut did not die in vain.
Oh, my
Peanut and Fred. The
People
squirrel
care
and-
about the squirrel and the raccoon, and Amit acts
Yeah.
like they don't.
Dude, I didn't even study this Peanut story, but apparently everyone
I'm
cares.
sorry. Even Elon cares.
I know.
No, dude, I cared about the economy, and I think it's not that selfish to care about the economy because the economy is the foundation for like everything.
No, it's not. But dude,
And so-
Peanut is this week's Hawk Tua. That's all it is. It's this week's Hawk Tua. And if you didn't know what the week's Hawk Tua was going into the election, it's important to know those things.
Yeah.
The
He just
craziest
doesn't
thing
care. He doesn't
to me
care.
is that Donald Trump actually has a decent chance right now to win the popular vote. I don't know that he will, but it's probably close to a coin flip at this point. He's ahead by over 4 million votes. Of course, California is only 43% in, so I think it's pretty close. But it's crazy. Like that just doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's
It
a pretty
doesn't matter.
strong mandate. That's a pretty strong mandate from like majority. So you know how they usually like all the people that usually say, "Oh well, you know the Democrats won the popular vote," you know, and the electoral college are wrong. Now they don't even have that ground to stand on. You know.
Yeah, I mean, look, the way this election's turning out right now, regardless of what reason you voted for whoever you picked, it looks like the country is saying they don't trust Kamala Harris. They don't trust the coup that they pulled on Biden, which I think objectively we can agree that was a coup. And they want a little bit less wokeness, and they don't like second graders learning how to give a blowjob in California. And they're rejecting certain parts of what the left has really said it should be normal. And maybe California thinks it's normal, but a lot of the country is saying we don't think it's normal. And as a result, you are seeing a pretty, I mean, this is going to be a landslide, dude. If he wins Wisconsin, he got Georgia, he gets Pennsylvania, he gets Nevada, it's a landslide. As much of a landslide as you can ask for.
I just can't wait to walk into work tomorrow and be the most hated person.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I just don't want to get fired.
Doug, you want to share this?
In anything. So I think that's sort of, hard rule number one. I would never bet against Elon in anything. So I think that's sort of, hard rule number one. I would.
That's all it is. Just like
the second graders thing I talked about. Yes, if you go to look up the story, there are certain schools in California that are teaching sex education, and if you go through the books that they show visually, the representations of it, it's horrendous, and it's to kids, second, third, fourth graders. It's insane. That's the part where I started thinking, okay, why is Gavin Newsom allowing this? What's going on here? It's like
he's the leader of the Democratic Party now.
Oh, he's up next.
De facto.
He's up next.
Right?
He's up next.
Gavin Newsom. Newsom. I love that.
Oh, and by the way, we should have predicted that tonight was going to go down like this because yesterday, Jim Cramer said he thought Kamala was going to win.
God damn it. Yeah,
Chris
man.
Patel, how did we miss this in your chat, bro? How did we miss this in the chat? This should have been like, however many people you have in that, every single one of us should have like said the same thing.
Yeah, that's bad. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty obvious too that that they would do that. All right, so Trump's gonna speak pretty soon. Oh, Sam, looks like Trump's winning, bro.
God damn it, Sam, we lost money. What the fuck?
Sam.
I mean, honestly, even my hedges and the bets, I'm gonna lose on that too. Like I voted on popular vote, and I'm just like, oh, I might have lost that one too. But don't get me wrong, the market's up, crypto's up, so I'm still good.
Oh, we got something going on at the Republicans. Let me pull this up.
Pennsylvania's done, man. Still 170.
Oh, there's
ahead
Kamala. There's
for Trump.
Kamala. I think.
Oh,
Evening to HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Did he say hate you?
Bro,
Hate
no, he
you?
said hate
Hate
you.
you?
Bro, what the fuck was that?
5 people in the
Give us
audience.
cheers? Yeah, there's
I
like
know.
5 people.
That was bad, bro. I mean, just concede at that point. If that's what he's gonna do, like, it's not. It's GG. It's over. You're done.
Do you guys think there's gonna be a Southern News?
No.
I think so.
I mean,
Yeah.
if there is,
I think there might be a little bit of
It
fade,
has
to be
to.
honest.
Profit taking.
I mean,
Yeah,
sure.
there's
It
gonna be
has
some
to.
profit
Everything can't go up this much and not.
Yeah, this
Not
is
if you're
too much.
Palantir.
I was about to say.
Unless you're Palantir. Unless you're one of one.
Yes.
We'll see.
I need to talk to
kids.
Eliano. We need that. I need that on a hat or a shirt. One of one.
Oh, this is the Chinese merch. Don't. He hates it.
I may
Yeah.
have some Chinese merch as well, but I didn't.
I
tell
just
him.
want now. I want to hear what Trump is going to say, dude. I
There we
really
go,
need
Roy.
to listen to this.
He's gonna call it a win.
No, I want to see, dude. The way he comes off, he's gonna have to like.
He
"Here we
should though.
go."
Like, don't let the media use it against you, like on your election night. Don't let them use it against you by bloviating too quickly. Like, just let the process play out. You've got it won. Don't give them ammo. Not
dude, anything he says is ammo for them. If he says, it's like, man, it's really nice out today, he's gonna be like, Trump hates the weather. You know, that's what they're gonna do, man.
I don't know. That's just like one of the things I hate about the media. It's like stop fueling the fire, you know. But I guess they want the ratings, so they're gonna keep doing that.
Who is it? Like you don't hate the media enough. I mean, they're right.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, just so everyone has the source of that second grader blowjob story, this is the video putting in the chat. This was a story from a year ago.
Demonetized.
It's a crazy.
Yeah, for real.
It's Patrick Bet-David reporting on that story, and that is when I started realizing California is going kind of crazy, bro. Like it is pretty wild. Some of the stuff they're teaching and to kids at that.
Georgia's
That's
declared,
fake.
by the way. It's been declared by
Yeah,
the New York.
Georgia's for Trump. Georgia's Trump. It's it. It's over. Georgia's
New York
Trump.
Times doesn't have it.
I mean, we know if they had 100,000 votes left,
yeah, AP
and
doesn't
he's up
have
by
it.
118,000. Like, there it is.
Oh, but they did just bump it up a percentage point. So let me see. Let me check it out.
Oh, maybe they did. Yep, they did. They called it a flip too.
Mm-hmm. And Pennsylvania's
New York
up to
Times has it.
90% of votes in. The spread is about 165,000 for Trump.
Georgia, 94%, 128,000 for Trump.
You know what's really interesting here? I mean, we knew the battleground states were going to be the battleground states. We knew they'd be called late. Bro, New Hampshire and Maine are not called for Harris yet.
You know, New Hampshire was really close in 2016 against Clinton. I think it was like 4,000 votes. So there's a chance.
I mean, the fact that it's even like
Let me see.
that close is crazy. Unless they all just went to bed because it got too late and they will count
Like,
tomorrow.
I'm done counting this shit. Let's see here. Yeah, that would kind of make sense because for Biden, I'm looking at the counties and some of them that were red still aren't really called out yet, or they're like light red. So too close to tell.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I think that'll go Harris. But yeah, it's more of a libertarian state than or classical liberal instead of.
So there's only one county in Pennsylvania that actually flipped Democrat. It looks like Erie County, which has typically been going Democrat, is now flipped to Republican. Center County, where Penn State University is, looks like it is flipped to the conservative side. And then many of the counties in and around Allentown, which have historically gone left, have gone right. So it looks like you probably have 4 or 5 big counties within Pennsylvania that have gone right.
Oh man.
Yes, let's get an update from CNN, and then I think Trump's speaking pretty soon, and we'll hear him probably declare victory here.
Including up until last night, I and others said we had notions, we had feelings, but we weren't going to make any predictions. And the truth is, we're sitting here tonight and we're waiting for the 3 states that can determine the race one way or the other to render a verdict, and they're close. And she's right to wait to have those votes counted. But what was very clear watching the night unfold is that rural areas voted for her in significantly less numbers than, or percentage-wise, than they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And she could make up the difference in some of these suburban areas and the cities. And I think the discussion that John King had was very pertinent. I care deeply, more than I can say tonight, about democracy and what it means. I've said it a million times, I'm the son of a refugee, and I revere this country, and I'm so grateful for what it's given my family and everyone else. But part of democracy, and this is my major difference with Donald Trump, part of a democracy is to honor the will of the people, to honor its institutions.
Well, they're not claiming it's rigged. So even they're acknowledging, yeah, it's over. Looks like she's done. That's it. Let's go to CNBC and get their thoughts as well.
It almost feels anticlimactic right now.
Yeah, I mean, we thought this would like come down to the nail, and this is like,
yeah, kind of boring.
It's done.
Relitigate history, but you're a guy that does this better than anybody else out there.
Franklin's a smart guy.
Harris does lose this election. Not saying she will, but the trend clearly right now, what the predictions markets are saying. Does any of this fall back on current President Joe Biden, who, by the way, I did not see him campaigning for her at all today, but staying in the race despite record low ratings so long, to your point at the very top of this interview, did not give Vice President Harris very much time to basically formulate a policy program. We did not get the Better Way Forward 82-page document online for weeks into her campaign. Does any of this fall on current president and Joe Biden, who is, I don't think we've seen today?
It does, because his popularity, his approval ratings, and the success or lack of success of his administration was an important part of this campaign. It's why he couldn't stay in the end. And it's why that she always struggled to either differentiate himself, which he needed to do, or prove to be a cheerleader, which the public was not looking for. All that it required was the truth.
And
That
when
Biden had-
yeah, and
Please.
Frank, when Trump did or when Biden did come out, he made the gaffe about calling people garbage, and so that sucked up a couple days of oxygen for her. Now, what I will say is that we came into this race 100 days ago really believing that this was going to be a wipeout for Democrats, not even thinking there was going to be any choice after that very troubling debate performance by Joe Biden. And so we had 100 days. Would more days have made a difference? Would a different candidate have made a difference? My advice to the Democratic Party is start asking yourself the questions why the Democratic brand is so toxic in America today. For so many Americans, especially where places like I live in rural America, we're going to lose rural America when we go back and do all the numbers on this, probably 70-30. We can't be a majority party if we lose rural America at 70-30. And so, you know, the worst thing the Democrats can do is start eating up on each other, saying it's your fault, it's your fault. The best thing we could say is we need to re-examine who we are and why our
That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. You know, there were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas, but the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
I mean, we've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren? Bryn?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. You know, the FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said,
all right, so Trump should be speaking soon, and I think he's going to claim victory, and that's it.
How many votes do you guys think Biden got?
He got 82,000.
No, Biden.
Million.
Yeah, I think it's like 80 some million. Yeah.
No, I meant like this election. How many votes do you think he got? Like right.
I saw the look at the Google Trends of like, did Biden Biden retire or resign or something?
Yeah.
And like it really spiked the last couple of days. And then who is another one was spiking was who is running in the presidential election or something like that. And it's like way up is like, come on, guys.
Jeez.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is a pretty decisive fucking win. And Elon's excited. Market's excited. I mean,
I guess question for you guys. I mean, I'm just looking at the numbers coming in here. We're at 60 million for Harris, just under 65 million for Trump. I mean, we're talking numbers way lower. I know everywhere hasn't been counted, but I mean, do you think we're going to get back to the 80 million plus votes that we were seeing in the 2020 election? And why not?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Dude, people did not like Trump after COVID, and I think that's what got them to come out and vote. This time, I think it's different.
Yeah. It definitely had to do with COVID.
Yeah.
Is there a way to see what percentage of the country didn't vote yet? Because you could see it in the state level, but I can't see it in the country level.
Well, they can't. They don't have a total denominator, so they can't do that.
I mean, I guess since Nevada. Oh, they started counting Nevada.
Is Trump winning Nevada? Up. He's up so far.
4%, dude. I think Nevada was the last state to count and like certify their votes.
Yeah.
Trump got almost 3 million votes in California. Look at that. 3 million people tried.
I'm not gonna lie. I overheard people at the local supermarket talking. There were a lot of people that voted for Trump in California, as far as I know. But maybe it just I heard it more.
Does this bad boy go to 300 by the end of the year?
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, I got the 300, 400 spreads on that one. That's fucking crazy.
The New York Times Electoral College estimate is 306 Trump, 232 Harris.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
Is that a larger margin than he beat Hillary by?
I think so. Slightly. I think so. Or it's very similar to it.
So all we have really learned is Donald Trump can beat a female candidate.
Yes. Twice.
Either one whose really only claim to competency is that her husband was president, or one who didn't have to run in a primary. Like,
but you guys would
find yourselves a legit female candidate who can get through everything all on her own without having some adjacency to somebody else being important and powerful.
Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She would have had my vote.
You would admit, though, Clinton was a better candidate than Harris.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
100%. Yeah.
Doug, you gave the media the next headline on Donald Trump that Donald Trump beats women. I mean, like, it's proof.
It's a good one. That is a good one.
Yeah, it was three.
Roy, we need to have brunch sometime. You're pretty local to me. We need to get together sometime and
that'd be good.
Chop it up on a morning.
All right, let's get some Pennsylvania coverage.
I'm so ready to call in sick tomorrow.
I was going to, but it looks like this is over now. I'm not going to
go by mail. The most Democratic friendly. That was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning. Get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there.
Sorry, Steve, didn't mean to catch up mid-word there. This is our final poll closing of the night. It is 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and that means we've got our final poll closing, and that is in Alaska. Right now, the projection in the presidential race in Alaska is that it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In terms of the road to 270, this is where the two candidates stand right now. They both try to get to 270.
Blasting MSNBC and CNN all night. Let's get a real news channel on here, like Fox News.
246 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 194 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. In terms of the battleground states right now, let's look at battleground states right now. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 92% of the vote in. In Michigan, it is too close to call with just over 60% of the vote in. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call with 114,000 votes.
Yeah, she's not getting Wisconsin back. It's over, bro.
He doesn't even need like 3 of these states.
They need to do Trump's victory speech, and then I want to go to sleep, bro. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired at this point. And we know what's going to happen.
You've got a morning open to do tomorrow.
Yeah, you didn't even order your food.
I didn't order food. The market open was 4 hours today, and the market close was like 2 hours. This thing was 6 hours. It's like, I just need a little bit of sleep, bro. And then we got to do it all again tomorrow. But it's over. Like, we know it's done. It's it. If she's not going to address the audience, it's over. It's done.
The time for chicanery, they just said it in that last clip. Oh, well, we're going to count all the mail-in votes tomorrow.
They're dumb,
in Pennsylvania. Like, why is it the state that has to come through for us to know one way or the other? And they're like, oh, we have some mail-in votes. We're not going to count them until tomorrow.
I think it's because they don't need Pennsylvania. He doesn't need Pennsylvania. He doesn't.
Yeah, she needs it, but he does not.
Yeah. He's going to get Arizona. He's going to get Nevada. He's going to get Alaska. Nevada's 9. Arizona's 11. So then that's 20. And I'm looking at AP News. That means he just needs 3 more votes after that. And
he'll get Maine District 2 as well. That's 1.
Yeah, he's going to definitely get one of these 3 battleground states for sure.
Yeah.
So
New Hampshire.
We stay for sure, but I mean, like I said, the time for chicanery is when the lights are off and nobody's home.
Bro, if I wake up and I go to sleep and all my gains are gone, I'm killing somebody, bro. I don't give a
Well, they might be gone. That doesn't mean just because he wins it doesn't mean the game's going to stay, man.
No, but if the reason they're gone is because they found some ballots in Pennsylvania.
That would suck, man. That would suck.
Trump needs Alaska and Pennsylvania, and he's won it. That's all he needs.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah, this is the Dewey moment. Hopefully not, though. But
why are you guys saying I'd be late tomorrow? I'm early every morning. I'm 1 minute early to the market open every freaking day.
Bro.
I'll be late tomorrow.
Bruh.
Come on, bro. 247, 210, Trump versus Harris. 65 million versus 60 million. I mean, California's pretty much in. Like, maybe like it's gonna be a good 10 to 15% margin in the popular vote that he's gonna win, which is incredible. Think about this: 65 million people just voted for Hitler.
Literally Hitler.
No, but that's insane, right? Like 65. This goes back to how the mainstream media kind of concocts these realities and how this is a big rejection of those. Like, did 65 million people vote for a Nazi? Really? Is that what happened?
That's what they're gonna say.
yeah, and next they'll remind people that Hitler won the popular vote too.
You guys want to see something cool? This is not my portfolio, but it's one of our good friends.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, baby.
Oh, I know whose portfolio that is. That looks very familiar.
Why can't my portfolio add numbers in front of those commas that quickly?
10 million. Shout out to TJ. This is our guy. 10 million. He's up 500 grand overnight.
That's crazy. And that's only 5%. Like the funny part is that's 5%, but it's just on a ridiculously big portfolio. So
yeah,
dude,
look,
he needs 4 doubles in his lifetime for that to be $100 million in his lifetime.
Yeah.
TJ, we got to YOLO that on some calls.
Yeah, that's just
next week. Let's take this 10 to 100 overnight, baby. Let's do it.
Dougie, was that a challenge? Was that a challenge? Because he might take it.
No,
well, I know he's like shopping to put a fund out there. So it's like, where's my wallet, bro? What's the wiring instructions? Tell me.
I mean, well, here's the thing. We all know he has like 150,000 shares of SoFi. So that going up even $1 is like huge. And then Riot, he has 100,000 shares. So like Bitcoin's going to go up tomorrow. Financials are going to go up tomorrow. Both of those are going to take his portfolio beyond 10 million if this stays like.
Yeah.
But the covered calls they're not going to factor until tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, either way,
I want to buy naked calls on TJ the Wheel Deal and Chris Patel. And nobody will let me.
Whoever bet on Harris, including Doug and Chris, have lost all their money.
All of their money.
I lost my hedge. I'm so annoyed because I lost the hedge.
No, it doesn't close till January 6th. And I might add, she is the person who issues the final vote to certify the election.
Oh yeah, she does.
Of literally Hitler.
Bro, but she has to because she's the VP, right? So she has to do that, right?
Yes.
Dude,
it is her job to make Hitler literally Hitler president.
She's going to be certifying Hitler as the president of the United States. Let me call Steve. Let's see if he picks up.
She's not going to.
Is he buying at 3
He
cents?
already bought, bro. He bought it at 5 cents.
Is he buying again? If he's buying again, I'll double down too.
Hey, Steve, you're live. Trump just won Georgia. It looks like he's winning this thing. Yeah, but so you're buying more Harris contracts right now?
At 3 cents.
Steve, you're not Steve. I know you're like ideological, but you're not willing to accept that she lost.
I will tell you why off air.
But in general, you still think she has a chance to win.
Don't be surprised.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Steve, should I buy more contracts at 3 cents? That's what the people want to know.
I love Steve, but when he has a thesis, sometimes he gets a little stubborn on his thesis. And I mean, be my guest.
Who also
dude.
does that a little
His
bit?
Pokemon cards thesis is not wrong. It's outperformed the S&P empirically. Like, you can't argue with that.
Well, his Harris thesis is shit. So, or at least it
His
was.
Harris thesis is
currently
you get
shit.
value.
I mean, DJT tomorrow is going to be funny. How much that one's up? DJT currently is up.
Sorry,
18%.
Brian Thurm. I'm just making the point that the language about Trump and his supporters and his rally at Madison Square Garden, for that matter, have been super extreme.
Yeah,
So
we are just using.
I'm using the language that was used against.
Yeah, relax. No one's making any comparisons like that. We are critiquing Kamala Harris's comparison. No one's like, don't try to say anything like we are making that comparison. This is a critique of how Harris and the mainstream media have used the idea of Trump being a Nazi to make people feel like he's the second coming of Hitler, which is obviously ridiculous. And now she's going to have to end up conceding to, in her eyes, Hitler, which is insane. It's absolute insanity.
And if you go that extreme,
not only concede, she's going to have to certify him as, like, her signature is the last one that goes on the election.
if you go that extreme too often, like it just, loses its shock value. And like for the last, I don't know how, it's been before Trump, like every single election was, this ends democracy if the Republicans win. And clearly it hasn't. I mean, like that's the craziest thing with Trump too, is like, he's literally been our president before, like, and people are thinking, oh, it's going to mean World War III and dictatorship. And it's like, he was president just before Biden, like whatever. And I think, if there is a lower turnout, like part of it is people don't like Trump and they don't like Harris. Like Harris has no support. They just don't like Trump enough that they'll vote for Harris. Like ultimately, like you just got to ratchet down that tone. And even Elon was guilty of it this time. Like he was saying, this is going to be the last election because swing states and illegal immigrants and stuff. It's like, no, it'd be pretty bad if Harris was in charge, but I mean, America would continue to march on. And right now, by the way, New York Times just jumped Pennsylvania from likely Trump to very likely Trump. 93%. Every single swing state per New York Times is leaning Trump or very likely Trump. And odds are 95% chance of victory, which is as high as it goes for New York Times.
That is
amazing. And the sad thing is so many times people use the word Hitler in the wrong context because they try to make a comparison and they try to minimize like what Hitler actually did. And the sad thing is that's what Harris did, even though she thought it would have the impact of like, this is the most evil person in the world, but she just made it more desensitized because people know that they're not the same. And so it just she continued to lose her credibility on this. Elon did the same as well in different areas, but I think she took it to a different level. And I think Americans are rejecting that right now. Palantir is 50 cents away from 55 completely. As well.
We missed a new all-time high on Bitcoin too, about 5-10 minutes ago. It breached 75,000.
Yeah, it was very brief.
It'll do a new one. It's fine.
Tesla's 277.
Yeah. New all-time high on Bitcoin, 75, 127.99.
Yeah, bro. We just need Trump to speak and then it's done. If he's on the way to Mar-a-Lago, then I would imagine like 10 more minutes and he should be on stage and that's it. That's it. Kind of crazy,
so
right?
The resistance, the left. So what are we looking at tomorrow morning? Because like adding a little context, let's look forward a little bit. My corporate job at corporate headquarters advised us that based on the election outcome, there may be violence anticipated in the inner cities, and we may be on work from home for a week or more.
Violence in the inner cities, but from
due
who?
to unrest in the inner cities.
I think
based
the
on
unrest.
election outcomes.
I don't think the Democrats are going to have unrest. I was
Yeah,
afraid
no.
that the Trump supporters would have more unrest if they felt the election was cheated. But if Trump's winning, then I don't think we have to worry about unrest. Like what Harris supporter is going to go out and start protesting and like causing havoc? Like I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, he's literally been president before. I mean, like, people are not that dumb and brainwashed by the media, I don't think. What do they think? Like, he's been president for 4 years before. He's the same guy.
I can't actually do the thing, Roy, but I can't do the eyebrow lift. I have to do it manually. Yeah, you're right. He's the same guy, but I mean, look at all the protests and riots the first time.
Yeah, I think once he speaks, it's over, and then
I hope
this
so.
ends up being called.
You're gonna. If I had to say anything, I'd say we could see another George Floyd 2.0 kind of scenario again, where they're
I
gonna
don't think so.
basically hyperbolize. No, there's something will happen, and then it'll get hyperbolized and say, "Look, Trump is in office," which means that Trump gave these racist permissions to do these racist things. That's what it is. And anything that's mildly racist is going to be associated to Trump. Be like, and that's what they did during during the first term, where remember every single time something happened that was even mildly tinged, between a white person and a black person or whatever, it was, oh, the cops are just beating up black people because Trump is in office. Like that is the level of media bias that comes in. And you'll see that. You'll see people protesting and be like, Trump gave them like what is that thing called? Like free reign to go and be racist, And that I'm telling you, it's gonna be like that. You'll see it come up. You're gonna see it come up.
Look, there's a chance. I just think once he claims victory and it's over and Kamala says it's not rigged and she concedes, then maybe there'll be some resemblance of peace. Like Harris is also not the type of person to encourage her supporters to go loot, and go crazy. I don't think she would do that.
Dude, I'm questioning. Like my thing is right now, like, what is Ukraine gonna do? Like now Zelensky's like, oh,
Zelensky's fucked. Zelensky's fucked.
Mhm.
Zelensky, how are they gonna do it? Like, I don't know how Israel and the Gaza thing is, how that's gonna pan out. Because I think Trump now is incentivized because of this campaign to cement a legacy of peace. So he is going to try to basically end these wars and basically be like, look, y'all said that I was going to cause World War III. No, I'm going to be the guy that pulls us back from World War III.
I sure hope so.
And if he does that, he might actually get to be the fifth guy on Mount Rushmore, dude.
I was just thinking that, like, that's a lot like Teddy Roosevelt, settling the Sino-Russian War in 1907, I think it was. And he won the Nobel Peace Prize for it. Trump won't win a Nobel Peace Prize, even if that happens, just because he's Trump. But you have to do nothing and be a certain party to be able to get that. But yeah.
So one comment that I just want to address, they said, police are notoriously not favorable to black people. Let's be real. Yes and no, but you can't blame Trump for it. Like black people are getting beat up by the cops before Trump. They're going to get beat up after Trump. And hopefully we stop that shit, but it happens. But you can't use those one thing and make it out to be like, oh, it's because Trump is in power. That's why it happened. And that's what the media tries to do. It's like every bad thing that happens, it's because Trump.
The craziest thing, I never understood this.
Did you ever read the Roland Fryer stuff about police brutality in African Americans?
No.
Oh, he basically says it's all debunked. It's all just fake. The Harvard economist who basically
let's not go there with that. That's another topic. Let's go to this.
What I was going to say, the crazy thing is, I don't like that they blamed everything for COVID on him. Like, if you have to have lockdowns, like, it's not his fault that the economy is falling apart. Like, this is like either you solve the vaccine, or like I just feel like they blamed everything on him, and that's also when I'm like, all right, so they were
ready to take whichever opposite side that he took. Correct. If he was going to go for lockdowns, they were ready to go, free speech, liberty, don't step on my rights. You can't tell me what to do. Government overreach. If he came down on, we're going to kind of just manage it and slow things down, and just, do our best, but we're not going to lock the country down, then they were going to go for the lockdowns. And that's ultimately what happened. But you could, if you go back to like the week of kind of it coming to the United States and you see how things were going back and forth, you can see in some of the Democratic messaging that week that they were prepared to go full on. You can't step on my rights. I have civil liberties. You can't make me do this. You can't make me stop going to school. Like they were prepared to go just whichever other way he went,
right?
Which is, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm blaming the Democrats here, but Republicans probably would do the exact same. Well, I mean, that's what they did in Ukraine. Because remember like when you,
do you remember Nancy Pelosi during like Chinese New Year? She's like, no, it's perfectly safe. Go out there and celebrate. And remember Trump would be like, no, it's a China virus. And they was like, oh, Trump is racist. He's calling it the China virus.
Bro, he was like, it's from China. That was the funniest
China.
shit. Like me and my mom were laughing, bro. Like it was just like ridiculous. But he was just honest. And I think that's why a lot of people like him as well.
Didn't they tell him to stop calling it the China virus?
It was like, no, it's
so
China.
funny.
Well, they told him it was racist to call it the China virus. I'm like, there's more.
Yeah, he said he was
Chinese people.
93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome when you're at 93%. And statewide so far, you're getting 48% if you round that up. Do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperform where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you kind of come here. This gets pretty stunning when you go through it county by county. We're not at the final results. Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back. But again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%. You go back when Joe Biden won the state, Donald Trump was at 18, the president was at 81. And you're seeing this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47 4 years ago. You come back here. I said early in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This is the blue-collar suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters move out of the city to get a little house with a patch of grass. It gets a little bit bigger out here when you move out, but look at this. It's just, she's at 48%, 49% if you round that up. The president of the United States was at 52. Again, it's a very competitive battleground county, but to win Pennsylvania, you want to be on the top end in Bucks County. And at the moment, the vice president is on the losing end. Then you move over here to Lehigh County. This was the big conversation, right? Both candidates there in the final days because of the Madison Square Garden event, the debate about is the Trump going to lose the Puerto Rican votes, and other Latino votes because of this. Well, at the moment, Harris 95%, so not a lot of room for this to change. 51% for the vice president. She's winning the county, but she's not winning the county again. Look at Joe Biden. Now, this is Joe Biden's birth state. He had a home field advantage, maybe. It was in a pandemic. Donald Trump was at his weakest, I guess you come out of that. So you can rationalize it away, but we do the math here. And the math is that she's running behind. That's 53% for the president. And once again, the vice president. So there'll be a lot of conversations about blue-collar workers. Is it sexism? Is it racism? Is it because...
Oh, good God. It seems like Pennsylvania has been called, guys.
Has it?
Someone says, did AP call it?
I think the funniest meme I saw was Donald Trump has successfully stopped women from becoming president twice now.
Oh my gosh. Did they call? Who called PA? Because AP, I don't see it dark red yet.
Yeah, it's not New York Times either.
Dude, Wisconsin is even going red, and Michigan is gonna likely go red. It's
dude.
Fox
Michigan is the whole reason she didn't pick Josh Shapiro. Because she thought she would lose Michigan.
Yeah.
I don't think she loses Michigan. I mean, like, I don't know, maybe. Ooh. Okay, she might. Never mind.
So Fox News is saying Pennsylvania. Oh, wait, where's Matt? Matt's in the back. Matt, where'd you go?
I twitched and I accidentally clicked something and it closed. I think I was falling asleep.
Me too.
It looks like you're falling asleep, dude.
I was like,
drank a Celsius. Should have drank a Celsius.
You had a late night last night.
Let me pull up Fox.
I'm a church-going man.
Let me get Fox News.
Chris knows. I only serve the church.
If Fox
Oh
is calling
my
Pennsylvania, then that's it. It's over.
Well, Fox calling it,
Yeah, Fox calling is
you know,
I'm not saying Fox isn't biased towards him, but like at this point, I think they're just being logical. If the other guys aren't calling it, then
Yeah, I think everyone else is just afraid to call it.
yeah, I agree.
Fox has had to retract their calls before. I'll just say that.
less airtime for that.
Bro, Tesla's about to hit 280.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy.
Bitcoin new all-time high.
And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also, I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris Lasavita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off, like America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as I said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic.
It looks like he's speaking soon, folks. And
man, my sister's gonna be pissed.
I'm sorry.
What was 2 weeks ago? She asked me. We just got a lump sum in, and she was like, "I want to put it in Bitcoin." And I was like, "When do you need this money by?" And she said, 3 to 6 months from now. I said, "Keep it in cash." She's like, "Really? I thought you were bullish in Bitcoin." I said, "I am bullish in Bitcoin. And in fact, I think in 3 to 6 months, it'll actually be much higher than it is today." But I asked her simply, I said, "What would you feel like if that was down 20 or 30% in the next 3 to 6 months?" She said, "I'd be very, very upset." And I said, "Well, then you should keep it in cash." But she's going to come up tomorrow and be like, "What the hell? You just lost me 15% or whatever the hell it would have been."
Tesla is at 250, guys. Tesla's at 285 right now.
Coin is at 225, man. That's crazy.
Bro, I mean, if Tesla goes to 300 this year, it's going to be fucking incredible. It was at 130, bro, at one point.
I got just a few more left, but my cash secured puts on coin at 40.
When did you sell those?
I sold most of them probably this spring, but I still have 5 left.
So which policies are you guys going to be looking forward to the most coming on? For me, from an investing standpoint, it's going to be the energy trade. I mean, Dougie and me know, Doug, me and Sam, and I think you guys are, whoever's on my Patreon, y'all know which one I'm talking about. But I think that is going to get solved ASAP because he spoke about it on Rogan too, if you guys remember. Remember, he said, "Yeah, just snap my fingers. I had it." And the thing is, now Ted Cruz won his thing in Texas. You basically have a Republican Senate. I mean, it's a done deal. It's a done deal now. So
what's the trade? Go long oil?
No, the regulation is going to get out of the way. The regulators are going to get out of the way. The only thing that can stop them will be the courts. So you'll still be able to sue so-and-so for environmental blah, blah, blahs in the 11th district.
Yeah.
But you're trying to build a pipeline in Texas, you can sue them in California and still stop them. But
I think that is going to be a great trade for us. I feel like we might have not take a bigger boat. I should have actually.
But this is bad.
What is
Oklo at? More. I wish.
What is Oklo at? What is
Oklo at? I think it's 20. But this is bad for oil still because that means oil prices go down essentially.
No,
right? Remember the SPR shows they
oil
have
prices
double the SPR.
What we're talking about, I'm still thinking that that's such a minuscule amount. That's 1 billion barrels when you're talking about the grand scheme of 4 to 5 million barrels a day of excess capacity. But even the thing that we're talking about doesn't necessarily have to do with oil.
So if this, if he pulls out of Ukraine or whatever, cuts the funding for Israel, I think that might potentially cause a spike in oil.
Did you just say cut? Did you just say cut funding for Israel? Hell no. If I did that shit will get doubled, bro.
Israel's gonna get money. Ukraine's gonna lose some money.
Okay, but all I'm saying is that it's more of the sentiment, not so much as what he does, but like just people thinking and trying to front run that might further propel oil and cause more inflation. Because I mean, really, like it's the spending that he's doing is what's really pushing up the 10-year yield right now.
Well,
he's gonna spend 15 trillion.
Also, we now have to deal with this whole idea of tariffs. And I don't know how that's going to work out either.
And tariffs are inflationary.
Yeah.
I mean, let me ask a question.
You're used to being able to buy for cheap that was made in China is now going to come with a higher cost.
So let me ask you a question. Everything else we've seen be going to the moon, right? We've seen Bitcoin go in the positive direction. We've seen SPY, Tesla, everything else. What's oil doing? And if everything else is so bullish for Trump, why is oil going down right now instead of going the opposite direction?
He's going to drill more, so there's more supply.
I think it's going to go. It's going to go up. Maybe not right now, but
we will agree to disagree.
Matt works in this shit. If he says oil's not a buy,
but Dougie does too. But Dougie does too.
Okay, so
Matt, you're way more connected to the market. I work in the maintenance side. You're connected to the market on this.
For me,
so I don't have a feel
oil
for that.
For me, oil prices are usually dictated by futures markets. And so if there is a chance that you'll see stability, like geopolitically, that means that people are going to be a lot less inclined to be like, oh, oil is at risk of going higher. So they're going to sell a lot of the futures contracts saying, okay, look, if there's global stability, that means oil production from wherever is going to stay at an elevated pace, and we're not going to get these major disruptions. So what happens to the futures? People don't buy them. Price of oil comes down. You know,
Trump, Elon just said the people of America gave Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change tonight. Decision Desk HQ has called it for Trump.
That's impressive.
That's one news source calling it, you know.
Because I mean, we weren't there in 2020.
Small places that I've never heard of are going to be under more pressure to call it early, you know.
Yeah, but I can't believe there's still people out there thinking that Harris has a path to victory.
Steve just texted me saying we should buy it at 1 cent, bro. This guy is like,
he's really
the New York Times percentage meter has been fluctuating. It just moved back up, but it was fluctuating back down below 300 for him for a minute. Like it was.
Dude, he won. 270s in the bag. It's over. Pennsylvania means he won. That's
it. Buying Harris here is like buying 0 DTE out of the money options. It's just it might work out, but like odds are not good.
Yeah. We should be hearing from Trump like really soon, and then that's it.
Jay Clayton, former SEC chair, is with us on the desk, and Mark Short, who's the former chief of staff to former Vice President Mike Pence and a CNBC contributor, joins us, as well as Tillman Fertitta. Jay, talk a little bit about this reaction that you're seeing.
Look, it's clearly a reaction to both certainty. We're going to have a certain result. We're not going to have friction, and a belief that the Trump plans are better for the market performance. That's what we're seeing at this moment.
And to be clear, we have not called the race. There are still many races, state battleground races that are too close to call.
But if he wins, if he wins Pennsylvania, and NBC News has not called it, it would be, I believe, 264. You would only need one more state to take the 270 to win. By the way, NASDAQ futures contest up 280 points. General Motors, and we're looking at the Robinhood trade, by the way, fairly liquid, trading real time.
Go Robinhood.
They're both higher. Maybe that's a pro worker, or maybe a reduction of the EV tax credits where GM and Ford feel less political pressure to have to go down into money-losing electric cars. Humana, UNH, United Health Group, they're up 3%. Health insurers seen potentially benefiting more under a Trump presidency, whereas the hospitals, the tenants, the HCA, they would actually benefit more under a Harris administration. So the insurer stocks are up. MasterCard, by the way, which may benefit from less regulation, which Tillman was talking about, up 0.6%. Tillman, it's interesting you said we have a good economy.
The more competitive one. But in this one, which has not been called yet, Donald Trump has 51.5% of the vote, Harris with 46.7% of the vote, Donald Trump with an 11,311 vote lead there. That's with 75% of the estimated vote in Nebraska's District 1. Nebraska's District 2, though, we should note, John, is actually the one that we're really keeping an eye on.
Keeping an eye on for the miracle trajectory for the vice president, if she can pull it off. She would need the blue dot, as they call it, the Omaha area, 2nd Congressional District, in addition to the blue wall. I just want to note, your eyes aren't playing with you at home. The so-called blue wall is deep red at the moment, and that is the vice president's biggest problem. She lost North Carolina and Georgia. She's losing Arizona and Nevada. We're not done there yet. But this is watch this map. I'm going to circle one state. This is where we are now at 1:34 a.m. in the East. It might be 1:33 a.m. in the East if somebody wants to correct me. And that's 2020. There's a lot more blue there, but this is what I wanted to get to in 2016. This is Donald Trump remaking his 2016 map. And at the moment, if things hold up, we're not done yet out there. We got a long way to go, and sometimes Nevada takes days. It's possible he'll even add Nevada to the 2016 map. Now, we're not done, but this is a very impressive map for Donald Trump. I shouldn't have waited until 1:35 in the morning to do this, Jake, but as you know, we're on television. There's a great team of people here that you can't see, working the cameras and everything else. I have a great new media team that helps me with the Magic Wall. I want to show you one of the things the Magic Wall team, the new media team, came up with as we look at these votes. So your challenge in Wisconsin, right? The vice president has to turn around Donald Trump's pretty big leads. I shouldn't say pretty big leads, 125,000. Wisconsin, 2 elections in a row, decided by 20,000 votes and change. His lead with 90% of the vote in is 125,000. That's a landslide in current day Wisconsin. We're not done yet, but our team has come up with a great way to look at this. So you're looking at votes over time, right? And what is the challenge for the vice president? Well, the vice president needs to narrow the gap, but go back to the beginning. Trump was ahead early. Harris got ahead of him. They kind of danced together for a while. And you see this flat line as we go. We've moved 1 a.m. You see 1 a.m. down here. The only way for her to win is to close those. Not happening. Has not been happening for a long time. That's Wisconsin. Let's move over to battleground Michigan. Same thing. She starts off way ahead. He comes up. They're competitive. He pulls ahead. And again, you're going, we cross past midnight to where we are now after 1 a.m. Pretty much a straight line across, meaning what? She's not narrowing the gap as more votes come in, right? Which you're trying to come back. It's pretty simple to look at home. So there's those two there. And let's come over to the biggest of them all, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Closer. You see it right there. It's closer. But she opened up a big lead early on. That's the early votes. You see what happens. Then essentially, welcome to battleground Pennsylvania. They are just running in a straight line across, but the red line has stayed on top all the way across. That's close, 51 to 48. But she, that's close. But she needs it to narrow even more. Just one different way to look at it is just to see you're trying to find the trajectory, and is there any possibility that it's going to close? And at the moment, there's no evidence that those lines are coming closer together. Closest in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But again, Donald Trump at 51%, 191,000 votes ahead with 94% report.
It's it, folks. He won. They're not saying it, but he won. It's it. Trump's the new president.
Donnie.
He's going to give a victory speech. I'm curious if he will start off in the first 3 sentences by saying, Vice President Harris has just called and congratulated me. If she did.
I have a very strong feeling she will.
I think so as well.
I think so as well. It's done. It's GG's. It's over. Overnight markets, Robinhood, $26.19. Bitcoin just below 75,000. Pounds $54.56. SPYs at 585. IWM's at 231. Qs are at 499. Nvidia 141. Dow Jones 429. Regionals are at 62.58. XLF Financials 47.84. Tesla 283. PayPal 81. SoFi 11.99. TFC 44. Affirm 47. DJT 48.74. Coinbase 222 and Bitcoin 75,045. Trump's back.
America's back.
Trump
That's right. America's back.
America.
Well,
we have a chance. You have to destroy a lot of bureaucracy.
If
And you
Elon
only get-
pulls this off, bro, with
You only
this
get a
code-
small chance to, and it's gonna be hard because you know what's gonna happen? GDP is gonna tank because so much of GDP is government jobs.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how much they actually eliminate.
So the
But
metric they use is gonna tank, right?
They just called Minnesota for.
That's
Harris.
also very deflationary, by the way. That's also very deflationary. So
which could hit back against the tariffs that are inflationary. So maybe that balances it out. to an extent.
yeah, it just means that jobs will be shifted from public sector to private sector.
Elon did not
ideally.
reply to Amit. There's no way. Elon did not reply to me. There's no fucking way Elon replied to me. Don't lie in the chat, bro. I would have got that notification. If Elon replied, that's my boy, bro. Like, we got to do an interview now. This is the second time. If he did. Yeah, he didn't respond. Dude, why are you guys lying in the chat? Don't make this day that much better, bro. Stocks are already up. He did just say the future is going to be fantastic and tweeted a picture of his rocket. I think he's with Trump right now at the headquarters. He said, "You are the media now." Just tweeted that as well. Dude, if Elon didn't buy Twitter, I mean, there's no way in hell there would have been a Trump presidency. You needed, right? You needed independent media to get his message out there.
Yeah, it's crazy how impactful Elon has been. I mean, without Elon, there wouldn't be electric vehicles like there are now. Our space industry would not be doing what it's doing. Twitter would certainly not be this way. And I think Trump would not have been reelected. Like, he's made a colossal impact. The most, in the last 100 years, possibly out of any individual in the United States of America.
If everything goes right in the Trump administration, and if Elon asks, I'm sure that they could actually make a constitutional change that like a naturalized citizen could possibly become the president. What do you guys think about that? And Elon running in 2028.
That would be crazy.
That would be very crazy.
Because I mean, imagine the Democrats saying, no, we don't want that. I mean, the party of pro-immigration's like, yeah, we don't want to change that. Like, we want to keep it to just American-born people. I mean, that's a tough pill that the Democrats would have to swallow.
Is there anyone in the Supreme Court that might be stepping down anytime soon?
Clarence Thomas. Clarence,
no, he's not going to step
oldest.
down, bro.
No, he's old, dude.
He's
Clarence
old.
Thomas is
Dude,
old.
but he loves being in power. He's not going to step down.
Dude, but he's old, bro. Like Clarence Thomas is.
Bro, Ruth Bader Ginsburg went literally
76.
till she almost died, bro. I mean,
They all do. They all
They all
go
do,
until they did. Scalia died there. Like, you go till you're dead. Which is kind of amazing that they are able to keep up that rigorous work schedule.
So has anyone called it besides? I'm seeing a lot of accounts on Twitter saying he won, but like
I don't see that.
the official actual call, yeah, ABC and CNN and Fox haven't called it yet. He's at 267 votes.
Andrew Yang just tweeted, defending democracy means accepting election results that don't go your way. Congrats to Donald Trump. I hope he brings people and country together.
Also, the president of Argentina.
That's Andrew Yang.
Yeah, the president of Argentina just congratulated him as well.
Now, that's the dude. If we could get the
Yes.
naturalized citizens thing changed, he could be president of Argentina, and then we'll import him here, and he can be president here.
The Senate is 51-42 Republicans. House is still 187-163. I mean, if they somehow pull it off and they get the House, then you've got a mandate for a red wave.
Mark Cuban congratulated Trump.
That's
that true?
that's it.
Is that true?
I mean,
Is that
that's
true?
the answer, bro.
No, someone said that. I didn't check though.
Let me
Oh,
check
God
now.
damn it, Sam.
Yeah, Mark Cuban
Yeah,
just
it's much
congratulated him.
Oh, shit.
Wow, that's it.
Sam first. You heard it from Sam first?
Actually, you heard it from Austin Harrison.
Baby Austin.
Yeah.
So this is
Dan
number
Ives
47, right?
tweeted that they believe the Trump win is negative for EV, but overall good for Tesla.
Yeah, because then he'll
Yeah,
give.
Makes sense.
It would technically give Elon
Give him a moat.
almost like a moat. Yeah, it's like basically, listen, we'll take away the subsidies that basically allow GM, Ford, and the other guys to compete with Tesla. Tesla doesn't need the subsidies. Remember when, what's his name? Elon would say, it's like, I don't need these subsidies. They don't make a difference to me, you know? And so if Tesla ends up becoming like the most, I mean, it already is, if it maintains its dominant position as the only EV, I mean, then it ends up being that everyone who wants an EV has to go buy a Tesla, you know?
I would really hate to not have incentive on Teslas. That would suck.
Yeah, but that also means that there's no incentive against its competitors too, right?
Yeah, I guess. But getting that $7,500 off is a pretty big deal.
I am happy I bought my Tesla today because Trump can do whatever he wants now. I've got my cheap Tesla and I'm good. So
rich.
I got it.
Wow.
Wait, does everyone here have a Tesla except for me and Matt?
I don't have a Tesla.
Yeah, I'm
Chris, Chris, you should.
No,
I mean,
can't.
I know you don't have like the infrastructure for it, but
yeah,
really,
I don't have the infrastructure. When I get a house, that's definitely on the list. Because I mean, the economic value that it provides is amazing, especially in Georgia. Like in Georgia, we have this thing with Georgia Power that if you charge your car overnight, it's like 1 cent per kilowatt hour.
Tesla
It's
Power.
crazy.
If you have Tesla Power, it's free to charge at night.
Tesla Power? What do you mean, like
Yeah.
the power wall?
Tesla has its own. It has its own power company too.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
I
I don't know if they're in Georgia. Yeah.
You guys saying a bit congratulate Trump so the election is over. Dude, Cuban congratulating him is better than ABC or CNN calling it. Like,
that's insane. That's insane.
Like, I don't know what's up with that guy, bro. He went hard for Harris. I don't know how much they paid him or something, bro. Like,
yeah, they shut him down the last week of the campaign, though.
Yeah, because he was saying
They
some
shut him
dumb
down.
shit. He was just saying stupid shit.
It's gonna be on the Epstein list, bro. He's got to be something.
That was the
something crazy.
conspiracy thing, was that he was reluctantly supporting Harris, but had to make it enthusiastic and said some dumb stuff so he get taken off the roster. I don't know if that's true, but it's pretty funny if so.
Bro, aren't you guys gonna be so happy we don't have to worry about this anymore? Like, it's done.
I am so glad this is.
I am
all
so
the
happy,
texts
dude.
and all the
I'm
phone
sick
calls.
of this, man.
Now the contrary
We've been
is
here before.
the contrary is Trump will make headlines every day for the next 4 years. So get ready for that. But you know,
He's gonna
Okay,
keep calling
here's
new
a
all-time
question.
highs.
Here's a question for y'all. Now, a couple of us live in Texas, so we've just had to deal with the Texas stuff and people asking us for money. We've not been really asked to get out and vote. But in my experience, SMS text messages have become unusable on my phone.
I hate
had
that
to
shit.
turn off.
That
I
shit.
had to turn off notifications for text messages because it was absolutely unusable. It made my phone unusable. It's like if your phone rang every 10 seconds and it was almost always a spam call.
bro. Well, here's the thing: Trump's gonna tweet something every single day. And remember what it was like 5 years ago? Like all of
Yeah,
us
but
now
you
that
have
are
to
on
follow
Twitter.
He moved the markets.
But you didn't have to
Really, I
follow
didn't wake up
him.
to that. Oh, here we go. We have something. Hold on.
Of the 5
Nebraska
electoral
is
votes
for
earlier
Trump.
tonight,
There's
they had
Nebraska.
projected 3 of the 5.
They have a unique system in Nebraska where they don't all go to the same candidate. So that's why it's one of 2 where them in Maine where you'll see that format.
And so we'll wait to see what happens with that 5th electoral vote again
That's
as
the
the
Omaha district.
I don't think you can win that one. You can only win the 4. It's impossible in that district.
Yeah.
So next, your competitor has called Pennsylvania. So just to let y'all know.
But going back,
NBC News has not called or confirmed Pennsylvania. As we have reported, Pennsylvania had over 90% of precincts reporting, with Donald Trump having a fairly sizable lead, but NBC News has not independently called or confirmed that, to be clear. But we may get one in a minute. Jay.
no, I was just going back to priorities because those constituents that we were talking about did not.
So yeah, I think every day Trump will probably tweet something that will make headlines. The question will be, how market moving is it going to be? And like if he says something about Taiwan randomly, like TSMC down 5%, like we got to be ready for that, right?
Actually broadcasting cope. Yeah.
Yep.
Fox News just called it. Yeah, I mean, we all know he won. At this point, we're just waiting for him to talk. And that's it.
I'm gonna sleep good, man. When's my first meeting?
I have to wake up in like 3 hours, so
I'm gonna have to call freaking the three of what's his name? I gotta get TJ's Cash App or PayPal. I gotta get freaking what's his name? Who else was there? TJ,
Jesse.
Carlos, and Jesse. See, I don't mind paying
Oh.
Jess. I don't mind paying the bets off to the other two, but Jesse, knowing that he's a multimillionaire, I gotta give him money. Well, technically, all of them have money. What am I talking about here? They all have money. All right,
Yeah, they don't
whatever.
need your money.
I don't welch.
yeah,
though.
if you don't pay them, I don't think they're gonna ask you. But
No, I'm gonna pay them. I don't do that, dude. I don't like even Bergman. I paid Bergman. I don't mind. If I make a bet, I make a bet.
the Bergman bet was funny. Dude.
You just
So
keep
fucking
betting
bad.
against multimillionaires. That might be the problem.
I need to stop betting. I really like. I should
start
just,
Yeah, we
betting
can bet a
against
couple
poor people.
$100.
I should just keep doing due diligence on companies and stop this betting nonsense, bro. We really
Yes.
need to stop.
Yeah.
Unless you want to bet on Robinhood.
degenerate-
Bet on Robinhood. That's fine. Anything else, just
Nah,
don't do
bro.
it.
The
Nah, I'm not
degeneracy
betting
it's never gonna work.
You just said it, Roy, but how long till sports betting on Robinhood?
It's coming. Like, this is the way that they set that up. Like, it's a
You-
futures contract. They
gonna
built this whole thing
blow
out.
up.
It's coming.
That'll blow up, dude.
Oh, yeah,
Somebody
Fox
needs to
just
tell
called
that
it,
to
by the
Vlad.
way, officially.
You need to tell that to Vlad next time y'all talk to him, Roy.
I
or
mean, the
Ahmed.
investor days coming up in December.
Roy, did you get another email today?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I got that
That-
too. Okay, so
You saw. I don't think we should say the address, but you saw the address, right? Where that's at?
I saw it, but is it a special address?
Yes, yes,
Wow.
it's a special address.
Wait, hold on. I didn't
There's
think much
pictures
of
in it, dude.
Do I know this address?
You should recognize the second picture.
There was a picture in the email.
It's Roy's house.
Oh, hold on. Oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh, this is gonna be cool.
yeah,
Gonna
yeah.
be dope. So Roy's coming over to my house in New Jersey, and we're gonna
Yep.
go there together. So it'll be super cool. It'll be fun.
So Roy got invited to the media day or whatever it was before he started his YouTube channel. I'm still trying to figure out how that
Because
works.
Roy's been tweeting about Robinhood for a year, bro, and Vlad
That's
stopped
true.
everybody's tweets, and he was.
And
like,
I tweet about random crap.
There were like 6 of us tweeting about Robinhood positively, so it was
Dude,
magnified.
I feel like when Robinhood was $7, Vlad would just go to Twitter and just get all this hate mail, and then finally a couple of us were like, Robinhood seems undervalued, and he was like, yes, just finally you guys are realizing it.
Well,
So-
it was like when Arnie said, I'm looking at Robinhood. I'm like, wait, Arnie doesn't look at anything except Palantir. Maybe I
Yeah,
should look at
yeah.
this.
Arnaldo.
By the way, SoFi was just at 1208. I think it opened. Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
I think we
Oh.
break above 12 tomorrow, baby. I think it happens for SoFi.
Matt Money,
So,
rolling it
Hey,
in.
guess who sold out of half of his contract?
Yeah, I don't know why you did that. I feel like that was too early, bro.
I was I was up
I'm gonna go to
100.
my
I was
Twitter.
up the even 100%. Take my money out, let the rest ride. It's my standard play of when I start feeling like I have too much risk on. And also, I've gone a little too deep in the margin on Robinhood, which you will all be happy to know. So
Go to
I'm trying
replies. Go to replies.
to scale back on my margin and get out of margin. That's the real reason I was trying to get out of margin.
Preferably not Zelle, but PayPal/Venmo. Yes. Pump that
Yes.
stock too.
Yep.
It's not me. It's up to them how they want to
yeah.
get paid. I could care less. I
Do you
have all-
guys think in the next, not knowing who's going to be president now, that in the next 2 years we're going to have an everything up rally? Because it's last year it was largely large cap and a few other names. This year it's a little bit more, but small caps have been left in the dust in some sectors too. Do you think next year is the everything up rally?
I don't know, bro, because it's going to be hard to replicate 2024, right? So, but yeah, logically, I mean, if the policies work out and NVIDIA keeps growing and the AI thematic stays there, maybe this is the roaring 20s. Maybe it really is.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
I
Chris
think
is
it will.
right. Chris is right in the long
Maybe.
term. Like NVIDIA is cyclical at some point. We just don't know when that cycle is, right? I mean, but it is cyclical. It might be a 10-year cycle versus a 10-month cycle, but that's what we don't know. But sooner or later, somebody's going to let go of the last balloon on NVIDIA.
Bro, also in 2 days, we got rate cuts. We got Trump winning and we got rate cuts coming. Like November might be kind of wild. And if the Republicans win the House as well, I mean, and then in general, Santa Claus rally. I mean, there's a lot of shit going on.
All right.
Did you
World
see those
leaders are
charts?
starting to congratulate Trump.
Yeah, he won, bro.
He won.
It's done.
No, I'm saying world leaders are starting to congratulate him on X. Like Bukele just congratulated him on X.
Did Modi? Did our boy
yeah.
Modi say something yet?
Let
Not
me see.
yet.
Donnie,
Putin has.
20,
Does
24.
Putin have a?
But I need to find a new job because oil prices are going to tank, and I'm a contractor, so I'll be the first laid off.
No, man, he said they're going up.
Yo, the Europeans must be on fucking fire right now, dude. All of them are just like, God damn it,
dude,
we're gonna have to get this
they
dude again.
They get just you know as bad as our media is, but we kind of are able to kind of navigate and see through it. They don't have that extra little
100%.
bit of cynicism
Yeah.
and skepticism about their media. They believe
They
this.
eat it up. Yeah.
You know who's really
Nazi
gonna be
line,
mad?
hook, line, and seeker.
Hamas is going to be pretty mad about it because Trump's not playing this whole sympathy thing. Trump's like, fuck you guys. I support Israel. I don't give a fuck. And that actually is what Biden feels, but Biden doesn't say it as explicitly. Trump's not going to back down. He's going to be like, no, I don't care.
Eventually, one of these days, if it hasn't happened yet, it's going to happen soon, where Alex Karp is going to have a very long phone call with Donald Trump.
Oh, it has to happen. Absolutely has to happen.
And because he's the president, there's going to be a transcript of it. And sometime in my lifetime, I hope it gets declassified and we can read it.
SoFi is 12.15.
Win-win.
Yes.
Amazon's going to gap up. It's a new all-time high.
Where's Amazon right now? Let me see.
203.
203? Wow. By the way, Bezos sold $238 million on Thursday.
We can't sell Robin overnight.
Could you imagine Bezos sold on Robinhood?
I'm so pissed.
He's like, hey guys, get my shares on Robinhood right now. Let me sell this shit.
9:30, big spike down. You know he's coming. By the way, based on projections from the West Coast, remaining votes waiting to come in and what hasn't been cast yet or tabulated yet, it looks like Donald Trump will win the popular vote by 2 million votes.
Wow.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That hasn't happened since 1980s.
Dude, the country really said they don't fuck with Kamala. Like at all. Like, at least they voted for Clinton. She lost the electoral, but they voted for her. This is like, nah, we don't like you at all.
You know, it's actually pretty funny because the turnout for this one's going to be way less than the 2020 election. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that people were cooped up in home and stuff. They just wanted to get out of the house and they all watched TV, so they got more involved in the election. So, you know.
All right, what do we think he's going to say in his speech? What do you think his core message is going to be?
Hopefully it's something conciliatory, you know, because the thing is, like, he really needs not to give the Democrats any sort of reason to come after him right before he gets in office. Once he's actually sworn in, say whatever the fuck you want. Just be cordial because they still control, remember, the Senate technically and
Justice Department
and the presidency and the Justice Department. Yeah, so
bro, they tried to kill him. Like, I think we forgot about that.
Nobody mentioned it
anymore.
The media didn't mention it the last week of the race.
They tried to kill this guy, bro.
I hope that doesn't happen. Like, I hope they beef up that
security.
Yeah.
Now maybe he gets some Secret Service. Maybe.
So one difference between Trump 2 versus Trump 1 is, so going into the election, remember, like, everything was saying Clinton, right? Like, Trump was pissed at Chris Christie for spending any money, because Trump doesn't like people to spend money on any kind of a transition plan. And so Chris Christie was trying to staff up the transition group already. So Trump was kind of just as surprised as the rest of us was that he won. And so they were like a month late on getting started on the transition. And he talked about this a little bit on the Rogan podcast when he said, I didn't know who to, you gotta hire like 50,000 people in a month, right? Or in 6 weeks. And so he didn't know how to do that. Trust me, he's been planning his transition for months now. Like that, and I told my wife this the first time he got. Look, this is a guy who knows how to build buildings. He knows how to manage projects. He has like that project manager gene. So just let that thing ride on him. He knows how to make decisions. He knows how to manage projects. Let those skills go to work. Get your transition team rolling and own this. I mean, don't make it. It has to be Jared Kushner and Steve Bannon has to make every single personnel decision for every department in the federal government.
You know what I hated seeing? Chris Christie. He was on, I think, The View, or was it CNN? One of those two things. And that whole Liz Cheney thing came out. You're still a human being. This motherfucker didn't correct it. They literally, like, when they said it in front of him, he's like, yeah, Trump is a little bit blah, 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 like deranged and shit. Like, bro, you literally just betrayed the guy who gave you a really big opportunity. I mean, yeah, it didn't work out, whatever, but don't be like a dishonest prick about it. And then you got like the General Kelly. He was like that too with this whole like, bro, I'm telling you, he was staffed up by these neocons the first time, and it really screwed him over. Okay. He literally was fighting his own people because he trusted the establishment to give him good people on the Republican side. Now, you're absolutely right, Doug. He's like, no, I'm not going to do that shit. I'm going to put people who are qualified to do the job and put them in place. And hopefully this time it's going to be a much easier time for him. Yeah.
So what Trump suffers from a little bit is that he conflates loyalty with competence.
Yeah.
And he really fell victim to that in Trump 1. Now, a lot of that is because he wants to be loved. But I really think in Trump 2, he's going to care a little bit less about whether the media loves him and gives him credit for things. And he's going to just care more about getting stuff done. At least that's what I hope. And so if he cares more about competence than he does about loyalty, then
he also has this weird thing where he likes to put people in charge who disagree with him, so that this way he can like have the best, right? The problem is if you put someone who disagrees with you and then like you fire them and they just go right to the media saying, look, I have a book that's coming out where I reveal all the secrets of the Donald Trump administration, and and embellish certain things to make him look bad, because that's what that'll get books sold. Everyone is looking out for themselves, dude. There's very few people that will be like, you know what, I'm going to do the honorable thing and keep my mouth shut. Just let things do their thing. Maybe I had a disagreement with the president and how he wants to do things, and we'll just leave it at that. Not like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll say whatever I need to say to get these books sold and basically make my millions.
But I think that was the first go around. This time, like you look at some of those that are more prominent that are supporting him. Vivek, I don't see that happening, and he's brilliant. I don't see that happening, of course, with the vice president, the incoming vice president. Tulsi Gabbard, same thing. She's a high character person, and she's a Democrat. Kennedy as well. Elon is an ex-Democrat. Like you have high functioning, highly competent people that are from both parties that are there, that are very, very successful in what they've done. And so like he I think has a much better chance of having the right team there. And it won't be perfect, but I don't see the same thing happening as his first 4 years.
Andrew Tate says he's moving back to America.
TJ is at 10.1 million, by the way.
Well, I wonder if all those people who said they're going to leave the country, I wonder what they're going to do now.
I hope they
do.
They're
not even going to leave their zip code, bro.
Yeah. They're not going to sell their house. Do you know what the capital gains would be?
By the way, S&P 500 futures have added $800 billion in market cap in the past basically 3 hours. 590 right now.
Thank you for.
That's because it all left China.
What's important? Yeah, it all left my FXI spreads. Yeah,
it all left China.
Those things are so illiquid that the little account I have them in has about a 200 grand balance in it, and it'll fluctuate between like 300 to 100 to like it'll fluctuate 200 grand a day, up 50%, down 50%. It throughout the course of the day. It's weird to look at that level of movement. Oh, and you can't get like you can put in like little orders too to try. You know how Robinhood will sell somewhat unlikely or highly unlikely or whatever to get your trade filled, and you just like start typing in prices to see what's likely, and no, you're not going to get filled no matter what it says the price is.
Yeah.
No. Oh, and you also want to buy it? No, it's like $5. But you want to close it? No, we'll buy it for 1 cent. Like.
Is Jimmy
things are
Kimmel live
crazy.
right now? It would be.
Oh, he needs to be. By the way, Jimmy Kimmel needs to be put in jail. By the way, I don't know if you guys
Why?
know.
What did he do?
Because
Epstein.
if you remember, no, because he was out there and he on his show he said that the election is on Thursday. So like for Republicans, like go on Thursday because because the Justice Department actually jailed someone who said the same thing on Twitter the first time, where they said that was considered election interference, where they basically said, the election date is actually not the 5th, it's like the 7th or something. Jimmy Kimmel did the same thing, but he did it live on national TV.
But was he joking?
But it's jokes.
That's the free speech.
Hey, listen,
It's only
it wasn't
jokes
free
if
speech.
you're a Democrat.
Yeah, remember when the first guy said it? Oh, no, that doesn't count. But now all of a sudden, come on. I mean, what's good for the what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
You're
so
absolutely
there you
right,
go.
Chris.
By the way, the overnight volume is really, really high on Robinhood. I mean, it's on boats, not just Robinhood, but Tesla has 2 million shares traded in the overnight.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow. That's like
Bro, Hood's about to make some fucking money off of this shit, bro. It's about to be a lot of money.
How do I buy more? How do I buy a time machine and just go back and buy more Robinhood and Palantir?
I mean, we did have the chance at $23 2 days ago. So
I bought some, but I want to get these options again that I had back in.
If you're not long America,
back in the day,
I don't know what to say.
Dude, Trump really won, bro. Trump really won.
The last time that someone was reelected after missing a term, who was that person?
Grover Cleveland.
Yeah, that was a long
Thank
time
you for
ago.
the history lesson, Roy.
Yeah,
of course he has a history lesson.
I mean, how many people do we have on this live?
Currently, we
1,300.
have 1,300. Yeah.
Can you believe we've been 7 fucking hours with this?
Yeah. So first of all, can we give a thank you to the 1,300 people who stayed with us over all the other places you could have gone to? Like, this means the world, bro. Thank you everybody for being here.
That number was pretty static. It didn't go down.
So here's what's crazy is I really did want to watch like the All In, and I wanted to watch the Free Press too. Like, so now I'm kind of like, tomorrow I'm like basking in the glory after the morning open. I might turn on that all day long and listen to that.
No, I definitely want to get some coverage from the other guys too, but I guess over the coming like months, I want to see like what their reactions were. Like at this moment when we figured out Trump won, I want to see
look at this son of a bitch, TJ. He just fucking requested his 250. He didn't even bother. he didn't even bother. He didn't even bother fucking sending me his thing. Yeah. He's just like open the
$500,000, but I'm going to request my 250.
Was that PayPal, Venmo, Zelle? What was it, Chris?
Oh, you got to remember, TJ
Cash
comes from the dirt, bro. 10.1 million doesn't mean shit to him. He wants his money.
Yeah.
I'll
pay it. I don't care, bro. Take it. You just sent TJ $250. Okay, congratulations, TJ.
$249.
Completed. Whoever received.
Bro, all right. He needs to speak, and we need to go to sleep now.
Says CNN called it. Look at CNN. Look at CNN.
Oh, let me go to CNN. Did they call it?
That's a major Democrat hold.
Hold on.
Yeah, if that's true, the rest will follow.
Is it really going to be a sweep? Like, I'm curious if this is actually going to be a sweep.
I mean,
I don't think Michigan.
We'll find out pretty soon if it is.
Because I switched my bet to Republicans do not have a sweep.
Oh my gosh!
Any of these over here, he might.
Such a degen, Sam.
No. I switched it. I didn't put a new bet
there, and he needs 2. He needs 2.
Oh, yeah, Pennsylvania's red on their map.
That one.
Oh, is he being experimental?
He's way up, and if he keeps holding these, But now that's where he was, when he won, he was at 304, 306. That would be 310. 310 if he sweeps. There's no guarantee he's going to sweep by any means.
On
But
CNN's
he's
website,
leading in enough
called
states
10.
right now. Plus, there's a couple other congressional districts on the board where he could, emphasis on could, pass 310 electoral votes. You come back to where we are now, though, he's just in a commanding position. And let's do the math the other way, okay? Which is what gets interesting, right? This is where
Trump just went live on Instagram.
Red in our count. There we go. That gets Donald Trump there. Here's the challenge when you do the math the other way.
I'll let you know. I'm watching on Fox.
Assume that stays for the Republican. Let's just, for the sake of argument, big comeback for the Democrat. Big comeback for the Democrat. Democrat holds New Mexico. Holds Minnesota.
That is some
excuse me for that
real
one.
cope
Wins
right there. You got
Wisconsin.
going on there,
I know you can just hear
Michigan.
it.
What if the Democrats win everything else?
Why is he
That's
doing this?
There's Connecticut. There's New Hampshire.
Top
it out. What do you want to pick? You want to go state? Well, you could even go statewide. It's not going to happen. But
This is like when your football team is back by 6 games and there's 6 games left. They win all of them. They all lose all the other games.
It comes down to this: if she wins everything.
Watch you do what if Guam comes in and votes for him? What about American
is that what he's saying?
Samoa?
He's saying if she wins everything else, it's a tie. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
Included the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the Vice President of the United States. So you get to a place now where, as you come back over here, you're just looking at this map and you're saying, is she going to win Alaska? No one's going to Vegas on that one. So where is she in any of these? Do you start coming back? Is there any way to come back? 73% of the vote. It's 266,000 votes. Again, let's just look at the live outstanding vote. Let me move this up so you can see it better. Yes, the outstanding vote in Michigan is disproportionately Democratic, but there are a fair amount of big circles.
One thing,
votes out there.
Maybe it's
we have a
for future
266,000 vote lead.
Hold on, they're saying
And the
Trump
map
is
that looks
live,
like that
but
of what votes
it
out.
should be going to it pretty soon.
I don't do impossibles, but I do improbables, and that's improbable.
There it goes.
1,000 votes ahead. That's come down a little tiny bit. It has. But it's a state won by 22,000 votes in the last 2 elections.
Florida shortly. And there you were seeing the reaction. David, the markets have been speaking very clearly today about what they thought was going to happen and the optimism with which they see the result.
Absolutely. And I think it's been pretty orderly. I really do. I think it was orderly. It was grinding at first as the data came in. And I think we saw a very
Trump is not live yet, guys.
I can't
He's
think of a
not
better
live.
word. Orderly.
Dude, Jeff Bezos knew today was going to go like
People are saying Trump is speaking.
He's not speaking.
He's not. I'm watching. He's not.
The biggest from an
why are people saying he's not speaking if he's not
standpoint,
speaking?
kind of outside of its normal ranges? That's come back a little
They
bit.
tell you happy birthday every day
Stocks
too.
kind of really.
I'm watching on Instagram and Fox. Trust me, I'll let you guys.
You guys, stop spreading fake news, bro. Like he's not speaking. Once he starts, every news network, we're gonna immediately go to him as soon as he starts speaking. So there's no way he's speaking yet, but he's about to really soon. And we're gonna see.
So he was. Jay says so. He was speaking. They muted his mic. What did they fact check him too?
Bro, that first debate where it really did seem like the moderator was against him. That was also, I think, a wake up call to a lot of people that this shit is not as fair.
We've come a long way from that debate that they had.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw that debate, I was like, "Oh shoot!"
So was the entire Democratic Party. He was like,
"Yeah." I was a little worried for a minute. I was like, "Oh man, he might not become president."
Now so here's the thing. Like, we still have another 2 months of Joe Biden as president. Like, can he make it another 2 months? Do they need to 25th him and make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States?
They should, honestly. They should. He's
you guys know Kamala Harris already was the first female president of the United States for 90 minutes when Biden got a colonoscopy 2 years ago. So for 90 minutes, she actually was president.
I don't think she's sworn in. Right?
Yeah, but she was president, technically. Yeah, dude. Look
Kamala wins India. It's over, folks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think Biden would ever let that happen.
Biden's going to have to now gracefully transfer
Yeah.
power to Trump, and it's going to be
That's gonna be
really
hard
cool
for
to
him.
see how that happens.
But it's easier than it would have been for him to transfer power to Kamala.
Yeah, that's the funny part,
Wait,
right?
when Trump won in 2016, did he kick Hillary while she was on the ground? Or?
No, not at all. Not at all.
No.
He was actually very respectful. The whole
Yeah,
lock
so
her
he's
up
like-
stuff.
yeah.
He never mentioned lock her up. None of that stuff. Like he left the campaigning on the campaign trail. You know.
Yeah, that's what he does. Yeah.
And I even watched the first meeting between him and Trump, or not him and Trump, him and Obama earlier today. And
Really
it was
cordial.
actually really cordial, and they were very complimentary of each other. It was like, you know, the showmanship piece he left on the trail, like you said. And he was just like, you know what, like, this is about legitimately getting America back to where I want it to be, you know, and Obama did a phenomenal job, well respected, you know, etc. So interesting difference of what he's like on the campaign trail versus what he's like when you're actually dealing with him in most cases. Although there were the few times when he was dealing with who was it, Chuck Schumer, when, you know, especially around the debt ceilings and everything of the like, and they were raising the debt ceilings, where he was really harsh with him. But at the same time, it required, you know, some harshness, right?
Yeah.
It's not an easy time.
Did you see it? Did you see his speech at the Al Smith dinner?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, it looked like he and Chuck were like all good.
Yeah.
At that point, you know, like,
I mean, at that point, you work together, right? Nobody wants to be, you know what I mean? Like, there's the piece when they're not in the room, the showmanship, but when you're legit working together, I mean, you can't be a complete dick, you know? Otherwise,
Dude, they came after him fucking day one. Like, remember, they came after him with Russia first, that, oh, he was a Russian puppet. And how many months did that go on?
2 years.
With the whole thing? 2 years. Like a server under the Trump thing that has like Russian blah, blah, blah. Like, literally, it was, I don't know. I really don't know how this guy fucking does it, man. I really don't.
Who is that guy? That's a scary look. That dude's been on meth.
Dude,
that dude is taking meth.
That shit looked like
that guy.
That looked like Bigfoot for a second. Go back on it. Go back. Dude,
Secret Service needs to take a look at that dude. I'm just saying.
Go back.
No, I'm gonna miss it. He's gonna be live.
Was that
he's not.
Beetlejuice?
Just go back a little bit.
No,
No,
yeah,
come on. Dude really looked like fucking the missing link. He really looked like the missing link, bro.
Dude, I still haven't had any dinner yet. I'm kind of hungry, bro.
Dude, S&P futures is about to make an all-time high overnight. That's
Nancy
insane.
Pelosi can't be too mad about this at all. Like, I don't
Well,
know how
what
much
do
money
you
she
think-
made,
what do you
He's
think-
long America.
Imagine you're Nancy Pelosi and you lose this election, but then you look at your portfolio tomorrow morning and you're like, oh well.
Hey, bro,
No.
Pelosi cannot be upset about this at all. There's
No.
She can't. She
There's
can't.
no way.
Yeah.
She's
Well-
not even Speaker of the House anymore.
think
Oh,
that if the Democrats take the House, there is going to be a negotiation on what that tax package looks like. But I think they will.
Nah, they're still getting it ready. Huh?
I do want to say you had it up on the screen earlier, and I'm not sure if you called it out. I might have been distracted, but Japan itself is also up 2.5%, and China was down about 2.5%. So it's interesting to see the different countries' reaction.
China will come back.
Bro, what do you think Obama's thinking right now?
He's not.
I
gonna
don't
be
think
president yet.
I don't think he wanted Kamala
Right?
initially.
I don't think he ever believed in Kamala either. I don't think
Nah,
he
he
did.
didn't. He didn't.
Bro, he was the deep state. Like, he literally was
Yep.
running the country under, like, Biden was the puppet. What's his name? Obama was literally making phone calls from Martha's Vineyard saying, hey, this is the person you want in charge, blah, blah, blah. This is the thing. And literally he was just sitting back, relaxing, and just, I mean, and that's the thing. The deep state is the one thing that has to be like rooted out and fucking removed from the government. You know, all these, and I'm not just talking about Democrats. I'm talking about Republicans that are like, fucking, let's go to war with everyone. Like, bro, how many wars are we going to get into? And it's all these goddamn neocons that are just like waiting for their opportunity to invade another country again. You know?
That's the best and most surprising thing from the first term of Trump's presidency for me was his foreign policy. Is actually like he talks very loudly and brusquely, but you look at the actual military interventions and things that he did, is like It's a lot less than any president for, I mean, since before World War II. So yeah, more of that, please.
Trump is backstage right now. There's a picture of him.
IWM's at 234.
Holy moly. There's Trump looking at his speech right now.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Dude, 234. What if Tom Lee might pull this shit off, bro? Tom Lee might
He's
pull
gonna
it
fucking pull it off, dude. That's crazy.
He's going to because he's Tom Lee. Like, how crazy is that?
Dude, I love Tom Lee. I love Tom Lee.
He follows me on Twitter, man. That's so random.
You said something good one day, and he probably followed.
I must have.
Based on
Tom has a low-key strong Twitter game too. Like, he will block people that say stuff about him, and
yeah, but
you're like versus Dan Ives, like, right? Like,
yeah, but he's not quick with the block button. But like when people like are like calling him names and harassing him, then I think it's totally fair. At that point, it's just like,
oh, for sure, it's fair. I'm just like someone like Dan Ives, like or Bill Ackman, they just tweet and retweet and blah blah blah.
They don't care. Yeah.
They don't care. Like, they probably never read a reply except for when Bill Ackman retweeted me that one time.
How crazy that AP still hasn't moved a damn thing, and neither is the New York Times. Pretty insane.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
I mean, she had to have called him and conceded. Like, there's no way. There's no way in hell she hasn't.
Oh, sorry, I'm watching Fox. Never mind.
Fox is Wisconsin for Trump too now. On their map.
Yeah, he's got 277 versus 226 on Fox.
On CNN.com, they have Trump's edge grows in race to 270. Trump's edge grows. So they haven't given him Pennsylvania. Oh, wow.
Wait, so how are the House seats going? Because that's kind of important.
Right there.
That's what I was looking at too. Yeah.
Democrats, if things end currently, if I counted correctly, Democrats lead by 2 seats if they end exactly as they are now.
If you look at Kalshi, that's an offsides bet right there. Like the no selection for Republicans taking the House, it pays pretty good. Actually,
that's the best thing. Honestly, the best split is for a Republican Senate and a Democratic House. Like, if you have to have it split, because all of the nominations that have to go through the Senate to get all of the people that Trump wants to hire.
Yeah.
Because if you had the other way around, sure, the House controls the purse strings, but you can't get anything done. You can't get any of your, first choices put in position. Like, you could never get Elon appointed to a position. The Senate just wouldn't allow it. And you still won't be filibuster proof, so you still might have a problem with that. But
okay, so what cabinet positions is each of his supporters going to get now?
Wait, I have a question. Do you guys just want to stay up until 8:45 and do the market open with me, all of you guys?
No. I ain't staying up that late. No.
It's another 6 hours. We can analyze the market.
Is this the Kai Sinet freaking podcast? All of
this? It'll be the most legendary finance stream ever. 15 hours of market talk. Like,
it's only 11 o'clock here, so I'm down. I'm game.
All right, so Davis's game. Chris, I need you, bro. 7 more hours.
It's 11 o'clock over here too. I'm not staying.
All right, more hours. Trump's cabinet based on all the people that supported him. So definitely RFK for Department of Health.
Oh, we got Marco there.
Or FDA, or whichever one. I think FDA probably is that. With what's her name?
Shanahan.
Tulsi.
Department of Health.
Tulsi should be Department of Defense.
Bro, if he gave me a cabinet position,
no. Okay.
I would get
y'all love Tulsi. I don't understand why. I don't understand why y'all love
Tulsi. Well, Viveka's press secretary would be kind of
Vivek does not want to work for anybody else.
Yeah.
Somebody said I secretly voted for Kamala.
Vivek didn't even want to be vice president. So
no, I think if Trump asked him, he would have said yes. I think if Trump asked him, he would have said yes.
Vivek is the guy who helped him pick J.D. Vance.
Yeah,
that's true.
Secretary of State, maybe, for what's his name for Vivek. What do you think about that?
I don't know. Is he ready to be Secretary of State? I don't know. That's
No.
Because the thing is, like, that would give him the political chops that if he wanted to run the next time, which he's probably going to be running in 2028. I mean,
Vivek
2028
versus Vance. That's actually what
Yeah.
I'm not looking.
You
forward
want to stay in the public eye because that's how you build a coalition around you, right? So it's almost like all the people say, well, Vivek doesn't have any political experience because he doesn't no, but make him Secretary of State for 4 years. He does a great job. Boom. Now all of a sudden he can run for office, you know.
Okay. I think this speech hopefully is happening in like the next 2 minutes.
For real.
Yeah, I'm fading.
I'm fading too, bro.
Yep.
Come on, rally, guys. Let's go.
Hey, speaking of, how did Celsius? I didn't even look. How did Celsius earnings go?
They didn't have earnings today. It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Where's the
is
stock
day.
right now? Where's Celsius?
It's up.
Everything's
Everything
up.
is
I was like, what is it up, bro?
No, that should be the headline for tomorrow. It's up. That's it.
China's not up.
All right. Well, besides China,
CRISPR is down.
bro, Palantir's at $54.70. If this holds tomorrow and it breaks through 55, 56, like, I don't know what to say, dude. Like,
Bro, dude, the VIX, is that real time on VIX? No, that can't be overnight.
Are any of you guys in Celsius for that bouncer trade?
Man, I'm
I
in
am
60 shares.
unfortunately still in Celsius. I'm in shares.
Tesla's at 282.
Very small Celsius position.
Yo, Elon's
made
gonna
my
make like
money on
30 billion
Celsius.
tomorrow, bro.
I made my money on Celsius and then I'm in it again because I think it's going to start to recover.
I missed the get out signal. I mean,
yeah.
Bro,
I knew enough to take the options off the table, and I went into shares.
When Chris says get out, you get the fuck out. I missed the signal when he said that on TFC. I could have made like 20 grand. I ended up making like 2 grand. Like when Chris says get out, you get the fuck out.
That's not true. Palantir.
Okay, outside of
Palantir. Here we go.
Is he live? All right.
He's not live on Amazon.
How China will trade. That's
So we're still waiting for him.
So Chris, that's the signal on your Discord that I would really love to see you boost is the get out signal.
Outside of Palantir,
He's on stage.
anytime Chris has said get out and you got out, it was the right strategy.
Wow.
All right, here it is. Donald Trump, 47th president of the United States of America. Here we go.
Unmute.
Man, Barrett is a lot taller than the last time his dad got elected. He looks a little bit like Vlad too.
He's like 6'10".
Low key though, I'll be happy when we finally retire this song as Republicans.
We haven't had a single term president in a while. Wow.
Except for the last 2 times.
Yeah.
Across the plains, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stay.
If that was me standing there, I'd be smiling. There's the smile. Okay.
Dude, his energy in this campaign was something else. Like for his age.
How is a 78 guy got that much energy?
Coke.
It's a hell of a drug. Downer mode.
Celsius, you know it.
Oh, you know what's going to be spicy? My Facebook feed. Of all the people I don't talk to from high school.
Long Bitcoin because of that guy.
AP finally called PA.
Okay.
That's very good.
Yep.
That is.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Whoa, he really called that out?
I think he's wrong.
And I want to thank
that's a pretty
Mike
bold
Johnson.
call.
I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Bro, Barron is tall.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe
He's like twice as tall as you.
This is going to be a fun 4 years, guys. This is going to be
Is Mark Ruffalo okay tonight?
No, she's done
Mark
a great
Ruffalo,
job.
Mark
Works very hard.
Yeah, Avengers
Works very hard to help people.
Are they safe
So I
tonight?
just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
There you go. Indian second lady in office.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Want to say something? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had he's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again.
There you go.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Wow.
That was a long goddamn speech.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be.
I mean, CNN's already criticizing him
United States and
about,
West Palm
oh,
Beach.
he started praising Elon and took, went off the prompter and started talking. It's like, they didn't
All right,
even
guys, I think
to get halfway through his speech to start criticizing him.
I think we ended here. Everyone's tired. It's 3 a.m. We'll have a lot to say.
I thought we were
tomorrow.
going until the morning.
I know.
I can do it.
That's all
you guys
talk.
are being.
You're all
You
talk.
guys can't do it, so I'm giving you the favor of ending it.
All
You
talk.
can do a
I
little
can
bit
do it.
more, man.
I was like, make it to 8 hours at least.
Dude,
Yes,
I'll stay up fucking. Till,
I'll stay
till market close tomorrow. I'll stay
I'm
up.
an old man. I can't
don't
do it.
care. Don't test me, bro. You know I love to talk. I love to talk more than Trump loves to talk. And Trump just talked for 30 minutes. I don't know what the hell he just said, but
Wait, is anyone else giving any speeches like Vivek or RFK or anything like that?
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't call out Vivek.
You
the thing
usually
is,
don't
okay, that speech,
speak
it's
after
not
the
just me,
president.
right? That speech was just like,
It was basically his campaign speech.
Yeah, but it was good. He did look. He hit the points that the Democrats usually go after him. First, he congratulated. He thanked Muslims. He thanked Hispanics. He thanked everyone. You know, so he
Indians.
covered that.
but he didn't say
Indians,
that
so-
Kamala called him, right? He didn't say
No,
that.
No.
Did
I
not.
doubt
So-
he did.
He did the thanking part, which was good. And then the other thing that I think that will hopefully cool the markets tomorrow is we'll pay down debt. Because I think right now long-term debt is worried that he's going to add a lot of debt to the,
Yeah, he's gonna add a lot
to
of
the
debt.
balance sheet. So the question is, if he doesn't actually add a lot of debt, could be something good, or at least his positioning. And so if Elon does come into power, I mean, if not come into power, that's the wrong word, but if Elon gets appointed to some sort of role that helps reduce down long-term debt, could be really bullish, you know, and treasuries could come down. So
Question for everybody: how decisive is this going to be? Do you think it's going to stop at just over 270, or do you think we can get to the 312 electoral college votes that are currently on the table?
No, he's going to
Easily
win
300 plus.
Wisconsin. If he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, he's going to 312 probably.
It'll be
So-
over 300.
Yeah. It'll be over 300.
I'm
I
just
thought you were
curious
asking
this
about
House
Palantir's
vote.
share price. I was like,
Bro.
I obviously don't know because I thought it was going to go down after earnings, so I don't know
If-
shit.
Like,
Dude.
is 65 on the table by Christmas?
On Palantir, I don't know, but I think 6,000 S&P looks like it's happening end of year.
They
It
need
seems
to
like
adjust
that
their
should be-
price targets. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything you could see that could be a sell-off off this victory, or I don't? Dude, they won the House. They won the fucking House.
You don't know
It's
that
it's
yet.
a Republican sweep, bro. Tax cuts
Where?
are coming back.
Is that official?
That is
Where are
official.
you seeing that? Where are you seeing that?
Trump said it. I believe him.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, he definitely said,
Oh,
but
yeah.
he did say it.
He
You
said
heard
it, but like, come on,
bro. He's the president. We gotta believe him. All that
I'm looking at a lot of potential blue in California, so I don't know if
That's a lot of blue in California.
yeah,
dude, do you think there's going to be a riot to the riots this
No,
week?
dude.
No.
I think
No.
I think a lot of Democrats are happy he won. They don't give a fuck. They're ready to move on. They never liked Harris. They never thought she was actually a real leader. Like, it's over, bro. We're done.
Yeah, what was that? He did talk about oil for a minute. And I saw oil kind of get a little bit of a bid after that.
The Elon rant was a bit weird. I mean, he's spent almost 10 minutes just talking about Elon, and I'm like, he's like telling the story. I was like, this is just too much. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think we need to hear this right now. Like, but outside of that,
He told the exact same story on Rogan.
yeah, and he was almost treating it like he was on stage on a podcast. It's like it was a
that's
little
how he talks.
long. That
It
is how
is.
he talks. That's
Yeah.
true.
That's
That
how
is
he talks.
He's like, I don't need that teleprompter.
It's like, move out of the way.
That speech that I spent all those minutes looking at before I came out here, I don't need that.
Yeah, the main thing he said that I think was really interesting though at the end, which is that we are going to stick to the promise of solving problems. It does look like immigration is going to be his mandate that he uses his political capital to solve. We don't know what that's going to look like, whether that's deportations, building the wall, whatever it is. But I think that and tax cuts is what we can expect out of these 4 years. And then hopefully some Elon commission where they cut costs. It's a lot to do in 4 years, but
I think government debt's going to be an issue. January is when the debt ceiling discussion is going to come back. So we will see what's going to happen with that.
You will have.
You wouldn't know when I knew it was done.
Right?
Sorry, go ahead, Doug.
Go ahead, Matt.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, you know when I knew it was done?
When Sydney Sweeney said she voted for Trump.
Did she?
Said that.
Well,
she never said that, dude. Come on, she didn't say that.
Don't get my hopes up like that. But anyway, no, I knew it was done when she walked up to Donnie for that first debate and she introduced herself, Kamala Harris. I was like, it's done. She's done.
Yeah, I just feel like the past couple months has been. It was weird because the media would make you think like this is like she's really gonna have a shot, and that within 2 hours of this live stream, we all kind of knew like this is not gonna be close.
Dude, honestly, I did not think this was gonna be this way, mainly because of abortion. Everyone that I spoke to, especially females, they all said abortion was the #1 topic on their voting wish list. So when I thought of that, I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, abortion's probably going to carry the day, and women are going to be overly representative in that. So
you can never trust polls again.
Yeah,
polls are done.
Lie.
They're
people
done.
lie. People lie. You know what? That guy, that pollster, what's his not pollster, the prediction guy, he got it wrong. Alan Lichtman or some shit like that. He got it wrong. His keys to the White House. Put that shit to bed. You're wrong.
Honestly, when I saw because 9 out of 10, and when I saw, I was like, man, there's a pretty good chance. And I was like, no, not even close. Not even close.
All right, last look at overnight markets. Palantir 54.73, Robinhood 26.20, Bitcoin actually down a bit, 73,350. IWM 234, Qs 500, S&P 587, Dow Jones 430, Nvidia 142. Regionals are up 62, Tesla 282, PayPal 81, SoFi hit 1250. Right now it's at 1222. TFC 44, DJT is at 48.74, up 43%. And Amazon 201, Apple 226, Microsoft 415, Netflix 772. Seems like the market likes it.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought oil was gonna close the gap, but it's catching a bit here, so we'll see.
All right, that's it. Thank you, everybody. 7 and 30 seconds. It'll be 8 hours of streaming. TJ is at 10.1 million. Congratulations to our brother. 10.1 million is incredible. And if SoFi gets to 13 or 14, that's going to get a lot bigger than that. So shout out to TJ. Yeah, I'm sure we'll all have a lot of stuff to say over the weeks. Everyone's Twitter is in the description. You can follow us there. I'll be live tomorrow on the Market Open, and we'll discuss this more in depth. And yeah, we're done with the election, folks. We are officially done with it. Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States of America.
I can start answering text messages again.
Thank you, everybody, for joining. Means the world. We will see you guys later this week and tomorrow in the morning.
Thanks for having us on, man.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for having us.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.